Oh, good morning, everybody. Hey, it's Thursday. I don't know what happened to yesterday or the day before. I literally was out of it for quite some time. I didn't even watch TST, so if anybody can fill me on what happened on that, that'd be great. But anyways, I was talking to a bunch of people this morning. Actually, when I did, wake up after being out for like 40 some odd hours, and I kind of want to have like an open Q&A. I thought it was kind of time that we kind of have just a bunch of people come on in, ask questions, anything you want. Because the other day, oh, by the way, I'm getting an echo. Who's the echo?
See if I can.
Oh, but I guess we got some. Oh, good morning, everybody.
Oh,
Hey,
and I
it's
got
the live feed going. I'm brilliant today. This is my second cup of coffee. So, anyways, I was talking to some people from the Council of Google Plus 2 days ago, and they kept on. One of them kept on saying that I was on a script, and I'm like, well, no. Matter of fact, I'm probably the most anti-script person because I like to be flexible. I like to be able to answer questions on the fly, and if I don't know something, I'm happy to say I do not know, or relinquish to somebody who does know. Right? I have no problem with that whatsoever. So I don't know what they mean by script. So they're the ones that are always saying that people are coming or won't go in to talk to them because they're afraid, and coming into our hangouts and kind of hanging out, but they really don't get involved. So I'm kind of hoping this morning that maybe we can get some of the Council of Google Plus in here, or some people that normally don't usually drop in to maybe ask us some questions that they maybe have been afraid to ask, or felt weird asking, because I know they have so many misconceptions. Matter of fact, Drag and Sam later on today are going to be having a hangout to address a video that was on True Talk TV by our lovely friend True Empiricism, who, by the way, I haven't spoken about all month. So to me, he's kind of irrelevant. I don't know why you guys are doing a hangout on him, but hey, whatever. I didn't watch the video. I watched about 3 seconds of it and went, this is stupid. There was just so many things wrong after the little bit of chunk that I watched. I couldn't even begin to imagine watching for 2 hours. So if you guys can do that, more power to you. But I don't have it in me anymore. I mean, these guys are just so fundamentally flawed on so many different levels that it's not worth my time to really go watch their stuff and pick it apart. I'd rather have people come in here and then just talk and just have conversations. So, anyways, I got this is where I got Tony, I got Pseudo, I got Thalo Blue, I got Mithridates, I've got Mike, and I've got Drag. Anybody else who wants to come in, link is provided in the Great Bait community. You know where to find it. If you don't know where to find it, message me directly, and I'll be happy to send it to you. But you got to message me via either G Plus or uh, instant message G Plus, or Facebook works too. So, anyways, good morning, you guys.
How's it going?
Morning,
So,
morning.
afternoon,
I
evening.
evening. I sent this
Oh,
link out to a lot of
afternoon.
people. A lot of people are working. I know that. Matter of fact, Alex Rubenstahl had just messaged me. They just found a new fossil. He just messaged me a picture of it, a really cool picture. Um, I'll send it to you guys in a little while here, but it's in situ. It's still in the rock itself, and he's digging it out as we speak. And I'm like, that's awesome. Do you guys remember Alex Rubenstahl? He came on here a few times to discuss some of the newer dinosaur finds.
Name sounds
Yes.
familiar.
Yeah.
Think so, yeah. I remember. Yeah.
You guys remember half the people I bring on here, do you? Do you guys remember Holy Kool-Aid? This was last Sunday.
Yeah,
I
see, when
haven't
you use
watched that
names
movie.
like that, we remember them.
Okay. Yeah.
Dr. Schweitzer. That was a good hangout.
I love that
Was
hangout.
Rana?
Love
Who's
those
mama?
hangouts. Who's mama? Fuzz's mama. No, actually, it's funny. I messaged him earlier today. I was sending out the link to a bunch of people, whoever might want to watch us do Q&A, and figured he might be bored, and then might want to like watch as we answer questions if anybody bothers to ask any. Because I watch his stuff. He'll run some stuff on Facebook every so often. We'll have this really cool Q&A through Facebook, and he'll get about, I don't know, 20 to 30 people watching, I guess. So. Anyways, we're going to have a lot more than that, though. We usually get about 100 people watching. We'll pick it up here in a few. But Wayne Fillmore says, "What kind of fossil?" He named it, I think, but I don't remember what did he call this? He just says a new type of theropod. That's all he said, actually. Do,
Type of airplane. Oh, the one that they found in Canada.
he doesn't say where he's at. Do you want me to send you the picture of it?
Was
Or
that that
I
one
can
that
just
was
I can
like
just
super
share
well
it.
preserved?
Well, he just literally sent it. This is from 2 hours ago. That
Ah,
And maybe the one from Canadian land.
Can you guys see
No,
this?
the one Drag's thinking of is about a year old now.
This is what it actually
Oh,
looks like
okay.
in situ. I mean, this is what they have to dig around to get these things out. I mean, that's a painstaking process.
It's amazing they can tell what it is just from that.
No
Jeez.
kidding. I'd be looking at that going, hey, that's a cool rock.
It's a rock.
This is
It's a
why I'm
rock.
not a paleontologist, right?
It's like a magic eye picture.
One
Yes.
mistake and you ruin the thing.
Oh, God, can you imagine? Can you imagine being that guy? You have this really priceless fossil of some new species that they're trying to hunt for, and you're that guy that just damages it.
Swings a little too hard on the hammer. Yep.
Wow.
Spent 6 months excavating it just to go, oops.
Yeah,
My
you get
bad.
a nickname.
Sorry,
You get a
guys.
nickname.
I'd
We have another
imagine
one of
that
these around here.
like undergrad researchers could only have access to certain tools. That's kind of what I'm guessing. And then if you're a graduate student or a postdoc, then you can actually get tools that can actually damage shit. Like I said, I'm only speculating. I have no idea, but I'm guessing that's how they control that.
Yeah, that sounds reasonable. Yeah, like the new people get a feather.
I remember fossil hunting as a kid a long time ago, but it was just seashells. It was sandstone and seashells we would be going looking for.
Yeah, I got my daughter one of those ones you buy at the toy store. It's just like brick, and you have that little chisel and stuff.
Even with a feather, I'd manage to destroy the thing. Just so nobody should let me
Right.
run anything delicate like that.
Well, it really is a painstaking process, isn't it? I mean, you've got to like carefully get the rock out because it's it's stuck in that rock, but also you've got to like make sure you don't crack it, and don't you have to demineralize it a little bit too or something? I don't know. I have no idea.
We've
the
seen
process,
Jurassic
but-
Park, we know.
Yeah.
Well, imagine doing all that work, all that like a year, however long it takes to get out, and then you have a big group of people saying it's fake.
Oh, that. It was funny. I was watching Apologia's video the other day, Ham and Eggs. And by the way, if you guys haven't watched Apologia's videos, Ham and Eggs, watch them every time he puts one out. They're just great.
Yeah.
He's got almost as many subs as me now, so great. Good job, Paul. I love his Ham and Eggs things. And they were doing a little critique on Ken Ham, Georgina Prudhomme, and that other guy. And they were talking about Archaeopteryx. And again, they're like, it's just a bird. And it's like, no, nobody's calling it a bird. It's not a bird. They just throw this stuff out there like, oh, look, the experts call it a bird. No, they don't. It's not related to modern birds. That's never been the thing. Is my volume coming and growing? Heavy Holler says my volume's coming and growing.
Seems fine to me.
Yeah,
It's all good.
All right, Steve, I got me.
Hey, Rodney. We got Rodney in here.
Hello.
You guys remember Rodney, my PhD friend for philosophy dude?
I think you had mentioned him.
Tony, you're driving me nuts, though. Oh, much better. So, do you figure out how to use? The guy's a genius. Can't figure out how to use Google Plus.
I figured it out, dude. I got a new phone and I couldn't turn off what's called the screen overlay, all this crap I didn't even know about, so I had to look it up.
What's funny though? G Plus is not intuitive at all. And yeah, I know a lot of people that still can't figure it out very well. We got one guy, Nephilim Free. He still can't do Hangouts solely for the fact that he doesn't know how to do it through Google Plus. He just never figured it out. And even though we've offered, I even said I would be so kind because I'm a charitable person. I would be like, I'll show you how to do it because he's so insignificant that he's not corrupting the minds of anybody anymore, and we just kind of use him as sounding board, right? So I mean, not a big deal.
A little bit. I got a job teaching statistics here in at Francis Marion University, so that's pretty cool.
Congrats! My least favorite subject.
Dude, mine too, but Will, the head of the department, he goes to certain things that I go to, and they needed a statistics professor. Nobody would do it. And I was like, I'm not doing anything.
My statistics professor in college was a football coach.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Which actually kind of makes sense if you think about it, though. I mean,
it does. It makes perfect sense.
So, Steve, are you saying that statistics is your number one least favorite subject?
No, macroeconomics was my hardest.
So, statistics then is your number two least favorite subject?
It's up there. I don't know if it's number two, but it's up there. Why? My hardest class was macroeconomics. I am not going to lie. It was rote memorization. I didn't understand any of it. Don't ask me what the Keynesian curve is. I don't remember.
No idea. What are you beating?
I don't know. Everybody's got these weird noises this morning.
Steve, did you say macroeconomics?
Yeah.
That's so simple. I mean, it's just, talking about stupid crap.
Yeah, well, that stupid crap, I don't really. Again, it was rote memorization. I didn't really understand the supply demand curves. Um, I got a B. Don't get me wrong, I got a B in microeconomics too, but I mean, it just was not a subject I really had an interest in whatsoever.
Well, you know what? If you
Macroeconomics hasn't been proven. Microeconomics, we can agree on that.
Well, it's funny. It's funny. I like that. But macroeconomics it is like voodoo economics. It's weird. It's just I don't get why it works. You know. I don't.
so you
understand
take
well
it
enough.
by faith.
I take it by faith that it works. Sure.
Steve, can you just define macroeconomics?
No.
Oh, I've started us down a
On a
whole.
broad level, yeah, not micro to a specific business, right?
No,
That's what I was
just
gonna say. Economics
what's it?
isn't micro.
I'd rather talk about statistics, okay? At least I know. I remember the difference between like a chi-square or I think we used ANOVA was the software we used. At least statistics kind of makes sense. It's not intuitive always, but at least statistics kind of makes sense unless you're Ronnie, and then it's completely confusing because he doesn't understand what a sample size is or how.
Well, from what Sam was telling me, that Ronnie does not understand the concept of fitness whatsoever. Like we did come to that conclusion based on some of the stuff that he was saying. Like he does not understand how an organism can find its niche in an environment and then have certain selective
How
pressures.
complicated is that? That's not really a complicated question, is it?
Well, he doesn't have a comprehensive understanding of it, so he's thinking like time and temperature, and that's it. Like that is a small snippet of what he offered, but he really does not understand. Like I'm trying. Let me actually
look at Mowdy in
read.
the live chat here, looking all smart and stuff. Chi-squared is for categories of non-parametrics. ANOVA's for fancy t-test. They're parametric. Mowdy's smart. Well,
So,
I'm not
okay.
even lying. Actually, he
Speak
is.
to me right now.
To offer you an example.
One sec. I was listening to a hangout the other day with Christopher Mowdy, and he was talking to a PhD in olfactory sciences, and it was really interesting. The only thing I couldn't believe was only like 6 people watching it, and G-Man had like 40. I'm like, what is wrong with you people? This is like science. This is cool stuff. He's got a PhD in olfactory sciences at his fingertips right here that he works with, and people are listening to OG just talk crap with Veckel. I'm like, seriously, guys? Like, really?
You don't want to see two guys jack off each other?
Not really.
Well, when they're that good at doing it, it's worth watching, I guess.
Well, this hangout that True had, Antonio think, and this is a quote from Sam. Antonio thinks that natural selection implies that a change in temperature would cause a scorpion to be able to inject poison.
A change in temperature.
So the temperature activates the scorpion juice. Then
Okay, well, you guys. Okay, is he under the same impression like that Tommy Hall has, that an organism somehow individually adapts to its environment because it's consciously aware of what's going on, and it somehow mutates its own genes to form an adaptation or something that natural selection can act upon? Is he under the same kind of weird misconception that? Oh, by the way, in Rational Mind actually posted something on this. Do you remember that hangout you had with Tommy Hall the other day? Which I got the tail end. I didn't even realize he was even in there. But Rational Mind had wrote a thing on the Google Plus Great Debate Community Forum of all the mistakes Tommy was making, and it was so well written. It was great. I was like, this. I didn't even have to watch the hangout. I just had to read what Rational Mind said to know exactly what Tommy was arguing, and know exactly why Rational Mind was telling Tommy why he was an idiot.
Lamarckism.
Yeah, well, basically, he argues more Lamarckism, yeah.
Yeah,
But
he claimed that he had went over it with you, but then he brought it back up, and I'm like, we know that Lamarckism is the thing.
Did I not? I had a video. Remember the video I had on this? Did I not nail his coffin shut on this stupid idea?
And that's exactly I didn't say nail the coffin, but I told him, I was like, didn't you and Steve like kind of settle that, and that it's not Lamarckism? So what it sounded like Tommy wants is that he wants every single I guess mutation tested, especially if it leads to an anatomical change. Like he wants you to see that it has a clear pattern of inheritance. We can't just infer it based on what's happened to its predecessors or even in the generation to generation. Like he wants from generation fucking P1 all the way through. like each and every time. And I'm like, there's a certain point where you kind of have to infer, because the labor that it would take to demonstrate Lamarckism seems fucking all for naught, in my opinion.
Well,
I mean,
Lamarck also had this idea that there was some spiritual component. There was a life force of I think they call it a vitriol, basically a life force. And Leo Lamarck doesn't have that. It basically accepts the fact there are some things that are called acquired characteristics, but there's two types. There's acquired characteristics that are what Lamarck accepted to be acquired characteristics that can be passed down, and then there's acquired characteristics that are by definition not able to be passed down. So it depends, which one you're talking about. And Tommy used to get these confused all the time, because some places it said acquired characteristics can be passed down, some places it says it can't. Depends which one you're going with. You're going with Lamarck, which some things could be, like epigenetics is obviously passed down, but not for very long. But Tommy kind of lumps them all together. And I think the best thing that Rational Mind said when he was saying that mutations existed long before certain things were introduced into the environment or introduced to the population. And we've explained that to Tommy how many times. Tommy thinks that something comes into the population, some selective pressure changes, and that the organism reacts to that. And the mutations develop because it has some kind of mind to do so. And each cell has a mind to do so or something. And it produces a change. And yet we've explained to him, and Rational Mind did, that mutations existed prior to the introduction of whatever it was. And then that mutation was probably neutral, became a benefit or harmful after the introduction of the new selective pressure. Tommy doesn't get that. I don't know why. Is it really that hard?
well, he doesn't want to get it.
Hey,
I was
Jay.
just going to say, can you hear me okay?
Yes,
Okay.
dear.
Yep, you're good.
You know what? I liken this to having a closet full of clothes, right? If it's warm out, you put on certain clothes. You go to your closet, you have different clothes. So our genome is like this closet. It's got all kinds of stuff in it, but you don't necessarily need all of it. So if circumstances changes in the environment, we can adapt. Plants and animals can adapt to that change. Now, it's not as simple as opening a closet and grabbing a set of clothes, but the clothes were already there.
Yeah,
So,
Tommy thinks,
if
though,
I
it
go out-
makes the clothes as it happens.
Exactly. So if I go outside wearing a short sleeve shirt because it's warm, I didn't just make them. They were in my closet. And that's the way it is with the genes. Those mutations are there. It's just that the organism can, in some cases, select from them because of environmental pressures. And this shouldn't be news to anyone who is taking basic biology, because we know that we chemically react to a lot of things, right? We have a tickle up our nose automatically, right? We don't consciously choose to wrinkle up our nose. It happens. I had a nightmare the other night. I rarely have nightmares. It wasn't like a horrible, nightmare, but it was, and I woke up with my heart pounding. I didn't choose to have that adrenaline, that chemical rush through my system. My system was reacting to what I thought was happening. So we have these chemical interactions. We know about them. Why is it any different with the genome? There are chemicals that affect everything we do. In a developing fetus, there are chemicals that affect it. And that's where some of epigenetics comes in. These chemicals affect a developing, which is also, interestingly enough, why there is a slight bit of truth to astrology. Not the kind of astrology people are talking about today, but the older kind of astrology, because if a baby was born during certain times of year, well, it was developing during times of famine, like during the winter when there's very little to eat. So if a fetus is developing during times when there's very little to eat and very few nutrients, it's going to affect that fetus at birth. And so that fetus will have certain traits because of that. It might not be as intelligent if it didn't get enough vitamin B or something like that. So we already know all about these interactions between chemicals in our environment. And we already know that we have a closet full of genes. So why this is so difficult for them to understand, I just don't know. But like you said, Steve, You don't just make the clothes before you put them on.
Yeah, and that's what Tommy Tommy regurgitates the same stuff over and over again, even though it's explained to him. How many times has he brought up phenotypical plasticity, which has been explained to him countless times? That again is not making the clothes. The organism isn't making that ability to react to an environment, to a stimulus on the fly. It's something that's acquired in their genes through evolution.
Yeah, and where would it come from, anyways? I mean, if we don't already have it in us, you know,
They just think it's ex nihilo.
Yeah, I mean that's where the God comes in. I guess they have to pray.
Well, God is always the missing link, isn't it?
Yeah,
They'll hear that as adaptation, not evolution.
That was a classic line from him in that hangout. He's like, "Oh, I start with God as the assumption, so the God of the gaps doesn't count for him." It's like, what? I'm surprised Sam didn't just stop dead and just go.
But Mike, that is actually pure genius to me. That's the same thing that G-Man would use. They're so dumb. Sometimes even dumb people get something kind of really brilliant in a way. G-Man will say, "Oh well, God is all knowledgeable. Therefore, my God has no God of the gaps because it knows everything." Kind of thing. It's like, wait a minute, what?
Every other God's wrong. Yeah.
Let me wrap my head around that.
To a halt. I'm
That's
like,
brilliantly stupid.
Arrogant, so arrogant.
Well, in a way, it's accurate.
But it's brilliantly stupid. Yeah, I know. It's not like
No, but-
wow. That's no, but nice try, but it's...
Yeah, it made you stop and think.
Yeah, but
wait a second, what?
Okay, but the thing is, that that's fine. If you say, look, I believe in God, I believe that God has a plan for everything, I believe that God did everything, I just don't know how. I've got no problem with that.
I don't either. I'm a fiatist. I have no problem with that. I don't.
Yeah, I know. But my problem comes in when they try to drag science through the mud, or history, because honestly, some of the stuff that these people say about history has me banging my head against the headboard here, because they don't understand history at all either. They don't understand a lot of things. They don't even understand the history of Christianity. But it's like, why then, if you really believe that God has managed to do everything, which is fine. If you really believe that the Earth is only 6 days old, I mean, six was that's the new creationism.
Yeah, same thing.
Sorry, the Earth was made in 6 days. It's 6,000.
They claim 6,000 or something.
Yeah, I don't care. But then why even bother? Why even bother with trying to argue that the fossil record is wrong and that somehow magically the Grand Canyon was created in the flood?
Because they don't accept it just on faith. There are a lot of people that are told that they have to believe a specific way in order to fit in with the group.
Right.
And younger creationists are big promoters of that kind of agenda. Calvinists are another big promoter of that agenda. That if you don't think exactly like them, you're out. You're in the outskirts. You're not considered to be one of the cool kids. And I've been watching a lot of videos a couple days in between, like my moments of lucidity, because I slept a lot. But I watched a couple the other day, and fascinating. Somebody had, because I was going through the Great Debate, catching up, post, and somebody had posted something on Stephen Law. And who was it? I think it was Eric Peterson. Is that his name?
Yeah. Eric Peters. Yeah,
Eric Peters. And it was really brilliant. I mean, Stephen Law is a brilliant dude, and it was really about why we have specific beliefs. And one of the things that he had talked about was experiment where they would have a very simple thing, and it was a comparison of lines, and everybody in there in the group were in on it, except for one person, and they would all kind of start off agreeing with each other. Yeah, this is like bigger than that, blah blah. And then they would all kind of say something completely opposite what reality was. They'd be like, no, this is clearly not the same size here. And they would try to convince this one person that they were right to see if you could go along with groupthink. And 75% of the time, 3 out of 4 times, they did.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's like that old thing that I've even done. That it's a very, very old, fun thing to do, is where you get a bunch of your friends looking up at the sky. You stare up at the sky, and you're going, "Wow!"
And they'll all look up there. Yeah, they'll all look.
But people will stop.
Yeah.
And they'll go, can you see that? Isn't that weird?
I'd be like, I don't see shit. What are you talking about?
That's a good social experiment. Yeah.
It is monkey see, monkey do thing.
Yeah, but it's not so much that I'm
literally
talking about, though. I'm talking about people that knowing what they perceive something, right? They see something tangible, and yet they're willing to forsake that to go along with the group. And that's what I see with young creationism and the Calvinists out there. The Calvinist mafia would like refer to. That is groupthink to me.
Yeah.
If they get rejected, that's the worst. Then they're out there in left field. In left field. In left field,
Yeah.
left field.
It's so funny, Tony.
Yeah.
It's so funny, Tony, because you go in there a lot. But it's so funny because they're like thinking we have groupthink. And I'm like, wait a minute. Come into one of our hangouts. We have the most diverse group possible. I mean, we have all kinds of different positions. How is that groupthink? Jade and I don't think exactly alike on a lot of things. But
Can I say something?
Yeah, go for it. Sorry.
Somebody started to speak a bit back, and they were very, very low, so I could barely hear them. Did Aaron catch that?
Is that just Aaron?
Who was it?
Me? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're fine.
You're first in here, right? I mean, it's first time in here.
Yeah.
All right. What's up, man?
Fresh meat.
Wait.
No, that's who was that?
Well, hang on.
Just spoke.
That was Doctor, wasn't it?
Well, hang on one sec.
Yeah.
I think it was Nestle. Now I want to go back.
No,
to
I could hear Nestle.
Okay. Hey, just Darren, aren't you? What's his name? Because I recognize that photo from the Planet of the Apes. There's a guy in our community that has that. Isn't that you, or are you somebody else? Doctor.
Time in this room.
Oh yeah. Would you go by Dr. Theos or Dr. Do you have an alt account named Dr. something or other?
I used to have an account named Dr. Zayas
Dr.
a couple
Zayas.
of years ago.
Yeah, Dr. Zayas. Yeah. Okay, because I mean, have you? That I know that G plus named Dr. Zayas. So that's
he's a Von Helton expert.
Yeah. Okay, so I know who you are.
Yeah, he made that Andrea video.
Yeah, but you haven't been in one of my hangouts. You just post on Google Plus and make videos.
I haven't been in one of your hangouts yet. This first time.
Yay!
Yeah. I think I invited him. Didn't I invite you a long time ago?
Yeah, somebody did.
Yeah, that was me. Yeah, I'm glad you came. Cool.
Rational Mind is in the live chat. I wonder if he heard me earlier about Rational Mind. You had a brilliant post to Tommy. I was just commenting on about 15 minutes ago, and it was awesome. But you need to parse things out more. Rational Mind writes in this block form, but it's so compact with information. It's just brilliant. I just hate Rational Mind. He's so smart. But he's so eloquent in the fact that he gets everything down in this little condensed thing of words. Just blows Tommy out of the water, every time.
Just add water.
Just add water and Tommy degrades.
Yeah.
Mike, could you say something?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
That's Mike that we can't hear very well.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, Mike's a little low. I can't turn
I use
anybody
my
up.
headset and I can't adjust the volume on it, so I got to stick with what I got.
Okay, well that's fine. You're not too bad.
How's my volume?
Workplace on
Mike's not working.
Yeah,
I was just going to say we'll do our best to try to. If you start to speak, we'll do our best to try to give you a little space and not talk over you because you're so low.
I can hear pretty well. Myth, you're loud.
I really won't add much. I'll just be like adding stupid little jokes here and there. Pretty much is what I do.
Oh, that's fine.
He's like the atheist drone. He just throws things out there,
okay.
Oh, I might as well leave then. Someone's got my job.
You had one job.
How does mine sound in case you want to talk?
We got about.
Oh, that's good.
We got about 54 people watching. So if there's anybody that does have Q&A, now's your time. We got a whole bunch of eclectic people in here. I mean, we got Nestle for evolution. We got Jade for pretty much everything. We got Myth for medical. You name it. Ask questions, guys. I mean, here's your chance. Like I said,
I won't probably stay for very long, so I
ask
will
us
say
questions
that.
now. Hey, I mean, I'll ask you one, Ness. Did Betty ever get a hold of you and respond to anything you had to say? Because
no, she is not interested in anything anyone has to say.
Big surprise, right?
And one shout out to all the people watching. If there are any people who are anti-evolution or don't believe in evolution, it's a good time to ask Nestle questions because then you can claim that he ran from them.
Yeah, yes, he's got to go soon. So
well, I was gonna ask Mithridate something. Mithridate, is he there?
Mithridates.
Yeah, Mithridates. Okay, I have a patient that's slightly distended, lower right quadrant, feels kind of bulgy, and he definitely reacts. Pain is elicited upon palpation. What do you suggest?
Herpes.
Yeah, that's an inflamed right testicle.
Got to be herpes.
Definitely herpes.
Yeah.
Is that you, Drag?
Well, why are you doing
Yes.
oral palpitations anyways is what I want to know.
Well, I don't think I told Mr. Davies about that.
Probably
Did I tell you that story?
No, it wasn't.
Tell him
So
the
I
story.
was-
It's funny.
Okay, so I was doing my EMT certification, and you know you have to do the full body, what you call them, the full body fucking sweep.
Cavity search?
Well, no, not yet.
Yeah, the diagnostic.
This
yeah.
is a prison.
The full
Like
body.
triage.
It's a full body assessment. That's what it's called. And so you have to go basically from the head down to the feet, and then you have to start back at the head behind them, and then go all the way back down. I got to the waist, and so you're supposed to actually check the groin because there's a pocket in there. There's actually an artery that runs through your groin that people don't check because, well, it's your private area, and so people will bleed out into that cavity, and folks will never know. And so. Femoral, yeah, there you go, the femoral artery, and I think it branches off into the to both legs, if I'm not mistaken. But
no, the femoral artery runs down one of the legs, and it goes, I think, up the left side of the groin, if I remember rightly.
Yeah, it branches into the tibial and the deep femoral.
I only know that because I know how to kill people.
Oh,
You just watched Gangs of New York. That's all you did was watch Gangs of New York.
I haven't seen Gangs of New York, but
Oh,
you did on this thing, Drag.
but so what I said was that when I got to the groin, I said, well, I'm going to palpate the patient's groin area orally, and then my instructor my tester just kind of looks at me. He just shakes his head. He kept doing the sweep.
That's good.
Like,
Orally.
You're gonna give him a hickey down there.
Yeah, I mean, I passed it with flying colors, but he tried his best.
Yeah.
That was hilarious. So yeah, you can have fun like that, but I'm pretty sure only in the Army you could do something like that.
Yeah.
I didn't know you could bleed out into the abdominal cavity from the femoral artery. That's quite interesting.
Well, that's what we were told, because there's supposedly it's not the upper chest cavity. It's there's another cavity in there that is large enough to where once you start showing signs, it's kind of too late. Like, there's really nothing other than like a third echelon or third level hospital that has like a trauma surgeon on standby, and getting you there, you probably die en route. So that's why they told us to kind of check that.
Yeah, when you lose that vein, you got to find it. Yeah.
And also, if you lose that vein, you bleed out in minutes.
Yeah, it's like a minute and a half, I think. Yeah.
It's ridiculously effective.
Yeah.
Just knows.
Yeah, it's more than the jugular, really.
Yeah, but that vein just hides right. As soon as it gets cut, it just poof, goes down the leg and hides.
Before we get,
I did.
Go ahead.
I did a fair amount of martial arts in my teens and my 20s, and I did quite a lot of weapon work. And it was one of the places that you were taught either for a stab or a cut was the femoral artery, because it's normally somewhere. Say the idea is you go high, stab low. That's the only reason I know.
And before we get too much further, I gotta put my sponsorship out there to Brian Sapient, CelebrityAtheist.com and Atheist Unite or Atheism United.com. Huge list of atheists, agnostics, skeptics, humanists websites, and I actually, what I might actually do just to equalize, I actually might put reasons to believe or something like underneath them too. I want to be like, balanced,
representative.
right? Yeah, I want to be representative.
To balance it out.
Well, I really like reasons to believe. I'm not gonna. I mean, I love Hugh Ross, and I'm reading his book right now. Still, I don't agree with him on everything. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I'm not a theist, but I mean, I at least think that if you're going to be a theist, you might as well be rational and still appreciate science. And I think reasons to believe at least tries to do that. And so,
Oh, look who's in the side chat.
Oh, hey, Betty Von Velsen. Hey, yay. Is Betty going to come in and ask you questions, Myth? Ness? Come on, Betty. We would love to have you join us. Betty Von Velsen is a flat earther who somehow thinks Quantum Eraser, a.k.a. John the Independent Variable Dude, is smart. We have no idea why. They're both flat earthers, so that kind of precludes the ability to even... in my opinion, have any critical thought, but that's okay. But she's going to have a debate supposedly with Red's coming up here, Red's Rhetoric. By the way, Red's Rhetoric, actually, one of his videos got promoted on Alex Jones' show. What is it called?
Infowars.
Infowars, thank you. Yeah, they actually had shown a little clip from his.
Really?
Yeah,
That's
pretty
awesome.
Cool. Yeah, they didn't give him any credit, but I mean, at least his name's on there, so it's, it has some kind of attribution. But that was pretty nice. But
yeah, that's way cool.
But anyways, Betty and him are supposed to have a debate, and it should be interesting because Betty has never wanted to actually give a model for flat Earth that works. And Red said, well, if we have a debate, I will promote my model, you promote your model, and we'll see which one works better. So that should be an interesting thing because I've never heard Betty or John, the independent variable, ever give a model for flat Earth that even remotely makes sense.
Yeah, once they put a model out there, then they're stuck with it. That's their model. So that's why a lot don't really do that.
Well,
I shall hold my breath.
Well,
oh no, the model is variable, very variable.
It's variable. It's not even so much. Okay, their ad hoc explanations for stuff I find to be so funny. It's just complete. Oh, it's just atmospheric magnification. It's what? it's what?
Can I pull up a thing with quantum eraser that I found really funny?
Sure.
So I was in a long thread discussion with Quantum, JD Kane, I think was in there, a few other people, and he was talking about the atmosphere. If there was a vacuum in space, then the atmosphere would be sucked off the planet, kind of thing.
Oh god, vacuums don't suck.
No, don't go there. That's all right.
Pressure differential.
So what I basically said, I said, but honestly, can you believe in a dome Earth, don't you? And you're basically trying to invoke a form of Boyle's law in the wrong way. And he went, yeah, Boyle's law, that does it all. But I said, hold on a second. So if we got a dome that seals the atmosphere onto the Earth, so it can't be sucked out into whatever is outside the dome, yes, he says, would there be, in that case, according to Boyle's law, which you are invoking, there would be no change in air pressure. We would have the same air pressure at ground level as we would have at the top of the dome.
Well, would you be ubiquitous except for the fact you still have a column of air, though?
But there's no gravity.
Oh, there's no gravity to them. Oh, yeah. Okay. So, yeah, Boyle's law, what is it? P1V1 equals P2V2, and then Charles' law is the same thing about the temperature divided. P1V1 divided by T1.
Pressure in a container will equalize.
Yeah.
They think it's electric universe, right?
It's actually, you know what's not even Boyle's law. It's actually Pascal's pressure law. That's true. The pressure exerted on a closed fluid at rest will be transmitted equally in
Boyle's law is about the heat of the gas.
The walls of its container.
Yeah.
So if you have an isolated container, the pressure is going to be equally distributed throughout of it. I do remember stuff from nuke school.
But I just thought that was a lovely argument, and that was kind of, he then desperately changed the subject.
Well, I mean, again, they don't seem to understand that yes, when we use like a vacuum, like a handheld vacuum, it has the appearance of suction, but really all it is that suction is just the result of a differential of an air pressure, and you have the air pressure always moves from a region of higher concentration to lower concentration. So
funny enough, heat does the same.
Yeah, well, heat does the same thing. He'd always go from higher temperatures, the thermal energy, to lower concentrations of thermal energy.
Yeah.
And they don't grasp that we have this big planet. Its gravity holds on.
No, you cut out.
Yeah, what do they call it? Density.
Yeah, they think like buoyancy and density determines weight.
Yeah, total ad hoc nonsense, right?
Instead of gravity. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
yeah, firmament.
If you are in a zero G airplane, then you won't have. You still have density, but you don't have gravity anymore.
So, Betty, you want to ask some questions while you're out there in the live feed? This is our Q&A. We'll answer anything you got. Again, people were accusing me the other day of having a script. Well, one person was, and I'm like, me have a script? When I was in the Bubble Thump and Wingnut, did I not jump from one topic to another? Oh, they were jumping from one topic, and I was like trying to keep up. You know, it's like they're like asking me about evolution, they're asking me about Big Bang, they're asking me about quantum mechanics, all these different subjects, right? And I'm like, okay, let's just go from one topic to another here. It's hard to have a script when they're leading you all over the place, right? So I definitely have no script.
I watched it for 10 minutes and I face-palmed every single second of it.
It hurt. It hurt being in there.
Yeah.
But I think I did okay. I mean, I think that's what scared them, is that they tried to throw everything at their kitchen sink at me, and I wasn't even phased.
Playing whack-a-mole?
Whack-a-mole, whack-a-crazy.
Didn't they do this thing like can a dog become a non-dog thing eventually?
Well, sort of. They in this particular case, they were using finches because the book they were promoting.
Oh yeah.
Said finches produce more finches. No kidding.
Yes.
No kidding.
That's exactly what evolution what is expected of evolution, because evolution doesn't mean on something doesn't lose its parent taxonomy.
But they're going to say that's ad hoc. They say, oh well, Nestle, that's ad hoc because the evolutionists now realize that the Bible was right. It's like, are you kidding me? Are you really kidding me? I mean,
that's a fundamental principle all the way back to Darwin.
Exactly. Yeah, they try to sound serious, but you can just look at them and go, what?
So the Bible Bible says that we are apes because we are apes. We still are part of our family, the taxonomic family of Hominoidea. So
I'll tell you. Sorry, speak over you. Have a bad connection.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
It's them who have the script. Now that I downloaded Google Hangouts on my computer, and so now just kind of randomly I'll see people, in the middle of conversations and jump in sometimes. But I jumped in with, I think, Chris and Reformed, maybe somebody else. I forget exactly the details of the conversation, but it made me mention something about dopamine in the brain and, basically how you can kind of, how easy it is we can lose touch with reality and with different dopamine receptors and things. And I swear to God, Reform's question was, by what standard? Like it didn't even make sense. I was like,
drop this tab, you'll see what the standard is.
do they all have this belief? Okay, some of you guys have read Plantinga, right? About basically his Reformed epistemology is centered upon you have to have full control of your faculties to have any kind of beliefs. That's kind of his basic epistemological framework, is you have to have full control of your faculties, and so they have to question everything. They're like, if you have any kind of in something wrong with you mentally, that you have no beliefs, and that's where they come from. And so when they're asking questions like that, well, what standard? They're literally asking, do you have a standard by which you can gauge your faculties to be correct? Because in that particular case, your dopamine levels are sky high. So how do you judge anything to be real if your faculties are impaired?
That makes more sense.
That's where they're coming from.
It's so discordant the way they ask it, because it was like I said something like, it's interesting if you look at
you just got to read more into it about why they're asking that myth. And probably because of Plantinga's version.
They'll have increased addiction behaviors, impulsivity, things like that. And he said, by what standard? I mean, is this ridiculous?
I may be overly generous, but that's probably where they were coming from. Even maybe they may not be aware.
By what standard? It's observed. I mean.
Yeah, well,
I would go down with this actually.
But how do you know you're actually observing it? They have this weird, dumbed down Socratic method.
Well, anytime their adrenaline rises or they have sex and they get that rush of adrenaline and dopamine, then their faculties are screwed up. So no one could be even keel their whole life.
Unless you ground it upon in God. That's where they come into the Reformed epistemology. Their framework is grounded upon God, but that's just an assertion. That's not anything that they can ever demonstrate. Plantinga calls it a proper. He calls it a basic belief. Believing in God, basic belief. I don't see it. I don't see how that could be a basic belief or properly basic belief. It could be a basic belief, but I don't get why you need it.
Steve, Rational Mind said something. Maybe you want to address, or I could address. He said you have to be careful in how you word your answer about hierarchical taxonomy, though, because they interpret it to mean that if a dog remains a dog, that means it can't possibly change its morphology.
Yeah, that's true too. Yeah, first of all, they don't seem to understand that a change of morphology. Obviously, any species can having a change in morphology, but they don't understand how it works. We tried explaining Hox genes one time to Nephilim Free, and it was a lost cause. And he tried to make it. In fact, it was funny because Jade and I did the respectable thing. We said we're not sure about this. He wanted very specific questions on arthropods and how morphological changes can occur by different mutations in Hox genes. And Jade and I were like, you know what? We're going to have to do a little research on this because this is not something I'm that heavy in. And of course, that was an instant win, right? If you don't know something to these people, you're automatically lost, right? You remember that, Jade?
That's the crazy part.
Yes. Oh, Steve, Betty van Velsen just said she isn't home, so she can't join the hangout.
Okay.
But I asked her if she could ask a question in the chat. Maybe she will.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, but yeah, I do remember that, Steve, and And part of the problem too is sometimes they ask these very specific questions that no one can answer without doing research. I said ones was where Nephilim Free and several hangouts kept asking people, well, please explain to me how the mouth parts of a locust evolved. And who on earth is going to have that at the tip of their fingers?
Hexapod Avenger would. But
yeah,
but it's funny you say that, because I don't mind looking into something. If somebody has an honest question, like for example, if Myth wanted to know something and he said, Steve, can you know a little about this? Can you dive into this a little bit more and maybe kind of give me heads up on it? I would be fine to take a few hours to do that, or even a day or two, right? Not a problem. But if somebody like Tommy Hall or Nephilim Free wanted to that, I'm not going to spend my time doing it because I know it fall upon deaf ears, right?
When Tommy asks questions about evolution, do you think he's sincere?
No.
No.
No, not at all.
If Tommy Hall asks questions about evolution, he's just looking for ways to somehow bring up anal sex.
Yeah.
and to that, the question, that I mentioned that Nephilim Free asked, like the mouth parts of locust. Seriously, who on earth has that? I mean, most people don't have that at the tip of their mind, or.
Nobody.
But and it's also an extremely specific question.
Yeah, and then they say you can't Google it.
Hang on one sec. Let's try to keep it clean. My daughter watches this thing in the afternoon. That's why I told her at the beginning, kind of like just try to keep it a little bit more.
I don't have to. Oh, sorry.
Okay,
sorry, go ahead.
Okay, I was just going to say, because it's so specific that I knew you couldn't Google that. So what I did was I looked up the origin of arthropod mouth. I found a lovely paper within literally less than a minute that explained how the mouth parts of different arthropods evolved.
Okay, guess what? I have just look up a paper, and let's see if it's just the same paper. It's called the Development and Evolution of Insect Mouthparts as Revealed by the Expression of Patterns of I can't pronounce that. I will show you here. Let's see here.
Yeah.
This is the paper. This is the paper. Right here.
I'd recognize if I saw it.
You can try to get traded.
That looks like it.
It's the same paper?
Yeah, I think it's the same paper. But the thing is, see, how long did it take you to find that?
Gnathocephalophic.
Yeah, but Nestling has that saved in his bookmarks.
Darren, what were you going to say? You're going to say something, Darren?
There's a YouTuber called Trey the Explainer. He's a paleontologist, but he takes really complex paleontological ideas and puts them in real simple terms where anybody can understand them. He makes these little short videos. He'd be an interesting person to get in this room sometime.
Yeah, he would be good to have.
What's his name?
We would need to rename him Anti-Trey.
Trey
that doesn't sound like Trey Javlo.
I was just going to say I don't remember on the top of my head the evolution of insect mouthparts, but I do remember the evolution of the stinger of Hymenoptera, of bees and wasps. They evolved from ovipositors.
Hey,
that's pretty interesting.
Kaiser
that's
Cube,
pretty
if you're
interesting.
listening, I did check. You're unblocked. So somebody did block you. It wasn't me, obviously, but Kaiser Cube, you're unblocked. Just FYI. Yeah, no, these very specific questions. Yeah, people can get answers to it, but like Dragnot's having this hangout later on today with Sam, and one of the things I watched on Ronnie's video that they're going to be addressing is that Ronnie's saying, "Oh, well, people never have answers to their questions," and it's like, are you out of your mind? It's like, we have people that can answer any question you asked them just about. We have a very, very, very educated group. And it's just, there's a difference between not having an answer and not understanding the answer. They're not even understanding the basics. So how can they understand anything complicated? Ronnie is not well educated. Let's be honest here. So he doesn't understand the most simplest concepts.
And one of the things that Ronnie brought up was bioluminescence. And I've read a number of papers about where bioluminescence came from. So he just clearly hasn't bothered to look it up. Oh, that's really cool.
Yes.
That's like that.
It's from stated clearly. So the same guy who does these clever animations for explaining evolution. Yes.
I got to.
Oh, that's awesome. So
Very
it
cool.
scissors itself in the skin. That's cool. That's weird.
As you have on the one side, the right side, you have the honey bee stinger, and the other side you have a cicada of a postal tip, and the cicada uses this stinger to lay its eggs inside. I don't know where it's lays. I think it lays it inside the ground.
That's disturbing. Wait, Circadia has stinger?
No, not
No,
a
it has
stinger,
an
but it's
ovipositor.
Yeah,
Oh,
Circadia is.
ovipositor.
It's like a dipper,
Oh, it's a
basically.
positive. Okay, it's an okay. It's just a positive tip.
It's
not.
it's like a it's like
Yeah.
a shovel or something to
Yeah, but
just lay its eggs
cicadias are
somewhere
harmless.
safe.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like a post hole digger almost. Yeah.
It's just an instance of similar anatomy being used for different purposes.
Yeah. No, that's cool
Yes.
actually.
So remember this. Oh, go ahead.
Now that Tony has made the comment that it's like a post hole digger, let's sit back and see how long it takes for the creotards to mention that bees and cicadas have a stinger like a post hole digger.
That'd be so awesome if I started something.
Yeah,
That'd
there
be
you
great.
go. Well, you know, that's what Drag does. He'll say something and see how long it takes for them to pick up, even though they say they don't watch my stuff, but you know they do.
Yeah.
That's not
Nestling, the stinger, is this three parts, 2 blades and 1 rod?
Some ovipositors are 4 parts, but some ovipositors are 3 parts, and bee stingers.
I'm just
are
looking
also
at
three
I'm looking
parts.
at the animation. So the animation shows 3 pieces.
I'm gonna look up
Yes.
the muscles that control those. That's what I want to see. That'd be cool.
You can look up the website of stated clearly. It has a whole page on the evolution of bee stingers.
Well, you know what's so funny is I think any part you pick, you could find an evolution of that particular part if you want to dive deep enough into it, right? But it probably takes a lot of research. I mean, it's not an easy subject. It's a complex subject of how these things get repurposed.
Right.
But they don't understand they don't understand how things get repurposed. So they don't understand the concept. So how can they actually look into to find a specific item to find out how it's been repurposed over, hundreds of thousands or millions of years? They're not going to understand that.
And if something was designed, it would be designed for the function, not for other functions.
Well, I have no problem with things being designed and repurposed. I mean, that doesn't negate a designer. That's never been an argument against intelligent design.
Actually, that would be an argument for intelligent design.
Yeah, if anything.
Because as a designer, you would design something and then find multiple uses for it.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
I agree with you on
Elegant
that.
simplicity, basically.
Yeah.
But you think Brandon Petruccio or Ronnie would use that as an argument for intelligent design? No. they
I would.
Well, yeah, no. I mean, again, there's some better arguments than other ones, but they use some really horrible ones. I mean, Drews, goddamn, dude. Like Brandon the other day is like, "Oh, I'm just done with Steve," and I'm like, "Why?" Because I'm asking you questions you don't seem to want to answer. He I think it was it JD? I think it was JD. We were like asking him, like, "Look it, you say you have a model, so what's your model?" "Well, my model is my argument." "No, your argument's your argument. Model's different." And now he's like, "Well, I have a model, but it's based on Dembski's." "No, it is Dembski's. You're saying the same thing Dembski's saying." He all he did was throw out for a model Dembski's book, which I think Jay looked at and said, "Oh, this has a 1-star rating." Was it you that looked into that, Jade? But it's nothing new. It's the same,
Oh yeah, Dembski's book. If anyone, we can. I have it. It's not. Most of these books are really not. Some of them are written very well, so I can understand why they're very compelling to people who don't understand the subject. The language is persuasive. And if you don't understand the subject and you don't understand science, you will easily be taken in by that persuasive language.
And that's what I'm wondering. Do these people, because these are not idiots. Dembski's obviously not an idiot. He's a well-educated man. Who's calling me? One sec. Shoot. They're gonna. Dang it! I got a phone call. I don't know who this is, but I can't answer because it's live. Now they have to do a voicemail. Anyways, sorry. Can you guys hear that?
Decisions.
Well, I can't answer because I don't know who it is, and I'm live
Steve,
right now.
it's your mom.
No, my mom. I don't think it's my mom. It's a number I don't
Steve,
know.
it's my mum. She's got a complaint about the last date.
Could be your mom. But anyways, I was saying that I'm wondering if these people, if they're right to be persuasive rather than being correct. You know, they seem to be, you know, writing for an audience rather than, like, for example, even the things I was reading on Plantinga the other day. I'm not really convinced by his arguments. It seems like he's more writing to people that already believe the way a certain way, and he's just trying to find a way to justify their epistemology.
Well, it's a bit like when you read sort of certain sort of new agey kind of archaeological books. You know, I love reading Graham Hancock. He's a really good author, but an awful lot of his stuff is hyperbole or just pure guesswork. And I think that's kind of where they come from. They're kind of a merry read, but you know, if you know the topic, you can kind of see the fallacies that are being introduced.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, a lot of these arguments, they're the same arguments over and over and over again. I mean, even you know, Matt Dillahunty pointed out in some video when he was talking to Ozzy that he hasn't seen anything new in a long time. It's still the same regurgitated arguments.
Yeah, I'd agree. I mean, having someone try and pre-sup. I mean, I've just had the worst pre-sup ever tried on me on a thread, and it was so funny because he's sort of like banging on about stuff, and he says, "Ah, well, you know, your worldview's inconsistent." And I said, "Oh, can you tell me what about my worldview is inconsistent?" And he said, "Well, tell me about your worldview."
Your worldview is inconsistent. I don't know what your worldview is. Oh,
I had almost a similar exchange on your Facebook page. What was it, a week or two ago with that Don guy?
On my Facebook or on Drew's?
Steve?
On
your Facebook, Steve.
Which Don guy? You're talking about that precept. Oh my God, dude.
Yeah.
Oh, I do remember that guy. Oh my God, that guy's world's worst preceptor or what?
Like, I'm just sitting there, like,
so
I
bad.
know I probably made a few mistakes, but I'm just like, that's not an argument, that's assertions. Give your argument.
He's so bad at precept. I mean,
yeah.
Okay, I did a little history with this guy. I met him on some creationist page, and he and I were doing the precept one-on-one through instant messages. And I finally got I just told him, I said, dude, you are the worst preceptor I've ever ran across. I mean, all he did was ask questions. It was verbatim Sci-10. Verbatim, right? And I'm like, do you understand that we've all refuted this stuff? This is like basic stuff. You're just parroting stuff at this point. You're not having a conversation, and that's all he has. Literally, just how do you know that? Oh God.
How do you know that you know that you know?
They're not trying to have the conversation. They're just trying to shut our mouths.
Right, and I agree with that. And I 1,000% agree with that. And I try to explain to him that, look, this is not how you have it in an interlocutory. And I kept on saying to him, look, I'm a foundationalist. I'm a pragmatist. Sure, you can attack those positions. I get that. No, nothing's foolproof. Foundationalism has its problems. Pragmatism has its problems. Granted, but look, I have to rely on certain things, and to me, justification is if I've looked at all the options. I've done some verificationism. I've done, try to disprove my own beliefs, and I've done my due diligence. If I have done all these different things that I think are a criteria to have a justified belief, I'm justified in having that belief. That's how I do my epistemology. I think that's how most people do it. If I'm a brain in a vat, okay, but you know what? I still have a warrant to believe the way I do. I still have data by which I have observations that I believe the way I do, and so I'm justified in it.
I heard somebody say one time that even if you were a brain in a vat and you had all the experiences and exposure that we have, it would be unreasonable to think that you were a brain in a vat.
It would be unreasonable to believe that. I agree with that. Wouldn't it be? If we were a brain in the vat, you would be unreasonable to think that way because we have no justification for thinking that we are.
Well, we are brains and vats, aren't we, technically?
Yeah, in our mind.
A bone vat. vat.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm. So I got a question for y'all. Let me throw out one thing real quick first about what Jade was talking about earlier about the genes, about the epigenetics, and it kind of having traits changes within a generation or two. There's an interesting Nova documentary called "Ghost in Your Genes" that's on the YouTube, and you can just search for "Ghost in Your Genes" and it comes up. It's like 40 minutes. It's pretty good. So my question is, when Tommy Hall and Ronnie and them say that no new information, I'm sure you guys have brought up things like hemoglobin to them, right? Yeah, I had a case where you have gene duplication followed by a series of different mutations, creating homologs and etc. with different, not even alleles, whole different genes that then can come together in different ways to make new anatomical features, like say hemoglobin F, like the babies have, versus the adult version.
But they'll say that gene duplication is not new information because it's information that was already there.
But once you change it, once you duplicate and then have a series of more sequential mutations after the duplication event, then it's just different.
Yeah, but because that gene was duplicated, even though that new gene is being changed, it's still the same information. So there's nothing new being added. That's the arguments that they use all the time that I've seen.
There's no answer to their question then if they think that and say that.
Gene duplications, gene insertions. What's the other one where you?
They don't accept gene insertions as adding information?
Yeah. Anything that you try to say is evidence of changing of the genetic structure is not evidence to them.
Yeah, they have a weird definition of information.
This figure comes straight from my own textbook I have for school, and it quickly summarizes the evolution of our hemoglobin genes.
Exactly what I'm talking about.
So they can trace back. They can trace these things back. I mean, right? I mean, they can actually show where these hemoglobins come from, right? Genetically, from what gene and from other species, right? I mean, these things didn't magically appear out of nothing, correct?
Right. And these mutations created a novel, structure, a different chromosome. I mean, a different hemoglobin. Babies have a different hemoglobin than adults do, based on these mutations that we're looking at.
And also the pattern of these of the occurrences of these genes is also interesting. So like some taxons have their unique duplicated hemoglobin gene, and others don't, and others have their own unique duplicated gene. So it follows this pattern that they exactly would expect if evolution were true.
Well, and it should be interesting to note that it's not one thing that demonstrates conclusively evolutionary theory to be valid and a correct model. It is a collection of millions and millions and millions and millions of different things, including stuff like this. They want like a silver bullet, and it's just like, no, you have to look at each thing, and yet there's so many different things you can look at. We could probably spend years and years and years talking about different things that all point to common ancestry, and you still wouldn't be through most of it.
I think chromosome 2 is a silver bullet. I know y'all have done.
Also,
I do too, and I like the way Rational Mind makes an argument that it is using Bayesian theory that it is evidence for common descent. I know Ruhif doesn't like that, and I love Ruhif to death, but I think Ruhif actually might be a little bit wrong on this particular point. I think Rational Mind makes a convincing argument to me using Bayesian that it's more probabilistic that it's common descent. Doesn't have to be. No, I mean human chromosome 2 doesn't have to be common descent, but I think evidentially it's more likely that it would be, and yet still, even if it's not, it's sure the hell what not Dr. Tompkins is saying.
Well, the amazing thing is that they predicted it. They predicted before it even happened. They found it that we should find 2 genes that spliced, and they found it.
Fused.
Yes.
Fused. Sorry, not spliced. Yeah.
If chromosome 2 is not evidence of common ancestry, and in looking at the phylogeny of retrovirus insertions, those 2 things to me, if those 2 aren't evidence of common ancestry, and there is an intelligent designer, he made it look like there was common ancestry.
But that's a reasonable argument for people to make. Well, okay, it's not a reasonable argument for me. It is possible. Okay, that's the difference. It's not reasonable, but it's possible. Let me say that. It's not impossible for God to make it look like that. But then you got to ask the question: why did he make all the evidence point one way just to say, "Psych, it's not really true"?
To test our faith.
I don't buy that though. That's not a rational thing to me.
I know that it's an ad hoc or it's the ad hoc or post hoc or
ad hoc.
For the same reason he planted all those fake dinosaur bones in the earth.
Yeah, they don't use that so much anymore. You notice that used to be like popular years ago. People would be like, "Oh, these dinosaur bones are Satan planted," and that they don't use that.
No. And the creators be like, no, we can use the dinosaurs to just get the kids on our side.
Yeah, exactly. That's funny because, like I said, years ago, it's either God's doing it to test us, Satan's using us to confuse us, and then Hovind and a few other people realize, oh, you know what? Kids like dinosaurs. Let's convince them that dinosaurs walk with man because these kids are going to believe it because kids are impressionable.
Dr.
Well,
Dino.
Dr.
The
Dino.
dinosaurs still are among us. They're just birds.
Yeah, but how arrogant is that to call yourself Dr. Dino when you freaking have no experience whatsoever in this?
Well, there was a
I'd like to.
woman about a year ago on Facebook that was saying that dinosaurs weren't real, and as her proof, took like some drywall, crushed it up,
Oh yes.
I
dumped
watched
it on a
that.
table, and said, "Put that back together." And it's just like, what?
It was so
That's
stupid.
great. That was classic.
I'd
Classic.
like.
That doesn't even make what the
I
hell.
watched that too.
Yeah.
You know, anybody knows about anything, just like watched it and went, huh? What?
It was funny.
Yeah.
Steve, I have found a video once, and I can't find it again now. These two guys were explaining how the myth of dragons came about. Because basically dragons look like dinosaurs, at least people will think this.
Well, clearly it was
Now,
Job, right?
apparently, because of the Earth's atmosphere before the flood, we're going to use their language.
Yeah. More oxygen.
More oxygen
And pressure too, right?
and then pressure. They had to breathe faster and faster, and this friction.
Yeah, we're all
caused it all to. It's hilarious.
But here's the thing, real quick, Jade. Jade, 1 sec. Here's the thing. Mammals, correct me if I'm wrong, Myth or Nessa, but mammals insects can grow larger due to atmospheric conditions due to oxygen. But mammals don't have that ability, and cold-blooded don't have that ability. Reptiles wouldn't have that ability. So dinosaurs wouldn't have that ability to do that. They're not the same as insects. So maybe like a dragonfly, sure, that is true. They grow larger because of oxygen content. But that's because they're insects. Is that not? Is that
and their exoskeleton too.
Insects get oxygen from diffusion through the portal in their abdomen.
Right.
Yes, and yeah.
So next, am I correct?
And that limits their size.
How would that apply to a dinosaur?
I wanted to mention that the dragons, like the typical dragon you see in like pop culture, they look nothing like dinosaurs at all.
I know they don't, Nestle.
Yeah. Anyways, Jade, you wanted to talk.
Okay,
about
I was just mentioning.
Yeah, hang on.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Jade.
Sorry.
Yeah, Jade.
That's okay. No, that's fine. That's fine. One of the things I wanted to bring up is when you're talking about where the myths come from, I suggest people look up the work of Adrienne Mayor. She has written a number of books, including The First Fossil Hunters, Fossil Legends of the First Americans. She's currently at Stanford. She's a historian of folk science, and she's looked at how, for example, some of our myths come from people misunderstanding fossils. For example, the myth of the Cyclops. She said that where these myths originated, some of them were, I think it's the island of Crete, where they had a type of dwarf mammoth, and when they would dig up the bones, you would see the skull had this big hole in the center.
Yeah.
But the legs looked just like human legs.
Yeah.
So the people thought that this was a great giant one-eyed beast, but they didn't realize that it was a type of elephant, and that big hole is where the trunk was, and it's the holes on the side where they thought the ears were, which were the eyes.
Yeah, no,
and there's
a lot of myths start like that. Sure.
Right.
And I was tempted to make a joke about the big one-eyed beast. I mean, I feel like that was just opening up for a dick joke.
Yeah, no, let's not go
You
there.
want to pull yourself down a little bit, Wolf? That was definitely.
Come on, keep it clean.
Also,
Hang on. Daytime hangouts. I told you guys. Just keep it clean.
Well, I was tempted. I didn't do it. So
my daughter's still at school, but she
but
sometimes she does
enough.
watch these things. So the daytime I kind of have a different standard than the nighttime hangouts. So that's why I warn everybody before I go on air. Just try to keep.
Well, I've heard the senior version about the dragons is that before the flood, basically, that reptiles got really big, and all a dragon is a really, really big reptile.
Yeah.
I've heard that before as well.
I also want to mention that have you heard about the legend of George slaying the dragon?
I was about to bring that up, Nestle. Damn you, man.
Yes.
Go on.
Yes. He wasn't in Europe. He was in Africa, and they have like a giant manta lizard right there, and that is probably the dragon he slayed.
Or a crocodile was the other theory as well.
Yeah, alligator, crocodile.
You guys, we all know how myths and legends work. He was walking through the forest, found a newt, and he got scared and ran away, and the story got blown up from there.
The crocodile one comes from where they're arguing that, oh darn,
Yeah.
Marco Polo saw a dragon. Well,
Yeah.
it turns out that when you follow the description of what Marco Polo saw, and remember, this is in India, and he'd never seen anything like this before. It's a mugger crocodile. He didn't see a dragon. He saw the gigantic.
If you
mugger
look at the
crocodile.
pictures, if you look at the ancient sort of the medieval pictures of giraffes and how they have got ridiculously sort of elongated, even longer necks than they actually have. They're kind of like almost like snake necks. With the giraffes, they don't know what they're describing when you're describing it to somebody as draw this, and you're saying, well, it's an animal and it's this and it's got a long neck, and somebody's drawing a picture of it. They're drawing Christ knows what.
Well, they didn't see any, but what happens hypothetically if they would have seen something like a Komodo dragon? What would they have thought?
Yeah,
giant lizard, right? I mean, but yeah, I think we all know that these myths and legends come from some kind of kernel of truth.
Especially rhinoceros. Yeah.
But what I find the most fascinating is because we know myths and legends do this, and we accept it for all kinds of different stuff, that you have certain people that really hang on to the fact that man coexisted with dinosaurs. That's even feasible. That to them somehow they actually believe that. And I mean, like,
Steve, you mean non-avian dinosaurs?
We all know what we mean.
Non-avian.
Yeah, we all know what I mean by this. We all understand.
Get your facts straight, Steve.
But we did not coexist with.
The land of the lost things.
We did not coexist with non-avian dinosaurs. I don't think I need to say that every single time. We know what we mean by dinosaurs.
Pre-KT extinction. Just keep that in mind.
But they're so adamant about it. They're like, oh well, we have pictures of Cambodia of a stegosaurus. No, you don't. Or we have these rocks.
No,
you don't.
No, wrong. That's an ornament, and what they're very selective when they look at that picture, because other people take from their ornament on other animals that are more obvious what they are.
Well,
how's it an ornament?
How's it any different from looking and seeing a helicopter because we stuck two symbols together and from Egyptian ruins? What is it?
Oh, I love that one.
Those hieroglyphs.
Yeah, that's in a
and the space and the tank too.
Oh, it's what's the name of that city that's at?
Oh, Steve, before I forget, Betty van Velzen has. Oh.
Here's the question, Steve.
Well, hang on, Studio. You just interrupted Nestle.
All right. Sorry, Nestle. Go on, Nestle.
Betty van Velzen has asked a question a while ago. What is the prediction for humans? Next step in evolution? Transhumanism?
Okay, transhumanism has nothing to do with evolution, really. Transhumanism is basically humans being supplemented by, like cybernetic things, becoming more than human with some kind of artificial components to it.
Evolution calls that volitional evolution.
Yeah, evolution as far as humans, we have no idea. That's not what the predictive modeling says. The predictive model, you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but predictive modeling states that eventually humans will speciate, right? And by the way, I've been asked to take Steve McQuack's spanner away. Steve McQuack.
But he earned it.
Yeah, but he
gets so much work.
He gets a little bit much. He gets a little bit much.
Getting that spanner.
He gets a little bit much, and people have been wanting to time him out when he gets a little bit much. And yeah, Steve McQuack needs to tone it down a little bit because he is a little bit.
You're timing yourself out.
So yeah, feel free now. If Steve gets a little out of hand, do what you got to do because it is a little bit much.
Steve has finally realized he's getting a little too trolly with his.
He's getting a little too trolly with my sock account. Yeah. But so, anyways, with evolution of man, we know that speciation is going to happen, but we can't predict.
That's because Steve logged it out and closed the browser.
We can't predict what the next species is going to be from humans. We have no idea. That's not what a predictive model would allow us to do.
But we do have some idea. And science has spoken about that. Things like losing our wisdom teeth.
That's already happening in Central America, isn't it? There are a number of particular sets of people that in Central America where the percentage of them that actually get wisdom teeth is becoming lower and lower and lower to being almost zero.
There are, you can actually look this up. There are predictions from legitimate scientists as to the evolutionary changes, or suggestions of the evolutionary changes that are going on now, and predictions of what humans are going to be like, not like far in the future, because we don't know that, but we can say with relative confidence that, given a certain time from now, we won't have wisdom teeth.
And appendix too. The appendix will probably completely be gone.
Yes, there are things like that.
Yeah, well, and here's the thing,
and also,
well, real quick, if species don't adapt and they don't speciate and they eventually become extinct, humans might eventually come extinct one day. And if that's the case, then other animals will probably take their niche. And chimpanzees, 500,000 years in the future might be a sentient race, just like what is it?
Planet of the Apes.
Planet of the Apes. I mean,
Well,
why is that so unfeasible?
Some scientists have suggested that chimpanzees, or at least some chimpanzees, are entering the Stone Age.
Right, of course.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
yeah,
there's
dolphins.
and yet you will hear people say, you will hear some creationists say, well, if evolution is true, why don't chimps turn into humans? Well, they aren't going to turn into humans because they're chimps.
Yeah, they
but
can't
it
turn
looks
into
like
humans.
it looks like they're turning into more advanced chimps.
Yeah, I mean, if there's a species 500,000 years from now, they're going to be chimpanzees still, and they might be sentient, they might be intelligent, they might be even have technology, but they'll never become humans. Chimps can never, ever become humans. And
do you think they'll ever make a film about humans becoming intelligent, and then there'll be a chimp dropping down in front of their version of the Statue of Liberty, going, "No, no, no, you fools, you did
exactly. But see, until people like Betty, until people like Betty and a few other people that I can think of until they realize that chimpanzees can never evolve to become humans, they can't get past their mental blockage of stupidity, because they're stuck on stupid, and you can't get them out of that.
Right.
Well, I want to point out that since humans today we aren't reproductively isolated from one another. That eventually all traits that we see, like geographically here and there, will become evenly dispersed. Like, for example, blonde hair will be now very common in North Europe. Now will be common everywhere, or at least a few here, a few there, and a few somewhere here.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
No, and don't forget there are two different types of blonde people. The blonde hair arose in Europeans, and then in some island dark skin, and I can't remember who they are. Does anybody remember?
Oh, well, they're from down, not Papua New Guinea, but down that way, isn't it?
Yeah,
I know that certain Aboriginal tribes you get throwbacks.
Yeah,
to blonde hair.
but I think they're from Melanesia. I'm not sure. Someone can look it up. But yeah, there's a fairly large percentage.
Was it the Andaman Islands? I can't remember. It's somewhere around that way. Yeah.
Yeah, it's somewhere. But a fairly large percentage of the population has blonde hair and dark skin, and that's a completely different mutation. And because they're basically isolated on these islands there, it just hasn't spread very, very wide. But that's just just a variation. So we actually have a couple of different options for blondness. You can never tell.
But only one for red hair.
Yeah. So far. I'm gonna say is when you get to this this whole business of like saying a dog will never become a non-dog, a chimp will never become a non-chimp. One of the things that are really difficult to understand, and I don't really understand how they find it. You can tell them a dog will never become a non-dog, and then they'll say, but a non-dog became a dog. Yes, that's correct. A non-dog became a dog, but once you had dogs, they will always be dogs, just as the dog is also the non-dog.
Yeah, I want to get that guy Anthony.
And dogs came from carnivores, and they're still carnivores.
Right, and they came from. I actually have a little video on that traces them all back. But dogs came from wolves, so dogs are still wolves. And going way back, dogs were cynodonts. I mean, wolves were cynodonts. So wolves are still cynodonts, and
that's going along with that.
We are also cynodonts.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
And so dog. Yeah.
I want to get the guy, Dr. Anthony Silvestro, in here one of these days. I've been trying to reach out to him, and even the Council of Google Plus have asked him to kind of join them especially when I or Nestlig are in there. And I know Nestlig, would you join me if I can get Sylvester if they get Antonio Silvestro, the guy that wrote on Origins of Kinds,
Solomon Islands.
Which is on the way to me, by the way.
Yeah,
It's right now in the mail on the way to me.
Do you have an online version? I haven't really done much research
There isn't
on it.
one.
I can't. I looked a little bit for it. I didn't find anything. That's why I was wondering if you maybe put a lot more effort into finding it.
And I wasn't able to find it online. I looked. I assume someone will eventually put it online.
Yeah.
But the actual book is on its way to me.
So you.
Okay.
I
so
love the
that's-
fact that you collect these books. That you. I mean, somebody's got to read this shit. Somebody's got to. Somebody's got.
You know, one of these
So,
days,
better
you know,
than
what
us.
I'm going to have to do, I think, is because I'm getting older. One of these days, I'm going to have to like get all my books together and put in my will where these books are going to go, because I've got this library that I don't want to just get dispersed. I want to find a place for it. You know, maybe I could ask Aaron Ra or somebody. You know, where do you think would be a good place that I could send my library? You know, if something happens.
Well, a book
to
like
me.
that would be clearly in the fiction section. So.
Well, you know what I mean. I wanted it to be library somewhere.
Right.
Where
Can I ask you a question? I mean, Heavy Hall had basically just put up that for Jade that the blonde hair and dark skin is from the Solomon Islands.
Oh,
is it me or is it?
Thank you. You're right. You're right.
And is it me or is Heavy Hauler the smartest gay lorry driver any of us have ever
Heavy
met?
is awesome.
Oh yeah.
Right?
Heavy. Don't let Heavy kid you. Heavy will talk a lot of shit about himself and be a little, self-deprecating. But
not a lorry driver. He's a hillbilly.
Well, yeah.
Oh, sorry, a hillbilly lorry driver.
Can I also point out that Heavy Hauler is proof of evolution? It goes to show you that bears have evolved.
Yeah. Polar bear.
Silvestro, the dentist, is seen as a champion.
Lol.
Well, the other thing is, not a lot of people actually know that Heavy Hauler was the stunt double for the bear in Revenant.
You just wanted to be
those,
what's his name?
I was just going to say, for those of you who
Leonardo
missed
DiCaprio.
part of the joke,
Leo.
for those of you who missed part of the joke, Heavy is a bear. In the gay community, there are different kinds of groups. He's a bear.
Yeah, we know.
So,
So
some people out there who missed it. So
who wants to ask some questions? We got like 72 people watching, and it's like very few questions in the live chat. I'm actually pretty surprised. Now's your time to ask your questions. Ask away.
it became dog
it's like the other day. Like I said, Christopher Mowdy had a good hangout with that doctor. I can't remember his name. He wanted some questions asked, and so I kind of like threw out a bunch of questions, and I thought they're pretty good. But throw out some questions for people, and we're trying to answer in between people making weird noises with their mics.
I want to point something out about. I know it's a bit old issue now about George slaying the dragon, but if you look up many artistic renderings like this one, you will see like it's an iconic dragon with wings and a reptilian design. And if you have this one, like a freaking dog head, like on a snake neck, and you have also this one. It's a bit more realistic, and it looks exactly like a monitor lizard.
Shit, I can kill
an alligator.
So it seems to me that artists are just copying from one another and just enhancing, making it more weirder and more exciting and stuff.
Yeah, but Nestling, you've also got to look at when the paintings were done and where they were done.
Yes.
That also comes into how something like that gets depicted.
Oh, and if we're going to go by that, I want to know where the giant snails are. I don't know if you know.
We have
this,
African land snails, which are huge.
No, much bigger than that. Because I don't know if you know,
yeah, go on, Jay.
Manuscripts. They show knights battling giant snails that are about the size of a horse.
Yeah,
Right.
they're all over the manuscripts, and they have no idea of their meaning. If this is just a doodle, or is there some form of in-joke going on?
Yeah,
it's basically a version of medieval memes. Like
yeah, we just don't know what they mean anymore.
No, they don't.
Yeah.
But you'll see a knight on a horseback with a lance aimed at a giant snail. It's hysterical. They're all over the place. But yeah, so I mean, if we're going to take all this stuff literally, I want to know where the giant snails are.
They're in the British Library.
That's true. That's true.
We've got a question from BJ Price. Would Down syndrome be an example of an added information?
Well, there's an extra chromosome, so I'd say yes.
Yeah. Technically it would, but it of course has negative consequences.
Right. But their concept of information is very strange, because the way they define it, there is never ever such a thing as added information for trait or a novel trait.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question about this? Because this is an area I don't understand much about. So so I'm going to approach this from my expertise, which is computers and that kind of shit. So obviously, it almost seems to saying, well, you've used a 0, you've used a 1, you've used another 0. That's the same as the other 0. Is that kind of what they're doing?
I think so.
Because that doesn't make any sense. Or are they saying, because I've got a string of 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1 in a block, and
I think they are more likely projecting it because they believe that like a whole human and the whole genetic construct came from nothing just at once in its entirety, and therefore we must also come in a way, posit in a way that the new genetic information just poofs out of thin air. But of course, evolution doesn't claim that. It claims it gets modified from old information.
Vincent has a question. I'm not understanding the question, but Vincent has a question. He wants to know, can someone break it down for the slow kids as to why PCR works as a proof of common descent? And I'm not understanding the question. I don't even know how PCR would be proof of common descent.
What's the acronym for PCR?
Yeah, well, he's asking why
polymerase chain reaction.
Polymerase chain reactions, right? A polymerase chain reaction, and you guys correct me if I'm wrong, but a polymerase chain reaction, if you want to isolate a specific part of DNA and you want to amplify it, you can put it in a little machine that splits the DNA. It heats it up to like 196 degrees. And then it melts, and then you can have it basically will create multiple strands of itself. So you have an amplification of a very specific part of a DNA molecule, correct? In a nutshell.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a small segment of DNA, you can't really look at a DNA, right? So you make gels, you make electrophoresis gels. So you want a lot of it, and you want to be able to dye it and things. So basically you use, well, the specifics don't matter, but it's a molecular research tool.
Well, the PCR is this amplification of that one part you're looking for.
Proof of common ancestry.
Yeah, I don't know how that would be either. But the PCR reaction, the polymerase chain reaction, is just a chain reaction to create an amplification of a very specific part of a DNA molecule, correct?
I know about this because this is the stuff they use in archaeology to do DNA research for trying to identify where people actually come from and what traits they have.
See, I think
that's where you take HDNA and use PCR to then amplify it out.
I understand, So the PCR is just a tool to show the different sequences of DNA. It's the sequences of DNA and how they've changed, and looking at the phylogeny of those changes is what the evidence of common ancestry is.
If tool
itself is not.
Yeah, somebody says what the evidence of common descent. I always say things like, okay, look at comparative homologies, comparative anatomy, comparative morphology, genomics, proteomics, ERVs, things like the specific breakage of the GULOP pseudogene or variations of Hox genes. There's a plethora of things you can look at that all has a consilience, that all have to exactly be the same way to have us related to something. In other words, you're not going to have something completely discordant with something else. I mean, we're not going to have like something completely different in our proteins than something we would expect to be for something similar, right? So there's a concordance that where we are in phylogeny and cladistics, everything matches. Everything is like where would we expect it to be. We're not so far out of alignment where we're having something completely different than something very specifically close to related to us, right?
And also one more thing to be added. Biogeography is also a very compelling evidence for evolution. If you look at if you look where everything lives, every species, it exactly matches exactly how you would expect to have happened.
Was it
in
you?
evolution through.
Was it you I was talking to, or who was I talking about? A very good explanation of why like koala bears have a primary diet of eucalyptus. They were giving a very, very detailed and good explanation, but I don't remember who I was talking to.
I think I was in that hangout.
But it was basically biogeographical things, and it made sense.
Yeah.
It's like, oh crap, that actually makes sense.
And it's not a very competitive food resource either, considering it's poisonous to most other things.
Why do pandas only eat bamboo?
Yeah,
because they're too slow.
That's a very interesting thing because pandas are carnivores.
I know.
They're too slow to hunt.
No, I think they're just like fast.
You can sneak up on bamboo real easy all day long. You can sit there and wait for it and get it.
Not if the bamboo is prepared.
Oh, come on.
I know, but it can't run very fast.
They could. Well, I know, but I was going to say they could have evolved into drop bears. Why not? Just wait for the prey to come and drop.
They are very.
Jade, have you ever seen a panda try and climb up a bamboo stalk?
Sorry, Brian, I didn't mean to time you out. I just meant to delete that message.
They climb trees.
They're not gonna be
really well. They climb trees really well. There's lots of videos.
Guys, come on. I'm asking guys to keep it clean in the live chat, and they're not. So I'm gonna be like removing people. During my day hangouts, I've asked you guys specifically, especially about this time, try to keep it clean for a reason. I told you my daughter watches these things in the daytime. After she gets off school, she'll come in and sees I have a hangout. So my hangouts during the daytime are a lot different than the ones at night. If I ask to keep it clean, there's a reasons for it, and there's other people that I know that might be listening that so respect that, guys. At the nighttime, after 10 o'clock or whatever, I want to late night hang. It's a completely different story, but yeah.
Someone called Arcane Logos said evolutionism is clearly a secular religion.
We don't
that
care
is
what
that is an oxymoron, by the way.
We don't care
A naturalist.
we don't
oxymoron by a moron.
Let Arcane say what he wants. I don't care, but we don't acknowledge him. He's not even worth acknowledging. He's completely useless. He's as dumb as a fucking big, freaking box of rocks. I don't care. So don't give Arcane any time of the day. He's not worth it. He's not even worth having a conversation with. He's basically nothing. So just ignore him.
Arcane, stop doing that K2 variation. Okay, that's not helping your brain.
Spice.
Let the spice flow.
They know
the spice must flow.
Okay, take it from a Cali dude. That K2 stuff messes up your brain really horrible.
I want to.
Speaking of K2, you guys remember Netflix kept on referring to the KT boundary as the K2 boundary. It wasn't just once or twice. It was like every time he would call it the K2 boundary. And I kept rolling with that. I'm like, no, K2's a mountain.
Yeah, I kept on thinking he was talking about the mountain, like mountain climbing or something.
That's a pretty big fucking boundary.
The K2 boundary and the Everest demarcation.
Yeah, and worse is when Ronnie had actually made a claim that we're still waiting for evidence for. Do you guys remember that claim with the KT boundary he made? Anybody remember?
There were humans below the KT boundary. Yes.
Right, and we're still waiting for evidence of that 2 years later, right?
Oh shit! He's still doing his. He's getting his papers peer reviewed.
Wait, he said that there were humans below the KT boundary.
Yep.
What?
And we're still waiting for evidence on that.
I remember a claim where animals were found below layers expected, but that turned out to be a burial site.
Yeah, right. And I know exactly. There are a few sites like that, which are burial sites, and there's also some just places where things have slipped. But I mean, we never found it in strata. That is where we wouldn't expect them. And so,
I was just going to say, I actually did a little video about a group of things that they said were found in the wrong place. And when you look up the actual papers, no, sorry, they weren't found in the wrong strata. These are not a problem for evolution. What they're doing is they're being very creative. The guy said, "Oh, look, the platypus, a beaver, something else found in the wrong strata. You see how bad this is?" Well, when you look it up, you find the beaver isn't a beaver. The platypus is not a modern platypus, it's platypus, and so on and so forth. So because I looked all this stuff up, and I did a video just on a few things that these things are not. Their examples are actually not what they say they are. It's like they didn't read the papers, or they didn't care to represent exactly what's going on. Or yeah, like was it the giant mammal found? Yeah, the giant mammal is the size of a medium-sized dog. What they meant by giant mammal is it was really large for that time period. It's total misrepresentation.
I also have a really good way of demonstrating new genetic information. Just look up how the adaptive immune system works in us. Like if we have about 25,000 genes in us, but we produce like millions of antibodies, unique antibodies. So how do we create them? Well, our cells, they just randomly cut pieces of a certain genes and scramble them together to make unique proteins. And just by chance, some of them work in fighting against diseases.
You know, I asked you guys to ignore Arcane, so what does everybody in the live chat do? Start talking about Arcane. Yeah. Ignore Arcane. Nobody. I'm not going to ban him or block him, but just ignore him.
Okay,
Come on.
Steve, we're on the internet. When you tell people to do one thing, they're just going to do the opposite of what you say.
Well, the thing's going to change because
the problem is if you use reverse psychology, they'll just do what you say.
Yeah, no, we're not going
to. Look, just ignore Stoneboy. Stoneboy ain't going to do.
We're not going to let Arcane derail a very potentially interesting hangout. We got 80 people watching. Don't give him the attention he craves.
Steve.
Just to show. Here's the thing. Anybody who engages Arcane, go do it somewhere else. Don't bother on here. It's just not worth the time. He's craving for attention. Don't give it to him. So Mike, anybody else, ignore him. Okay.
Steve, I actually got something to bring up.
So, next person. Hang on. The next person talks to Arcane, I'm gonna block for a little while. I'm gonna give a little time out because I don't want you guys you're like giving him the attention. Go do it somewhere else. Because he comes to
Steve,
attention. Yes.
Steve, I didn't know him, so I just responded to him.
You don't know.
So
okay, whatever. Well,
no.
Yeah, he's not worth responding.
So,
just ignore him. Let him do his little thing. Then he goes away. So let him go away.
Okay.
He's not. He's too.
Okay, I'll ignore him for now. Yeah.
But anyway.
Yeah, I remember. I don't know if this is taken away from the discussion. I know you're talking about evolution. I remember reading this article in what was it? Scientific American about them finding more like artifacts and specimens of early human ancestors by Kenya.
Homo naledi.
Homo naledi, he said.
I believe so. That was probably one of them.
Yes. So there's a very recent, I think it's 2 years almost now, that we have found a new species of human.
Yeah,
in the genus Homo.
But Homo naledi, were they categorized as a what is it? A habilis? They're creating
it's a very primitive member of the genus Homo. It's like a transition between the primitive Australopithecines and the modern Homos.
Yeah,
like Homo erectus.
But a lot of these creationists are like, oh, people are saying that we evolved from Homo naledi. No, Homo naledi was a completely different thing. Somewhere located completely different. We didn't evolve from them.
They lived alongside us.
Yeah, contemporaries. Stuart James, $2 super chat. Thank you. Don't ignore Arcane. He needs this. Take your $2 back. Ignore Arcane. I'm not letting somebody else. Who's Arcane is a troll. That's all he does is troll. We don't engage trolls. I have a rule that in the Great Debate Forum and on my videos, you can say whatever the hell you want as long as it's productive, interesting, whatever. But as soon as you start trolling, you're gone.
Troll control.
I don't.
Now I remember who he is. Is he this
Actually, I'm just
guy?
Hang on. I'm just removing Arcane. I don't deal with trolls any longer. If you're a troll, go away. I have no tolerance for any trolls because they come on and they make 5,000. I had one troll. He put 15 different videos. He had the same comment. Okay.
Oh, Steve, isn't he the guy who has this icon with a monkey hugging?
Yeah, he's just a troll. Again, I have no tolerance for trolls. You can say whatever you want. You can call me whatever you want, but don't fucking troll. That's all I ask.
Right,
It's like make
He's gonna make a
sense.
video about you now.
That's
right,
fine. I don't
right.
care.
Yeah, I know,
People,
I know, I know.
how many
I know.
videos I got people making me do all the time on the internet? Come on, welcome to my world. So
Steve,
Yeah,
Steve,
yeah, he's got
is
some
it
trouble,
arcane?
whatever. Yeah. Anyway, I was just gonna
Steve,
yeah,
bring it up,
just remove them.
Steve. I
Just
think
get rid
you
of
might
them.
be right about
I'm
it.
done with them. I don't
I,
want
I,
trolls.
Steve,
I think you might be just real quick.
Mhm.
I think you might be right on the specimen. It might have been a Homo habilis because what they found in the recent dig were stone tools estimated to be 3.3 million years old.
Yeah, they're in the
So,
habilis group. There's a small group. If you actually look where the lady was, it's more related to the Homo habilis than to us. But again, they were a different species. We weren't related to them that much. But they were human. They're a hominid. Any member of Homoidea is a hominid.
Homo. Yeah.
Yeah.
And also, I want to ask: is Arcane Logos with the guy with the icon with the monkey hugging a globe?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I have seen in the previous
Yeah,
hangouts.
he's
Yes.
just a flat
And also,
earth retard. He's not worth engaging, not worth
yeah,
talking about. Again,
yeah,
this is the way it's going to be in the Great Debate community. My admins, my moderators, my spanners, if somebody's trolling and you know for a fact they're trolling, just get rid of them. I have no. I used to have a lot more tolerance because I wanted to have an open forum, but then I realized, look, it's kind of like the same principle. You can't have 100% security and 100% freedom. You've got to sacrifice one for the other. I'd rather have it left open for the people that want to have communication and closed to the people that are completely trollish, right? Does it make sense?
and Steve, yes, and Steve, Jade wants to say something. I think.
Yeah. Go ahead, Jade.
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 There, had to unmute myself. No, I just remembered what I was going to say a long time ago, and I kind of forgot about it. The conversation went on, I kind of forgot about it. But what I was going to say is, when we were talking about how creationists are now taking on dinosaur fossils because kids like them, people like them, there's another thing that has caused them a problem. The increased discovery of fossils of all kind. 2015, but there were more fossils found in the first 3 months of 2015 than there were in the previous 15 years.
My God.
So the number of fossil finds has increased dramatically. This is because we have better techniques for finding fossils. We have better instruments that allow us to look into the ground and things like that. We have a better understanding of where fossils can be found. For example, we all know the story of Tiktaalik. This is where you should find something. Let's look there, and they found something.
Well,
so it's one thing to argue.
And it's also. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I was just going to say it's one thing to argue that all of these fossils are faked. So many fossils, and people aren't aware of that. It's another thing. Explosion of fossil finds, including the fossils that were found in Antarctica and the fossils that we are now being found in South America, and so on and so forth, and the fossils coming out of China. You can't argue anymore.
Well,
that
Jason,
these are fake.
it's not just that. It's so funny because there was a video that, again, I do watch what people post in the Great Debate community if I can, and I watched this one video that somebody posted. Who am I getting feedback from or noise? I think it's you, Nestle. One sec. Yeah, it's you. It's got TV on or something. And I watched this one, which I've seen before, where a guy's talking to a bunch of kids about Lucy. And he's one of the most dishonest people. And I've actually I'm pretty sure I've talked to that guy specifically on Facebook because there was a guy that posted that video, and he wanted to know what the problem was with the video. And I had a long conversation with some of the things I noted were wrong. And I think it was that guy, but I could be wrong. But anyways, one of the things they did was they were like, oh, here's all the fossils they found. It was like one single still. And yet, if you actually watch the original video, there was thousands of more fossils they had found in the same still. They just took one snapshot rather than show all these different tables with all these different skulls and all these different bones. And they made it sound like Lucy was like the only thing they ever found, right? And so it's very dishonest, to say the least. Was he a
skinny guy with glasses, Steve?
Yeah.
Big glasses?
Yeah.
That dude is so dishonest.
So dishonest. Yeah, and it was just, it's one of those instances where it mixes truth with fiction, right? Just to the point where these kids can get so confused. And it's disturbing because I don't think the guy I don't think he doesn't want to have the truth. He wants to put out misinformation, and he wants to do so in a way that seems legit. And that's the most dangerous kind of person to me, because they are outright deceptive. They are the ones that are lying. Again, a person just being wrong, not lying. But if they're deceiving to the point to benefit themselves, they're lying. And I think that guy is outright knowing he's lying.
Like the guy with the raptor eggs, where
Juby?
they had him in rows, saying that the raptors were obviously running away from a flood while they were laying the eggs. That's why they were in a row. That guy is
Ian Juby. Yes.
Yeah.
Good old Ian Juby.
Yeah. Apologia did a video with that with Godless Engineer. He just noted that. Yeah. And I've seen that video, and I swear I know I've talked to that guy. I'm almost positive. But yeah, I when I first watched that video a while back, I was just like, wow, this is disturbing.
Yeah, he's got that Aussie hat and the.
No, not Ian Juby, the other guy. Oh, Ian Juby's disturbing too, but no, the guy that did a video on Lucy. So many things wrong with it. But those are the guys I think are the most dangerous, because I think they're deceptively lying to people, right? I mean, we've kind of reached the conclusion that a lot of these higher ups willfully are being deceptive. Matter of fact, I was reading something the other day because Apologia had a great video on his ham and eggs about Andrew Snelling, and one of the things I had noted before on him is he actually has papers out there talking about the age of the Earth and strata being millions of years old. His research talks about things being millions of years old because he's a geologist. He has to go by, things that are facts. And he can try to rationalize it all he wants. He can do some kind of cognitive dissonance. He can say God made it look that way. But the reality is he uses an old Earth model. Yet when he gets on these young Earth kicks, the Earth is really young, even though everything I do in my own work is that the Earth is old. It's surreal, right? And this permit thing that he's trying to do, I think, is completely bogus. By the way, who's got this weird noise? I'm tabbed out. Is that, I don't know. Somebody has a mic open. But anyways, do you guys know that Andrew Snelling is trying to sue the state, the Grand Canyon Parks Department?
Yes, I saw that. Yep, that's amazing.
For what?
Because okay. Now, Apologia would probably know more about this than I do because he just did a video on it. But when I've gleaned on it, he used to get permits to try to take samples for. Why is it stuck on Kyle? Yeah, you're pretty, Kyle, but I don't know why it's stuck on you. It's stuck on your thing here.
All right.
Weird.
So you used to get permits to take samples.
Yeah, he got. I just tabbed back in. There's big old fakes of Kyle in front of me. He used to get permits, and so they found out that he wasn't using these samples in accordance to established procedures, and he was misleading people on it. And when he applied for another one, one of the conditions they have is that they require 2 peer review process to determine the methodology of what the sample is going to be used for. He doesn't meet those criteria, so now he's trying to claim that they denied him a permit because of his young Earth creationist beliefs,
right?
Which is bullshit because the Grand Canyon State Department there, the Parks and Wilderness Department never mentioned anything about him being a creationist. They mentioned the fact that the last samples he used for weren't used in what he said it was going to be used for. You're supposed to have a proposal, and the proposal
what happened there?
You had to follow. And he didn't follow the proposal he had given, and also for the fact that nobody wants to.
And it's paid with our taxes too. That's the thing.
Yeah, I don't know.
He's showing it's still there.
Yeah.
What's that?
I got kicked out too.
Yeah, it's called.
Well, if you're on a phone, that happens.
It's a Google Quake.
Mm-hmm. It's been happening like every 10 minutes.
So Paula J wants to come in here and explain it better than I can. By all means, because he just had a video on it, when it was ham and eggs thing.
Is Steve on a phone?
No. Oh shit. Oh, I gotta reset my thing. I keep forgetting. If we get a phone quake, I gotta reset my mic.
Yeah, that's why I put it in the side chat.
Yeah. I'm not on a phone. I'm not on a phone, but I figured out that whenever we have a phone quake, I gotta reset my thing too.
Yeah.
So Apologia wants to come in here and explain that. That's fine.
Yeah, I would like him to. And by the way, I posted in in G+, I posted links to and thanks to Tyler for looking those up. For some of them up, I posted links to his actual complaint, the complaint that he filed. It's in a PDF, and I also posted links to the rules for the national. The Department of the Interior. It's
Yeah, Department of Interior is for State Department. For the Wilderness and Parks Recreation.
Yeah, this is the Parks Department he's trying to sue.
And by the way, Matthew City asked, he says, Steve has already judged the case, and that's something. No, I haven't judged the case. I've gone by the evidence because I've actually done a little research on it. And I actually watched Paul's video on it. I had known about it before, but Paul had actually made it much. I didn't know about the two-party peer review. I had no idea until Paul's video on that. But I
Yeah, so I've done a bunch of research on the whole I read the whole complaint. I've done, I went through, all the stuff I could find on it so far. And actually, if some of the stuff he claims in the thing are true, I'll stand with him. There's no way that he should be denied a permit because he's a Christian. There's no evidence so far presented that is the case. I can't stand the guy Snelling. He's a deceiver, and as you mentioned.
I have a question. I'm going to address Paul because he said he did the research on this.
Okay.
What is the guy using the samples for?
So in the upcoming proposal for the new ones, you know how in the Grand Canyon there's certain sections that are folded. They kind of give you the
all right.
So he is claiming that he's citing a paper that was written a few years ago that said that those folds, that had some evidence that those folds may only be about 15 or 30,000 years old, as opposed to whatever, which is all crap, right? That's not even true. But he's trying to cite that paper to say, well, if I follow this guy's research, maybe I can whittle those years 30 to 15,000 years down to the 6 or 4,000 that he needs.
Right.
So he is attempting to get samples from there, and I haven't seen anything to say what he's going to do with the samples other than possibly radiometrically date them, which he doesn't believe in. So I'm not sure what he's.
Well, I can't say he does. He uses this stuff again. If you
actually, you're right. No, in his secular papers,
the secular paper, he uses it.
Right, but in the
I think just real quick, I think I put the story in the side chat. I think it's safe to say that whatever he would do with it, it would most likely try to boost his creationist agenda, just try to give it some credibility, like, hey, it's science because I'm doing research on it. Yeah.
But here's the thing. Again, Paul, let me ask you, and especially for the young Earth creationists that are watching, please explain to us how in his secular work, everything he has deals with old Earth. I mean, he talks about things that are millions of years old. He admits that radioactive dating works. He was part of the rate study. He has admitted that isochronic dating is valid. He just says that, he suggests there's a possibility that the accelerated decay exists, but it has no way of demonstrating it. It has no information of how that would even work. It doesn't overcome the heat problem. This is a thing on ICR's own webpage that says, we don't know how to solve this. It's in progress.
Yeah, you're exactly right. There's two. He's had two careers. He had his pre-Answers in Genesis career, where his papers will commonly state, 3 billion years old in different rocks. He totally, in some of my videos, I pull up his papers where he acknowledges billions of years of age from radiometric dating. But yet he was just on Answers News, 2 hours ago. I was hoping he would talk about the lawsuit. He didn't.
Why
but
don't we
he
get him
again,
into a hangout, Paul? I have his email. I've talked to him a few times. I think for something like this, maybe he might want to come on. I know Tompkins chickened out, but maybe Snelling. He's actually been an okay guy. He's never been rude to me.
Well, that's good. But even today, he was trying to say that, the fact that, he was in the Answers in Genesis movie, and his claim there was because we had bigger volcanoes in the past than we have now, that we can't, that somehow says that radiometric dating can't be trusted either, which is just like the weirdest attempt at connecting something.
It's ad hoc, to say the least. But anyways, I tell you what, in the next couple of days, if I message him we have a communal message thing to him, which includes obviously Ruhif and a few other people. I'm happy to add your name to that and your video.
I'd love to be on. That'd be great.
Okay, so maybe he might respond to that by seeing your video. because I mean you do really good videos. So I'm be like, hey, Dr. Snelling, here's Paul, a friend of ours. He has this thing. We'd like to have you come on and talk about why you think you're being religiously persecuted, or what why you believe this. Since Dr. Tompkins wouldn't, we've offered him the opportunity and he wouldn't.
Right.
Let me ask you, if you will, because he knows
If
who
I
we
was
are.
if I was his lawyer, I definitely would not allow him to do that. But you never know.
Well,
yeah, I don't see that happening.
That might be true, but I mean, he'd still be able to talk about the case. I don't know what would be that wrong against that.
Steve, I need to go
right.
soon. I just wanted to say something. I want to say a while back, but about what Jade West said about we have discovered a lot of fossils recently, and that is because we have learned a lot more about the evolutionary history of many prehistoric animals. Like for example, the whales. Like a few decades ago, we had no fossils of the earliest whales. But when we did, we knew where to find them, to find more of them, and that's how we can find more every time we find more. And also, Jade has a question for Paul.
All right, thanks, Nestle.
Yeah. Thank you, Nestle. Yeah, my question for Paul is: I've also read the complaint that Snelling filed, and in it he refers to the exhibits.
Yeah.
I did some research and I found that to get a hold of the exhibits, as far as I could tell, I'd have to pay. Have you been able to find?
Yeah, and I'm a Canadian, so I can't even do it.
Oh, so I just wondered if you'd been able to find them. Okay,
No,
I want to read the exhibit because the exhibits.
I think a Freedom of Information Act case. Do you have to pay for those?
Well, there are several places that I think they should be free. I just have to find them, and maybe somebody else can find them. But there are several places that do that have repositories of various cases, and you can pay to get them. It's just, well, in most cases, what it is they're for attorneys, and the attorneys already belong to this group, so they get the stuff free anyway. So for an outsider, you have to pay.
Just for the copies, yeah, that's not much.
Yeah,
I
I think that the exhibits are kind of important to this case because it seems that it's the exhibits include the letters from the scientists that the Department of Interior asked,
right.
And it's in those letters that they say that, oh, he's a creationist,
Yeah, I completely believe. So the Parks Department, as they should, hires external consultants to evaluate everyone, and then they have these external consultants. I'm sure they did mock Andrew a little bit. I'm sure that they were unkind.
That's the external consultants. That's not the State Department.
Exactly.
Right.
So the official reason he was given was that there are plenty of examples of these folds outside of the park.
Exactly, and that's all that needs to be said. Correct me if I'm wrong, but the State Department never brought in anything religious whatsoever in their.
Correct. There's not, and even the complaint.
So how do they have a case if it's a third party that says it? They have no bearing on what the State Department said in their declining, because they have a valid reason to decline, because he can get the same samples somewhere else.
Yeah, but they're probably going to try to argue that influenced the State Department. I would like to see the exhibits to see exactly what these outside consultants said, because those are in the exhibits. The other thing is, in the complaint, says that the Parks Department said that there were other places these fossils could be found, but they didn't tell him where. But from what I've read, I think the did say where. So
I still think they would have a hell of a case making a religious persecution. I mean, I'm sorry, but if you want to say that the Earth is 7,000 years old, that's a scientific claim. That's not a religious claim.
Right. And if you read the complaint, you'll see he's really stretching it. He's suing
both,
for like 5 different things, and he's really stretching it. Now, I understand. I have friends who were attorneys. I understand that when you file a lawsuit, you do overboard. And the reason that you do this is to protect yourself in case things are found later. So if you don't file a lawsuit on a certain for a certain thing, like right to privacy, which of course does not have anything to do with this, you understand. I'm just using this as an outside example.
I get that.
Yeah. So, for example, if you forget to file that someone violated your right to privacy, and then you later discovered in discovery and as
you don't have to refile.
Right to privacy. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I
know, I've
understand
sued
that
people.
Snelling filed for everything he could possibly think of, but it's still kind of amusing to read. And I did find in Snelling's complaint to where the Park Service, the excuse me, what their requirements are for filing, for asking for a permit.
Mm-hmm.
However, that's not as extensive as another one I found that I also posted, which goes more into how to file for a permit to do any kind of research.
Yeah, and I want to make that very clear because I'm on Paul's side of this 1,000%. That look at if somebody's being excluded because of religious reasons, then yeah, that's crap.
Oh yeah,
right. But this is a case of somebody using the persecution porn type excuse, and this is someone who I don't think he knows. I don't think he has a case in hell, and there was nothing about this that was religiously motivated. Now, granted, the State Department might think that he's a nutter. Fine. They might think because of his creationist, he's a nutter. But they also have solid reason to deny his permit. That's what the law is going to go for. I would think, right?
Yeah. And I just recently read a blog that pointed out that he doesn't care if he loses.
Well, that was my question to the panel. Is like I honestly think this is a giant PR stunt. It does not matter if they lose because everyone who's in their camp this will be evidence that they're being suppressed.
Isn't that what it is? Isn't that what it is? It's exactly what it is, Paul. It is. It doesn't matter win or lose. It's look at us, we're being persecuted against. But you know what?
Yes.
That's a last ditched effort of somebody. There's two things that I've noticed when people have no argument. They'll be going to persecution porn, or they go into argumentium ad baculum. Oh, believe me, or you're going to hell. That kind of stuff.
Right. And as I said, I just recently read a really good blog article.
Who's got the bird?
Didn't save it, but went into that same thing, Paul. It covered a lot of the same, and the history as well, and said, this is the point. He doesn't care if he loses. As a matter of fact, it actually helps him if he loses.
Then he gets.
There's nothing
look, I've
you
been
can learn
persecuted
from
against. Yeah.
Yeah. Also,
there's nothing you can learn from these rocks that'll be as valuable as the PR.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Right. It's sort of like a musician that gets bad at their craft. They go to the reality shows, whatever they can do to get a publicity stunt, some notice on their views.
Dancing with the Stars.
Answers and Jensen's
I'm a D-list actor. Get me out of here.
Right.
Yeah. Well, also the group
but here's the thing. I gotta ask.
If you look up that,
go ahead, Jade.
Okay. Well, I was just going to say, if the legal group is supporting him, if you look up the group, they changed their name. They used to have a different name, and some of us, when I looked it up, I was like, oh, crap, those guys. They changed their name slightly, but they were really well known in the past under a slightly different name. Just for those of you who are curious.
But I was hoping Matthew would stick around the outside chat, and he didn't. Oh, by the way, Town Drunk super chatted for $20. They didn't leave a comment, Canadian, which I think is like $15 or something. But thank you, Town Drunk. I appreciate it. I've been Town Drunk has been adding a lot of really good comments on the Great Debate community lately. So yeah, definitely appreciate that. Thank you, Town Drunk. But you've got a question to ask. Because this is supposed to be a Q&A, but nobody's really been asking any questions. But Paul, we kind of been asking each other questions. But Paul, when I asked you earlier, about how Snelling, in his secular thing, does talk about old Earth an awful lot. How do you find younger creationists justify that? I mean, again, they have one or two things. They could say, oh, look, he has to because, he has this as a profession. Therefore, to fit in, he has to play the game. But that doesn't make any sense because his papers are peer reviewed. He adamantly has to adhere to the fact that the Earth is old, or else he wouldn't have a profession. That's just a reality.
Well,
you cannot be a geologist except young Earth. It doesn't make any sense.
He kind of addressed that even today in Stupid Answers News because they were asking him about how he used to find oil for oil companies in the start, which is of course is all old Earth stuff.
Sure.
And he just claimed, I just use the methods they use. I don't believe that they came that way. And so as I reread his papers, he is very careful of saying, he doesn't say that I think it's this date or blah, blah, blah. He always says if argon dating is applied, it comes to this. He doesn't say that that's what it is. He always says when such and such a method is applied, it comes with this result.
But isn't that the
in all his secular papers.
Isn't that the quintessential cognitive dissonance? Because he's actually showing if you do this, it works. However, he believes it does. It's not correct because of some ad hoc bullshit like accelerated decay.
Right, but he just leaves himself that out for when he is pressed from his constituents, from his audience that buy his crap. That he can say, well, I just had to. It's part of the conspiracy theory. I had to say this in order to get peer reviewed, in order to get published, because if I said what I really think, they wouldn't, publish me.
I have a question.
Well, hang on one sec, because
Okay,
Matthew is back in the live chat.
I'm next.
You're next. And I don't think Matthew's quite understanding the problem here. Matthew says a man should be able to study the earth, con artist or not. He's a man first judges and file charges of his con artist. You don't just slander a man without just conviction. Well, first of all, I didn't say he was a con artist, but there's only so much permits that the Parks and Recreations will give to people. They want legitimate research being done. That's why they have a process to get these permits. And he's trying to circumvent it by saying coming to religious discrimination when he's not met the requirements of getting the permit properly. I don't understand why Matthew doesn't understand that. If you're not getting the permits properly, if you don't have the two-person peer review and you don't have the methodology that to utilize the samples properly, they can't just let everybody out in there. There's a natural resource, and they do limit exposure to human contact in certain areas. So why should he be allowed to have a permit when, if he's not using it according to his own methodology that he said the last time he was going to use it for, and two, he doesn't have the peer review processes that other people have to have it properly done. Why should he have special dispensation?
Jade, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but part of his complaint is that he had to supply these peer review things. That's
that's a standard thing.
Right, no, but everyone has to. It's on their website.
Right.
Yeah, yes, it is. He said he never had to provide them before. Now, it's possible, I don't know when he's done his research before. Now, it's possible that someone screwed up. It's also possible that this is a relatively new requirement, and it wasn't research.
Right. Well, my research for it, his last permit was granted in 2014. And
okay, so
the Internet Wayback Machine for the Parks and Rec site Parks and Rec. That's not what I meant. The Parks Department only goes back to 2015. Yeah. So it is possible they added that requirement.
Which is fine. Even if they did, that
shouldn't
make a bit of difference.
But the point is that it applies to everyone. It's not like only he has to supply these peer reviews.
Exactly. Now another thing, complaint. One of the things when he listed all the things that he's had to do to comply with, apparently when he filed this request, he still hadn't fulfilled all the requirements of his last permit,
which is a problem.
Correct.
Right, which is a problem, and that could go against him too. So maybe that was waived at that time, possibly because he'd done other research or something else. That research, especially the one I posted, not so much the one that's listed in his complaint, the detail as to what you need, and it's a lot of work to file a permit. So I can understand Park Service might say, okay, you've got most of it, you have to stuff, but he didn't do it, and it probably just slipped by because, well, the Park Service is a bureaucracy. But when he went to file his new one and they looked, they said, hey, you didn't even finish the last one.
Yes, let me ask you again. Why do people like Matthew Ecclesiastes? They don't even know this. They don't even know the research. And I guarantee they didn't watch he didn't watch your video, Paul. I guarantee it. And I guarantee he didn't go read the complaint. I didn't read the complaint, but I was familiar with this before I saw your video. But Matthew Ecclesiastes, he doesn't bother to do any of the research to find out what the actual story. He's just like, oh, well, why didn't they give him the permit? Anybody should have a permit. No, he doesn't understand how the processes work. People like Matthew, God bless his little heart, are so willing to accept dumb fuckery that they'll go to any length to do so without actually doing the research or explain why it's dumb fuckery.
That or they love the drama.
Yeah, and let me say something here to Matthew.
I know.
I read about this online. I saw Paul's video, which I thought was excellent. I then did my own research. I found I read it. I found the regulations. service from the Department of the Interior online. I found the complete regulations. I also looked at the link in the complaint to see what the regulations were, and I looked online and read some other information about it. And I searched for the exhibits because I want to see those exhibits. I want to see what the outside consultants actually said, and I will continue to search for them. So I did what's called due diligence. I know Paul did the work too. So, if
and I'm lazy, I just watched Paul's video.
Look it up.
I'm lazy. That's my that's what I got Paul for. Paul's great at doing this. So I mean,
but it's not like Jade or I did anything special that anyone on the planet couldn't do.
Right.
Yeah, it took a couple hours out of your day. Interesting, and you learned something, and you're able to bring it back to us.
Yeah, and it's like the same thing like the Ark Encounter. I know you do a lot with the Ark Encounter. I've looked into the Ark Encounter for like years before even when it was still haven't even been built yet, and I was understanding the problems with the legal things with the job, having them sign something that said they have to be a creationist, and trying to get the tax. That wasn't necessarily illegal, but trying to get a tax benefit while having that implemented, they should never given. So. I was having a huge problem with that. So we've known about the Ark thing for a long while. Then Paul, you've delved into that quite a bit. But now it's like I don't have to really look at it much anymore because, if I want to know anything, I just, hey, Paul, what's going on with the Ark Encounter? It's complete bullshit. So I'm done with it at that point. I know it's lost a lot of money. It's $100 million waste. Well, what else can I talk about it that we haven't already talked about, right? And by the way, David, what's like David 313 $20 in super chat. Thank you, guy. Thank you, David. That was
and I
really
wanted
sweet of you.
to say about what's video. But Steve, also, if someone questioned him, he could say, "This is what I understand." Go see Paul Logica and Jade.
Yeah, well, yes. I mean, a lot of people that I know keep tabs on this stuff, right?
Or look it up yourself, for goodness sake.
I do a tertiary. Yeah, I look a lot of stuff up myself too. I mean, I obviously I know enough about the Ark Encounter to probably hold my own on why it's complete bullshit, obviously. But I mean, the nuances of why the legal ramifications of having people sign things that saying they have to be a younger creationist, the amount of money that goes in there. Now he said there's 500,000 people that went through there, and yet there's no accounting for there's no responsible accounting. He doesn't have to actually show what the park's attendance is. There's no legal reason why he has to, except for his own shareholders, I would imagine. But the reality is the first day only had 5,000 people, and that was supposed to be the average throughout the year. Anybody who has ever done a soft opening knows that those are going to be your peak. Those are going to be, pretty high numbers, but he needed to average throughout the year that, and now it's going into like the off season. He doesn't get those kind of numbers per day. There's no possible way. Am I wrong?
County considering filing. Isn't that
Steve?
Isn't that county?
Order.
Hey. Wait, isn't that county considering filing bankruptcy? Hey, I'm halfway through it. You should just
Grant County where is filing bankruptcy, and then they've yet to see a nickel from the Ark Encounter.
Because what's happened was the tax breaks that they had, like the $78 million thing in tax breaks, was never going to offset the revenue. It's not going to happen. The revenue income from that particular attraction is nominal. Matter of fact, the only reason they have even higher numbers is because there are other conventions that go on that have nothing to do with the Ark that they are taking account for, that people, let's go see the Ark too. But there's tourism still there. But the numbers they're getting from the attendance for the Ark is pitiful. Matter of fact, I wouldn't really, I honestly, I still think that a year or two, even less maybe, that's going to be the headquarters for some secular group one day. I wouldn't doubt it at all.
I hope so.
Well, he also has that school, right? Paul, you were talking about.
He's starting a school, yeah.
Yes, the school. So he's trying to get the kids to come in there too.
That'll be. Oh God, how detrimental would that be, Paul? If that venture became so toxic that they literally had to sell to a secular organization that became a headquarters for some atheist group, how detrimental would that be to Ken Ham?
I would almost, I'd give some of my own money for that to happen. Absolutely.
Seriously, right?
And then, and then have
I have a question.
Ahead,
the state in question where the Ark Encounter is, would they not have been further ahead building just a regular amusement park?
Oh, exponentially so, I think.
For tourism?
Oh God,
Of course,
like just like a generic, just
Flags.
roller coasters and water slides.
Yeah, it could be a water park.
Because then you would have still employed people. You could even put the same location in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
You still would have employed people, and everybody would have
But they
gone
had an
there.
agenda. They had a religious agenda.
But not only the religious agenda, like Steve, you said he's beholden to his shareholders. He
Yes.
actually has no shareholders.
Oh,
because
they're,
this is
they're
essentially
donators.
it's a crowd-funded venture,
Yeah, that's
and
true.
like you could never crowd-fund a Six Flags.
That's true.
You know, this
Excellent point.
basically got old ladies from around the country to give them $100 million.
But he didn't get the 100
you know,
million. He got like, what did he get out of that? He didn't
Well,
get.
no.
What did he get?
He got enough to leverage, you know, financing and all that kind of stuff. But it's crowdfunded. Like,
Yeah,
so
he's
he
not
does
out any
not,
money,
like,
is he?
No, he like the people who gave him $10,000. He doesn't ever have to tell them anything.
Right, because crowdfunding, you could use that money for wherever you want.
And he can just go back and say, we're having a phase 2 now. We need
Isn't
more
that pretty
money.
sad, though? I mean, I am all for crowdfunding.
Well, that's what I want to ask about.
Go ahead, Jade.
Okay, that's what I want to ask about. Because I know he's planning on doing this new Roman thing, right? Isn't that right? The Roman Colosseum, and they're going to be
Well, the
fighting
Roman
dinosaurs.
Colosseum. No, the Roman Colosseum is, and maybe he was too, but it's got so much backlash. So that was actually in the Creation Museum, not in the Ark Encounter. In the Creation Museum, he has a diorama which is only 3 or 4 feet tall of the giants versus dinosaurs that he imagines must have happened just before the flood. Because the Bible says there were giants, and the Bible says that, according to his interpretation, that there were dinosaurs. So why wouldn't they fight each other for sport?
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah,
That makes
the flood
perfectly good
destroyed
sense to me, right? Yeah.
Yeah. And the flood.
I thought he
completely
was. I thought he was
destroyed
building a.
Go for it, Leanne.
His new projects are more more stuff in the they've talked about a Tower of Babel type thing.
No.
So what state's going to get that?
Kentucky.
And then there's more phases. Like, he never did finish the petting zoo that he was supposed to have there, and their zip line thing is not done.
That's what I was
What are they gonna have? Like, hey, we got birds here. We have dinosaurs. What do they mean? What petting zoo? I mean, it's bad enough that
It's the Ararat Ridge Zoo.
But what do they exhibit? Correct me if I'm wrong, but don't they have an exhibit of like a Pakicetus or an Amblicitus in one of
Yeah,
those? Yeah.
They
What
do,
the hell?
Well done too.
No. But really? Does nobody stop and go? Does this make sense, biblically speaking?
Well, actually, it's funny because Aaron Ross was talking about that when he says he thinks it's actually the best depiction of one that he's ever seen.
Yeah, no, I heard it's pretty accurate.
Someone was doing research; they just didn't know what they were doing.
But does that make sense to have it on the Ark?
Well, it does if you're thinking.
Time out, Steve. The dinosaurs are eating grain.
Pseudo, you keep on interrupting people. I want to hear
You're questioning having a dinosaur on the Ark.
Yeah.
They're eating grain.
Well, yeah, of course, carnivores are all vegetarians in their eyes. Now what, Paul?
I forgot what I was going to say, but the petting zoo specifically, he plans to have animals that are hybrid to show the kind. So he plans to have like the zebra horses.
Oh God!
And he wants to have one of the, I forgot what they call the polar bear grizzly mix.
Oh, you're not going to pet that.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. You can have the zebra donkey. You don't get the grizzly polar bear.
God.
It's either a Pisley or a Growler.
You don't get either.
What, Kyle? Your mic is low.
He wants to have that kind of stuff to allegedly prove his point.
Zebra horses. They were called quaggas. They died out in the 1800s.
Quadas?
Yes, Q something, QU something or other. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It was a zebra horse.
H is quagga.
Quagga.
I had a zoology professor who spent a lot of time in Africa, and he tended to pronounce things in the did. So he said zebra, and he said quagga. So I'm
Tony,
not
stop
sure.
vaping.
But yeah, they're actually a type of zebra.
What was that?
You sound like you're vaping.
Part of the giraffe family, actually.
It's quagga.
I'm sorry.
Or quagga.
If you're gonna
Or
vape,
whatever.
I can hear vaping in the background.
No, I'm not vaping. I think the microphone's close to my neck, and I have it shaped. Not bad.
Yeah, it's, I'm firmly convinced that Ken Ham knows he's a lying, conniving con man. I can't believe for the life of me that he actually buys into his own bullshit.
What do you think, Paul?
No, I think it's all. I mean, it's obvious that he is strategically thinking cash. I mean, so he's raised this $100 million for the Ark. It doesn't matter whether he ever pays it back to anyone.
He doesn't
like
have
even
to.
if this does
Crowdfunding.
get sold to some secular group. So he can, so he can move on to the next things, which, so, a school sounds great, and a Tower of Babel sounds great. He can just keep collecting hundreds of $1 millions from the faithful.
It's a con. It's a complete con.
Pocket 5 of it for himself, build a half-ass thing, and move to the next one. At this point, there's no way he believes or cares
I
whether
agree.
the science is true.
I completely agree with you. I think he completely knows it's bullshit. He's a con man. How people are not aware of this, I don't know. I mean, they're willing to throw Hovind under the bus, but they'll still keep believing the Young Creation is true. But they're willing to admit Hovind is a con man, but they won't Cam. What's the difference?
Well, Hovind made a compound. Hovind made a compound.
Scale.
Well,
And made a compound.
Well, what's the difference between his compound and the Ark? That's a type of compound. Look at the people working there. They're
he has
mindless
people
cults.
living on there and living and working for him for free.
Oh, I know. No, I mean, no, he
Yeah.
is a cult. He is much more a cult leader, but sure.
Yeah.
But look,
That's
they both build it on the same foundationalism that the young Earth is true.
Yeah.
Which is a cult.
Paul Gia, do you think Hovind is a fraud?
Hovind is a fraud. I think that Hovind believes some of his own shit. I do. Oh, sorry, Steve. I do. I believe that. I think that Hovind has convinced himself that some of that stuff is true. I'm not sure. So I'm not so sure about Eric, the son. Eric, just like Georgia Purdom and Snelling and all these guys, sometimes they slip into the real. Sometimes they slip into the real science, and that they know.
Yeah, I have to
I
have to politely disagree. I think Hovind is just as much of a bullshitter as anybody else. He knows he's full of shit. Yeah, I mean, the reason being is you can catch him, and when you confront him on certain things, and he just knows he's full of shit. You see his expression just kind of change. You see him kind of like move into different other things. I mean, you can tell in his brain he's realizing that it's complete bullshit. I mean, maybe again, my own perception here. It's my only belief. My own belief, but
that's fine. That's the same glimmer I see in these other guys. It's they get caught saying something true for a second and have to divert.
Yeah, exactly. It's their eyes glaze over and they're like, oops. So yeah, I don't think for a second. I think maybe he believed it initially. I think he believed it like 20 years ago. He was a full-on believer, but at this point, I think he doesn't care. It's all about the money. It's all about the people on his compound.
Power.
Yeah,
the power, the megalomania.
Yeah, I think it's his little fiefdom that he's got going there that he values more. Like it does not surprise me if there be a rifle. We hear eventually someday that there's a stockpile of weapons there and that they've.
Wouldn't surprise me. I mean, the guy is a narcissist. Would you not agree? He has all the characteristics of a narcissistic personality disorder.
Well, he's painting a naked picture of himself on the gate of his compound.
On the gate.
Yes.
Yep.
He's what?
Wait.
This is news to me. I had not heard this one. This is new. I like new stuff.
Yeah. So
he's doing that. Yeah.
Go ahead, General.
Tell me about this because this is new to me. I have not heard this one before.
I
thought I heard it all.
Apparently, he's gonna have Mary and himself on the gate.
Did somebody say nude?
With fig leaves.
Okay.
With fig leaves. Wow.
No, I don't think. I don't think fig leaves. I think it was a bikini, wasn't it?
You're kidding.
I thought it was fig leaves.
It was basically Fred and Wilma Flintstone garb.
Yes, exactly.
You're kidding me.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
I'm not kidding.
That's not narcissistic at all, now, is it?
Paul, what do you think about Jason Lyle?
Not so much narcissistic as it is asinine.
He's an astrophysics person.
Yeah, I know Jason Lyle. Jason Lyle, he is in the camp of those paid PhDs. It's hard to know what to think.
Yeah, exactly. I think he actually. Okay, here's about Paul's thinking about his answer. Let me get mine real quick.
Go ahead.
I think Jason Lyle is a very talented astrophysicist. Don't get me wrong, but I think he wants to believe this stuff is true, and he just wants to try to come up with any way to accept younger creationism, or a young universe in his case. I think he wants to believe it so bad that he'll try to any way to try to ad hoc an explanation for it. So I think he is a true believer. But he recognizes that as it stands now, all the evidence points to an old Earth.
Yeah, he has a real degree.
Yeah, he's not an
idiot.
idiot.
He does. And And he has definite. I would say the same, Steve. He has not the expressions of that the other guys have of lying. He has the expressions of the cognitive dissonance.
Right.
It feels like he's got the pain when he has to explain, the light problem or any of that kind of stuff. He has an answer, or the Oort cloud is one of his favorites to talk about. But yeah, no, I think Steve's exactly right. He wants to believe.
Did you watch a video when Ozzy and Matt Dillahunty were having a discussion for about an hour and a half or something like that? Do you watch that video? Do you want to talk about where Matt Dillahunty's talking about that when he's in debating, he likes to have a person reach that point of cognitive dissonance where the audience is going, okay,
yeah.
How are they going to answer this? This is something that's off his script, and I think he's right. I think people want to see that because when people want to believe something so bad and they get asked a question that they're not prepared for, they need to generate an answer. They're going to do being honest and say I don't know, or they're going to say something legitimate. But if they have to just throw shit out there, that's when they get into trouble, right?
That's where honesty comes from. Yep, in those shades that you're talking about.
Yeah,
right
exactly.
That's where the truth comes.
An honest person will throw out something different than a dishonest person, and I think Jason Lyle will at least try to be honest, but he knows something's in his brain not working out. But again, if you want to believe something so bad, you can say, all the evidence points to an old universe, but I'm formulating a theory of why we have asynchronous light, and this explains why things appear to be much further away than they are. And so I'm coming up with an explanation. Yeah, it's ad hoc and it's not demonstrable, and it doesn't really make that much sense.
It takes more intelligence to do that.
Yeah, no, he's not a stupid guy, right? And I at least go, okay, he's trying to come up with an explanation, but it's the same thing with accelerated decay. You have to be able to come up with an explanation that works. And accelerated decay doesn't work. So the heat problem, asynchronous
but
light
Steve,
doesn't
don't
work.
you think?
Doesn't work.
Steve, don't you think that people like Jason Lyle, they're actually living in deception? Like they know that they're lying.
No. I don't think he knows he's lying. I don't think he actually know. I don't think he's lying at all. Lying implies deceptive means that when you're trying to do something to deceive people for your own benefit, right? And I don't think.
But I honestly think that Jason Lyle and John Hartnett are doing exactly that.
Do you? I don't get the impression he's being dishonest. I think he actually believes this stuff. If you actually believe something, you're not lying.
Well, that's the thing, though. You're writing an entire dissertation saying one thing, and then you know.
That's cognitive dissonance, though. But that's a difference between there's a difference between having cognitive dissonance and lying. I think that Lyle is a true believer, and therefore he's not lying.
I would agree.
Yeah. And people need to understand what lying really is. Lying is when you are deceiving persons for your own edification, your own so that you get a benefit out of it. If I lie to you, and even though I might be telling you something that's falsehood, if I'm doing it for your own good, that's not lying.
Yeah, it's to further your own agenda. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean,
Ozzy has a great video on this. If you guys ever want to watch, I've watched all of Ozzy's videos. So, Ozzy has a really great video on this about lying, and one of the examples he uses is that look, if I lie to you to get you to a certain location for a surprise birthday party, yeah, I'm being deceptive. But am I lying to you? No, it's not for my benefit. It's for yours. That's not lying, and that's not how most people understand what lying to be. Right, and so. You could be virtuous.
That is a good point.
Yeah, you could be virtuous and lie, and also you can tell complete truths and still lie to people. So it's a matter of the intent and the virtue behind something, if it's really going to be a lie or not. And I think that's how I look at it, because I have virtues, right? I know when a lie is a lie to benefit myself or a lie to benefit somebody
Here's
else.
A question then: is Lyle sinning against the true science?
Is it a sin?
If you want to put like a religious hat on and put sin on the topic, would you say that?
I don't know if God ever mentions
Jason Lyle in his cognitive dissonance, he's actually sinning and he doesn't know it.
I don't know if ever reading the Bible anywhere where God says, if you don't believe the science. Now, you have a couple passages that you point out, but I don't know why that'd be a sin per se. Not everybody's going to be intelligent enough to accept science. Now, he is, obviously. But let's say somebody's not. Are they sinning because they don't understand evolution? No, I don't think so.
No. So that's my point though, the educated person. So Jason Lyle is educated. You're saying that cognitive dissonance has gone beyond his education.
Oh, let me correct it. Ozzy points it out. I worded that wrong. Yeah, lying for another person's benefit is still lying, but it would be not a blameworthy lie. When we call a person a liar, we point into them the blameworthy for lie. There we go. So that makes a lot more sense. Let me correct that. So yeah, you're in the act of having a lie, but you're not going to call that person a liar because they're not benefiting for themselves or benefiting for somebody else. Because when we call somebody a liar, we kind of say, this person is a dishonest person because they're lying for their own benefit, right?
Yeah, you're meaning it negatively, yeah.
Yeah.
When you say it like that.
Yeah. So yeah, it's still a lie. I get that, but it's
malicious intent.
Yeah, it's no malicious intent. Yeah. So let me kind of correct that. But if you want to go watch Audie's video on it, it's very good. I haven't seen it in a while, but yeah, Ozzy, I've watched all your videos. What do you want? I'm an Ozzy Kool-Aid fanatic, whatever. But these videos are like 2 years old, so it's been a while.
I'm starting to get into his stuff. I'm starting to I've just started breaking into I tried to get 1 or 2 videos.
I don't know how he doesn't have more views. Some of these videos have like 3,000 or 4,000 views, and they should have a hell of a lot more.
I try, but it's hard watching the philosophy stuff when I don't really know much
It's
about
like they're like 10 to 15 minutes long.
Well, like some of the more in-depth stuff is like I listen to it, my brain just turns to mush. I'm like, I can't process anything else at this point.
I think Ozzy does a really good job of kind of making it simple.
He does. It's just a topic.
Yeah, he does. It's just, because I know very little about philosophy, it's hard to really bite into it and, absorb the information, right?
Yeah, I'm forcing myself into it right now so I can, just so I can be more well-rounded.
Well, when you engage with a lot of people, I think it kind of helps to have a little basic understanding of philosophy. I mean, I know I would have been lost 3 years ago on presuppositional apologetics if I not had, decided to read up on it or watch videos. And
I never even heard of it back then 3 years ago.
But I was like,
completely new to me.
I love Google Books, right? Because I read a lot online, and like one of the things I was reading about, I was lost. I admit this. I cannot. My brain just goes and says no, screw this. And it was on. I think his name was Whistler or something, and it's basically on belief of making a bet, and weighing in on if the bet is going to be advantageous to make. If P and Q, you get $100. If it's P and not Q, you get $1, and if it's P or something else, you like lose 1,000. And you have to make basically is a bet worthy to make this thing, and it's basically the really big old long paper. In this book, and I was like, I don't even understand what the hell they're arguing at this point. So I know what it's like to.
Pascal's wager, in a sense, right?
It wasn't Pascal's wager per se. It was God dang it! Do you want me to?
It sounds like, would you pick up a penny on the ground, or is it even worth picking up? It sounded something like that.
It's basically a way of looking at epistemology, and I'm trying to remember this guy's name. I'm sure Brazzi has heard of it, but I was reading the actual the logic on it, and I'm like, yeah, I don't understand this at all.
Is that the guy who debated Dillahunty? Or not?
No, I don't think so.
A young, I don't know, young brown-haired kid-looking guy, or not? That's where I heard.
I could tell you
Okay.
I could tell you the name of the paper.
This is good programming.
It's so funny. I just was looking at it. I'm going in my history trying to find it. So let me see if I can find it.
General, what would you call a sin against science? Tell me what does that mean? What general's got here?
Did he really mean a sin against science, or did he mean like a sin because it's sort of like doubting?
Oh, it was. By the way, first of all, it was part of Alvin Plantinga's theory of epistemic warrant, but it was specifically relating to a guy named Brian Weatherson. And it was like it says like in practice, what this means is there can't be anything salient, P or rho, I think is this rho or phi, such that the agent is justified in believing P. The agent is not warranted in doing phi, but if the agent has more evidence for P and nothing else, the agent would be warranted in doing phi. And it's just like, okay, Fanto and McGranth had a refutation of this, and I'm trying to like riddle my through it, and I'm like, yeah, I forget it. I just lost. So.
Could you repeat that again?
Yeah, it was basically something that it started off with do warrants to justify beliefs justify action, and it had to do with what's called pragmatic epistemological theories. And it was a guy named Fantel McGrath in response to the argument of pragmatic theory of belief, because I'm a pragmatist, so I wanted to read up more on pragmatism. So the pragmatic theory of belief isn't sufficient to derive principles like this one, where they take to be a central to pragmatic epistemology. And here, I'll just put the paper that started off in the book that I was reading, and why I got so confused in the live feed. So it would start off with that, and then the book I was reading was this. So when you guys start saying that, yeah, when you get to a point where you have to wrap your mind around something, you just can't. This is my limit, right? Because oops, I just posted the same thing twice. That was silly. No, didn't
That's
I?
a take away his mod controls.
God dang it. So much for cut and paste. There we go. Google Books. So yeah. Oh shit, that is too long of a link.
Steve, if you need to know how to copy paste, just ask Ken Hovind.
Yeah, exactly.
But he uses actual tape.
Hey, Paul, have you ever read Kent Hovind, the old one's dissertation?
I just give you the book that I was found because the link is too big. But,
Yes, I have.
Isn't it wonderful?
It is gloriously. It's dot matrix printed, and it is, and it constantly just references God, and I think, doesn't it open with a prayer or something? I forget how. It's been a long time since I read it, but
it's unreal. It's crazy. Yeah,
there are sections where normal people today, you would use your software to insert a graphic within the text. Back in the day, you had to type it out, put it on there, and photocopy it. He doesn't do that. He puts the graphic or image on there and then uses tape.
Oh, I was thinking you were going to say it's like all ASCII stuff.
Hey, Sidestrike, I sent you the
That
link
would have
like
been
4
better.
times. Where's Sidestrike?
You know, if you typed out the graph or whatever, he tapes it onto the page.
Sidestrike's in the live chat. I invited you in a few times, Si, so come on in. And then, like I said, I put the links if Ozzy wants to look at the link, because like I said, that whole pragmatic encroachment, I just was lost in what the hell was even talking about. So
I have a question for Paul. I mean, it's a dumb question, but it's been on my mind. Every time I hear the intro to your, ham and eggs, and eggs, something, 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 something. What is the something? What is being said right there?
Flip them, flop them.
Flip them, flop them, flip them, flop them.
Oh.
Ham and eggs.
Yeah, I'm sorry, it's stupid, but I was like, it's in my head. I'm like, man, what is it? I was like, flipping.
Good stuff, Paul. Good stuff.
No worries. But I do got to jump. Work is calling me again, but it was fun to slam on Snelling and the crew for a few minutes.
yeah, because I'm going to try to get him. I'll try to get a hold of him. Maybe he'll just jump on. I don't know, to talk to him about something. But he is actually one of the more civil ones, so we'll see.
I do have my question here, Steve, about Snelling. Was he a young earther before he became a paleontologist? Is it?
No, Snelling is a geologist.
Was he the young earther before he became a geologist, or was he a geologist who became a young earther?
I think he was a geologist first.
That's unbelievable.
How the hell did they get down?
Because he gets paid to write this stuff.
Money.
Okay, so he's just a page. So finally, we have a page still.
Well, they all are in some ways, right? I think.
Yeah.
I mean, how many times has people pointed out Tompkins things being so wrong, right? And he's not an idiot. So I mean, you have to kind of like realize to yourself, maybe these guys are just getting paid to write stuff to confuse people, and that's it. I mean, I don't think they're very honest people to begin with. I think they could be bought.
Yeah, there's so much money in it to be made. Flat Earth and that. It's the same thing.
Ozzy's having a hard time finding the link in the GDP or GDC. It's the last post I posted in there. If I reload.
I've been watching these videos, Steve. It is kind of hard to get through some of them. I really like them though, but it's the philosophy. It's a little dry,
How long has like AIG and creation.com whatever been around?
Oh, I don't know.
Because I was thinking maybe these people seen an opportunity that they had the intelligence to go for the schooling, but they seen an easy way to make money through these institutes and just went that route.
Well, a lot of these people are. I think they want to believe, and I think that they want to fit in with that community, and so they're willing to try to distort the truth to fit their narrative. And maybe some of them do it intentionally. I think a lot of them do, but maybe some of them don't. It's hard to tell in certain cases, but I think I will give some of the benefit of the doubt. Like I think I said, Lyle, I don't think he does it deliberately. I think he's a true believer.
But let's say you're about to finish your program, right? and you're going to graduate. You're going to have a PhD, or a master's, but you're not publishing a lot. And you're not really going to have a successful career. And then you say, you know what? I can go over here. I can shield. I can make 3 times the money if I can just talk the talk.
Yeah, you've pretty much expounded on what I tried to say, but I usually don't translate my thoughts very well.
Hey, Ozzy, I'm going to tag you in the post for the Great Debate Community that has this link so you can see it.
Yeah, it's like they get the education, they understand what they're going to be doing is dishonest, and I understand what I'm doing right now is essentially an argument for motive, but...
Well, it's see, the thing is, people argue, they have to play ball in order to get their PhD, right? That's what they're going to argue.
Like, they'll do the minimum work to get the PhD and then see that it's more lucrative to go with a dishonest group than to stay with the honest group. And
actually, Mike, you might have hit it there. It's not they did the minimum work. It's when it comes down to it, you may have a group of people with a PhD, but who are you going to hire?
I want to know how much these people make off this stuff. There's no way of knowing, obviously. They don't disclose this, but
You're going to hire the person who's actually done the work and got the better, put more work into their PhD. The guy who put less into it, or the minimum, they're not going to get a very good job somewhere, and this is where they wind up going.
Who's got the static? Is that Pseudo?
Yeah, I think it's Pseudo. Yeah.
No, it's whoever the little pug dog is.
Oh, Slice Strike. Pug dog.
Ah, heck, that's me. All right, going on mute.
No, or just reset your connection.
Yeah.
But something to back that up is if you look at the publication history for a lot of these types, even going back to like the 70s, some of the big names, they have very, very little publications. Very, very little.
Yeah,
I'm just saying, where within his class did this guy stand? Is he at the top of his class or the bottom of his class?
I doubt any of them are top, but I mean, it doesn't matter. To me, it makes no difference if they're top or bottom. If you're a true believer, you're a true believer.
But your publications is what you would do, though.
But
like real legit. Like if you put my name into PubMed, you'd get a list come up, right? And some of these people, I wonder if you did that, if you would actually what you would get.
Myth, I have a question. When it comes to publishing,
yeah,
is it quantity or quality? Like, can somebody work on something that takes them 10 years before they actually have something to publish?
It depends on what field you're in, right?
Yeah.
So, like in like say when I was doing molecular genetics, right? you think of what you're going to do. You talk to other PIs about it, and then you have to plan. You have to get a grant. It takes months and months and months. You get cells. You do the culture. Blah blah blah. It takes you another 3-4 months to actually do experiments. Then you got to do the statistical analysis. You're like a year into it, right? But if you're doing if you're in psychology and you're saying, okay, I'm going to get, a sample of whatever, and I'm going to look at this, that I'm going to set up experiments where I set up this situation or I ask this series of questions, then that's quicker. So you're expected to have more publications in those instances, right?
Yeah.
What if you're in medicine and you're doing a longitudinal study that takes 10 years? Well, people understand that.
So then your body of work that you wind up publishing may be smaller because it simply takes you longer to actually write and publish versus another field.
Exactly. And, it's like how impactful is your work? My stuff was all in like mid-tier journals. Like I never published in Nature, So, I mean, what would you rather have, one Nature or Science article or 2 or 3 low levels?
Well, also, isn't it important to have impact? I mean, if you have a paper that has a high impact that's cited frequently, that's going to be a hell of a lot better than having a paper that has no impact that nobody ever references, right?
Right. And some of that is politics, and some of that's journal name and, promotion and that kind of thing.
Again, Don Exodus has a really good video on these people's actual research. But again, I want to know how much they make by writing a blog for AIG. I'm sure it's pretty significant.
So a postdoc in molecular genetics, who is it? CRISPR? What is he exactly? CRISPR? What is he? Where's he at in his education experience?
Yeah, one sec. Hang on one sec. There's like 30 posts a day in the Great Debate community, Ozzy. I don't know why. Ozzy says he only sees 2 posts a day in the Great Debate community. Oh no, I get about 30 notifications a day for posts in the Great Debate community. So I don't know what's going on with Ozzy's GDC, but yeah, it's a lot. And David313, $10 to say SciStrike is a NASA paid shill. Well, I would have done that for free because we know SciStrike is a NASA paid shill.
But you finish your PhD and you do a postdoc, you may be making $40,000 or $50,000, $60,000. You can go to one of these places. You could probably just tour and speak at churches and make more than that.
But what was your question though? Before I
CRISPR.
Because my information is a little old.
Yeah, I can't. Well, yeah. Again, I can't give too much information if they don't give it. Let's just say that.
But is he like a postdoc, or is he still working on his PhD? Or
I think it's safe to say that he's still working on things, but he has a lot of education.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
A lot.
I scared off General.
Yeah, he's definitely well educated. But yeah, I don't think he's got his PhD yet. But he's on that track. Yeah, I can say that, I guess.
Damn decade.
Yeah. He's definitely. How does Ozzy only say there's only 2 posts in last week? What is Ozzy smoking? I mean, is he doing that sage stuff and waving it around the house and breathing too deep, or what? There's been a lot more than 2 posts. I literally, there's like how many dozens of posts in the Great Debate community a day?
Yeah, I get notifications all the time.
Me too. So I don't know what he's looking at. Oh, but you know what, Ozzy? Are you sure you're looking at the Great Debate community? You sure you got the right one?
Yeah, he might have one of the other ones.
Yeah, there's 2 or 3 of them out there. One's like 76 people. The other's got like 12 or something. I don't know, but
yes, that was my problem too. Yes, that's what he does.
I bet he's looking at the wrong one.
Or is there maybe a setting that you only see posts from people you have followed?
No, I bet you money Ozzy's looking at the wrong Great Debate community.
Yeah, it's the one with you in the can, right? The tuna can.
Yeah, the one in the tuna can. That's the big one. Let's ask Ozzy if that's the problem. Because
I tagged him in for the link as well.
Yeah, Ozzy and philosophers, the simple stuff, they get all screwed up, right?
Yeah. So that explains why Neffy can't do a hangout.
No
He's such
shit.
a good philosopher.
Yeah, such a genius.
He just can't do hangouts.
He can't figure out how to do a hangout. So let's see if that's Ozzy's problem.
In philosophy, you probably expect to do more papers. I don't know, but it would be my guess.
Well, who else asked some questions? We got 70 people watching, and we're down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people in here. Holy crap! Where'd everybody go? Apologies.
I'm driving, so I won't drop out as much.
Apologias says that they're probably paid 6 figures. You might be right. These guys probably do make bank. But for example, like the last thing that Tompkins put out, that was the paper. I hate to say paper. The blog that Tompkins put out. The last one he had on ICR was in direct response to mine and Ruif's inquiry on some other stuff that he had. That was literally in direct response. I mean, he actually had told me, "Hey, Steve, before you get too much deeper into this, wait for my next thing to come out to refute Ruif." And then he doesn't even mention Ruif by name. He calls him the computer scientist, which I thought was so disrespectful. He doesn't even have the audacity to mention it by name. And he claims that Ruif's blog was taken down, which was never the case.
Yeah, Ruif's blog was taken down, much like your channel was in danger from the DMCA.
Exactly. Stuff. Yeah, bingo. Oh, that was funny. Yeah, G-Man loved that.
I figured
Steve's channel was in danger. No, it wasn't. I have green across the board on my channel. You want to see? I'll show you. My community strikes 0. Everything's 0. My channel was never in danger. So that was just complete nonsense.
Steve, are you familiar with Pine Creek? That guy? He comes on pretty late at night. He's a Canadian.
He's got the blue backdrop. He's blonde.
No.
Yep. Kind of a dyed hair. He's pretty good, I think. He might be a good one to have on sometime. I mean, he's kind of
What's his name?
He's kind of like a Steve. Pine Creek.
I'll look into it. Yeah, if you guys got ideas, let me know.
Yeah, he's kind of new. How about that Patricia? Yeah, Patricia Steer, the flat Earth and other hot potatoes. She might be fun.
Well, and if you see some names out there, feel free to reach out to them yourselves too. I reach out to a lot of people. That's how I got Holy Kool-Aid. And I send emails out all the time and messages all the time. I spend a lot of time getting people on. But if you guys know people you think you'd be interested, you can try to contact them yourself.
I think he would be good to have on as a panelist.
I think we need to give this a project name, and I think we should call it Project Pimp for Steve.
Yeah, that works. PFS. Well, you know,
Project PFS. That's even better.
Here's the thing: it's not just for me. Anybody who brings in anybody in the community, it helps everybody, right?
Yeah,
if they're an intelligent person, right? Now, granted, we have some dumbasses in the community. It happens, but
I'm one
you know
of 'em.
what? You can,
I'm here.
Yeah, wasn't referring to you, Tony. Don't worry. But you know,
I can't deny my own genius.
Again, there was only certain reasons why we moved people from the community. Obviously for trolling, and obviously I don't let people take the arguments. I don't like when people take somebody's argument and then twist it all around. And it's just like, look, give somebody a principle of charity, follow the rules. If they can't follow the rules, I have to cut them loose. I mean, it's just the way it is. I mean, I can't be everybody's father figure and accept everybody in total. It diminishes the conversations across the board if somebody is just being a complete troll, taking up 5 or 6 posts to say the same thing and hijacking posts, which somebody just recently was doing. I had to let them go. But hey, Ozzy, how are you? Welcome. You're looking mighty chipper, except your mic is muted.
Thank you.
Now I got to know, have you been looking in the wrong forums?
I have no idea. I was in the other room when you were
Mass
talking
Debate
about that.
Society. I've got a shot.
What?
I'm sorry. I'm getting a terrible echo here. I'm not sure what's going on.
Drew
I'm
Silver-
going to have
Drew
to pop
Silver
out and
talked
pop back in, I think.
All right, pop out and pop back in real quick. F5.
My fault. I'll mute.
Tom says, Steve, have you checked out Thomas Lundy? Dragnut made some responses video to him. Yeah, I knew Thomas Lundy. He's not really worth me going into. He has like 6 people watch his stuff. The guy's just really not all quite there. So I don't really want to deal with him.
Is there somebody like a Ronnie or a Tommy?
No,
that
no,
kind of-
there is nothing like a Ronnie or a Tommy.
Yeah, I mean, Ronnie's
they
got
are unique. They are unique and special creations under their own.
Ronnie's getting a whole award ceremony named after him. That's pretty unique.
But it has to be one of those types that's reasonable.
Snowflakes are not as special as these two.
I've actually got a question. Has Ronnie bred with anybody? Do we know if he has children?
No.
No.
Could this be a speciation event?
No,
it could be.
But
No, it's an extinction event.
What you know? What's funny is one of the what are they called? The categories for the Ronnies is the Tommy Hall effect. You know, where you submit a paper.
Can't we have the Tommy Hall of Fame?
No, the Tommy Hall effect is where you submit a paper that's going to actually go against everything that you just said, right? Because you haven't read it yourself usually. But that's the Tommy Hall effect. But he's going to win it no matter what. It's the one category that nobody else is even eligible for.
I don't know. Who was the guy that put the transmutation of animals, and it was actually about transporting animals from one side of Africa.
That was Nephilim free.
That was translocation of species as opposed to translocation, of genes.
Yeah, and you know he finally admitted he screwed up on that. So I heard, but he's still.
Oh, come on, Steve. The guy reads an article on moraines and thinks it has to do with a global flood, but it has to do with glaciation. But again, it was water. They both involve water.
I mean, I had a nice little video that I made on Nephi for that very thing, and it's a popular video because it showed that Nephi just was refusing to even acknowledge that the paper he submitted was nothing to do with Robertsonian translocations. It was about wildlife translocation. All he saw was the word translocation, and he's like, "Oh, look, a paper that supports what I said." Okay.
Did he not even read the abstract of that?
Tom is the only person that gets the joke about the Tommy Hall effect. You know, that's just funny. There's something called the Hall effect. The Hall effect is a real thing. There is something called the Hall effect, but I call it the Tommy Hall effect.
I think when Nephi looked up his species translocation, he Googled it that minute. He didn't have that saved.
Oh, of course not.
No.
Yeah.
Because therefore he didn't actually look at it and read it.
Yeah.
No.
Nephi is somebody who does read what he has. He just puts on magic glasses to read what's on the page.
Happy eyes.
Tommy's willing to read the abstract, even though he's completely wrong about its interpretation.
I don't think he even reads the abstract half the time. But anyways,
when Neff reads stuff, he looks for specific keywords which then relate to things. Like if it's talking about glaciers are made of ice. Ice is made of water. Therefore, this has to do with a flood.
Yeah, this particular category though, it's the one category that Tommy has to win every year.
Hall effect has to do with like voltage or electrical stuff, right?
No, well, Hall effect has to do with your current density. If you apply a magnetic field to a wire, or to some kind of iron, then the induced electric field, there's a formula for that. That's called the Hall effect.
Oh, okay, cool.
It's a
God, I
specific-
love
it's a
I
specific
love this. You guys,
coefficient.
I learn something new every day. I love it. I had an idea.
Did you take
I almost had it down.
Did you ever take electronics?
Me, no.
Yeah.
I did, and I don't remember.
Yeah, I vaguely remember it. I mean, I remember like the Lenz's law, and I remember like the right-hand rule better.
Yeah.
But I just remember the Hall effect has to do with something with the voltage potential across a conductor.
I was an electrician. Assistant for a while, but I just know about housing electricity and stuff.
Well,
how many 45 and 90-degree bends in a piece of wire over a particular distance?
Yeah, we had to learn shit like Kirchhoff's voltage law, Kirchhoff's current law, how to figure out, if you go into a series of RC, what your final potential is going to be, if you have an LC circuit, what's your capacitive reactance, that kind of stuff. Not very complicated, but a pain in the ass when you start doing with phases, especially like a three-phase system. When we learned about three-phase windings, which were the delta, and what's the other one? I can picture it in my head, but I can't think of the name. You have the delta winding, and you have one that it's like a Y winding. Those are really kind of the phase to do the phasing, not that easy.
Yeah, because that makes the motor go backwards and forwards, and what if you're talking about a motor?
Yeah, three phase will mess you up. I mean, you get 440.
3-phase will. I got a friend get shocked by it, and it blew his toe off.
Oh yeah, 440 3-phase.
I was up there. I was up there on the roof with them when we were doing an AC unit, and bam, we had to take him to the hospital. It was crazy.
Well, I know somebody who was working on an oil furnace at a house and managed to touch the transformer and grounded himself out. Both his arms were paralyzed for at least an hour.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, I've been shocked so bad that I've like knocked out and then woken up, and I'm like, where am I at?
That's the kind of stuff. I've been shocked off line level, like just regular straight line level. Not a big deal. It goes zzz, and you're like, whatever. But
well, it's amps, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you don't have as long as you like holding like them big time, you're not going to get electrocuted just by touching.
As long as the amps are low too, those amps will kill you. That's
well, 10 milliamps across the heart can kill you, but
Tony, you like this one? I discharged an old cathode ray tube with a couple of screwdrivers against the frame. And so I dropped my normal screwdriver, and I said to one of my colleagues, "Can you pass me one?" And I didn't notice it had a metal stud through the handle because it was a cheap, nasty piece of shit rather than one of my RS ones.
Yep.
So
I had my thumb.
Yeah.
30,000 volts. Okay, it's only milliamps.
I know exactly what you did.
I would dip all my tools.
Hang on, you took the anode. You took the plastic anode off that CRT, and you stuck that damn thing in there, and you touched it to the metal chassis to ground it, and you shocked yourself, didn't you?
Yep. And I was twitching for quite a while.
I know exactly what you did. And you know what? I have never been dumb enough to do that. I've done that procedure, but I've never shocked myself. And I tell you what, flyback transformers from the old TVs, those things were badass. If you get your hands on a really good flyback transformer,
gun.
Those you could use those things to make an ion gun. You can make them into a stun gun.
You know what's really fun is if you get the transformer out of like an old microwave or a TV, and you rewind it. So you rather than stepping down the ampage, you step it up. By God, you can have fun with that.
You don't even have to rewind for that. You just run it backwards. You just run your primary to secondary. You just reverse it.
Well, just to get but
it's better if you use thicker wire because then it will carry more.
Well, that's true
ampage.
too.
That's why, because otherwise, if you're using the 0.3 or 0.5 mil wire, that's going to burn out at a very low ampage.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, and also you want an ion core because you want to reduce your hysteresis losses.
This is awesome. Something I actually know a little bit about. This is cool.
I was a Radio Shack store manager for 6 years. I picked up a lot of plus I had a radio communications license when I was 13. I used to love electronics. My granddad owned an electronics store, so I used to get all these old components like
you had all the old tube
testers. I used to have BOMs. I had digital logic probes. I used to really love electronics before in the Navy, and they made me fucking machinist mate.
Yeah, but what was your standard, Steve, when you were doing
What was your
electronics?
standard? God.
Yeah, right.
His standard is to use good quality screwdrivers that are insulated when discharging.
That's what I was going to tell you. Ed, that's what I was going to tell you. Like,
You're lucky
I
you
always
didn't
would
die.
get
That's
that,
enough voltage
that
on those
dip.
COTs. That
Yeah.
can't kill you.
Yeah, I would get that liquid plastic and dip it.
I've always learned, because I've done a lot of HT stuff like microwaves and also microwave communication equipment. That's what I started, doing repair stuff on originally.
Yeah.
We were always taught to work one-handed.
Yeah, because that way it doesn't go across your heart.
Yeah. So it kind of went down my left hand, and I'm lucky because I'm pretty ambidextrous. So I tend to do most of the discharging stuff.
I bet you went. I bet you were cursing yourself, going, "Never again, never again, never again."
Yeah, because you feel so stupid when it happens too. It's something that you know is dumb that you did.
Well, like I said, I've been zapped with household current. It's like, whatever.
Yeah.
But it's as long as it's not stepped up and you don't have a firm ground on it, you're not much going to happen. Now, if you throw a toaster in a bathtub, you're toast.
Yeah.
You're toast. Yeah.
You used to work on those AC units. Restaurant ACs is what I used to replace and stuff. And there's some.
So I used
to.
I used to make things that would step up voltage quite a bit. I mean, just several thousand volts. But it was so low a current that but it wasn't enough it wasn't any milliamp.
One of the coolest things that I had a friend that was absolutely insane. He actually lives over in America now, to be warned. Has lived there for about the last 15, 20 years. So he hasn't destroyed your company in a country in a Rick and Morty style way, but he has that level of capability. He is that smart. But he was really into electronics, and this is back in the sort of mid-90s. This guy built just really clever shit. I won't go into that because it's too long a story. But the one cool thing he had is he had farad capacitors.
A full farad?
Not microfarad.
Yeah, no, a full farad.
No. He had a 10 and a 25 farad.
That's huge. That's gargantuan.
Almost the size of a decent sized bin.
Yeah, well, those will kill
kind
you.
of size. Oh no, they will actually vaporize steel.
Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot for. If anybody don't know what a farad is, that's a matter of capacitance, a capacitor for how much it can hold. Right? Think of a capacitor as like a little battery, and so you have this build up charge that's in there, and if it discharges through you, think what's going to happen. You have all that current going through your body. Not good,
Well, it's kind of like the alternator of for electronics. Yeah.
Well, an alternator is actually a winding.
Well, I mean, it stores it and starts stuff. Yeah.
It's the shit on a motherboard that smells like ozone when it pops off.
I was gonna say, if the fundies haven't destroyed this country yet, I doubt your friend will have a good go, but he won't get there.
He ended up working in Raleigh in North Carolina for IBM R&D.
Wait, you said North Carolina?
IBM,
Shit.
Yeah.
I better get out of here. He's near me then.
Well, if you ever meet a guy who's in his latter part of his 40s, is extremely good at judo and is ex-British judo team, and sounds like he's an idiot, but actually has an IQ of around 145, 150, and is called Steve, then you've met him. Oh, he's also about 6'6" as well.
Hey, real quick, we got a technical issue with Ozzy. Hey, Ozzy, on your stereo mixer, you might have what's called a line in. It looks like a little card, or on your stereo mixer. You can try disabling that, and it might get rid of your feedback problem. You have to right-click on your. This is Windows. If you right-click on your speaker things, it'll say playback devices.
Yeah.
And if you go to playback devices, there might be something in there called line in, or stereo mixer. Which you can disable, and that might fix your problem. All you want to have enabled is your speakers. You want to disable everything else, and on your recording, you want to have your mic. That's it.
And very quickly, because I've got to go pretty soon. I was just going to say, if you guys ever need any kind of like IT level support to fix shit, I'm a good person to ask.
They don't even do that anymore. You know what? They don't even fix shit anymore. They just pull a board out and stick a new board in. Nobody ever does line level stuff anymore.
Not so much the repair side of it. It's more the my PC won't do this, my PC won't do that kind of stuff.
The diagnostic side, I'll get a hold of you. I have some problems all the time, and I don't know what I'm
Delete
doing.
line 22, I think it is, on your one of your files, and just kills your computer.
Don't believe him. He's just going to tell you to turn it off and on again.
So what is it? You delete your whole System 32 files? That's what you do.
That's the file number? It just like destroys the directory for everything. You have to like install new drivers for it.
System 32.
Computer hack.
Well, there's a directory called System 32, which
that's what I was
sits in the Windows directory, and that's where all your main DLLs sit, which are the delimited library files for Windows. That basically contains the entire instruction set for how your system is set up and configured. So yeah, bomb that out, you will kill it. And then that's then reflected in the Windows registry when you look at the local key part of it, which is generally the stuff in curly brackets with loads of weird numbers and letters, and then stuff inside you don't understand. So yeah, I really do know what
file, you can't get it back.
I like how he uses the technical term curly brackets.
Curly brackets, yeah, that's the first thing I was thinking. I'm like, curly brackets, I know.
And not just curly brackets with a bunch of numbers in them.
I just call it curly.
I know my audience.
Level. I can understand that part at least.
I'm a techie that can speak English.
Sorry.
Part of what I do for a living is go and see very reasonably to large size companies and meet with very senior people and talk to them in a way that they understand and therefore then don't feel stupid. So they then give me lots of money to the companies I work for to go and fix all their shit.
There you go.
Stick Ronnie on him, see how much money he comes back with.
Have you ever had to go somewhere because someone's computer wouldn't do something specific and all you had to do was eject a diskette?
Oh, by the way, they're...
Oh, no, I've had a better one, and Steve is old enough to remember this. Back in the old days when you had IBM PCs and Epson PCs and, compact PCs, a lot of them had a little lock on them.
Yes.
That would lock out the keyboard.
Yes.
And I used to have a private, a weekend job, which was a private contract to support a couple of legal firms in the city and also a publishing company for their work over the weekends. And I had which meant because I don't drink, and there wasn't much of a problem. So anyway, I got to get a call out at sort of 2 o'clock in the morning to go to a bank in the city of London to fix something for an urgent set of reports that had to be done. And bear in mind, this was quite expensive, and this is back again in the mid-90s. So I'm getting paid about sort of $350 to get out of bed and just go to site, and then it's an hourly rate to fix stuff. But they have to pay my call out plus my first hour. So the first thing I always do is get people to sign off on the form, because you always sign before you fix anything, because otherwise they might not pay you. And the problem is the key lock on the machine was slightly loose, which meant it had just come out of position and wouldn't lock back in properly. So I just opened up the machine, tightened the nut up at the back, went click, click, okay, that's brilliant, put it back on, switched the machine back on, keyboard all working. And the guy went, oh, fuck. And, I just said, we'll call it something a bit more serious on the description then, shall we?
At least you didn't milk them. At least you didn't milk them, like walk around, pretend you're doing something for an hour.
Yeah. Hey, Drew, they're actually names of those things. The names of those curly brackets, they call them braces, by the way. The round brackets are parentheses or parenthetical groups. The curly brackets are called braces. And then
I actually do know.
Angel, you know what the angle brackets are called?
Angle brackets.
Yeah. Chevrons.
Angle brackets. Chevrons, yes.
Yeah. You are talking about on schematics, right?
Well, wait, Steve, what do you call the square ones then?
Parenthetical groups. Square brackets.
And the curvy ones?
Curly brackets or braces?
No, the ones that are just curved like a crescent.
Oh, a round bracket or parentheses.
Okay.
Parentheses.
Yeah. Hey, by the way, so Ozzy is your.
But that's only in maths, and we call them different names if you want to go into IT.
Let's see if Ozzy's working now.
Can everyone hear me?
Yeah.
Static.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I can hear myself as well, feeding back.
Well, hang on. Did you go to your setting and try to get rid of that stereo line in mixer?
Yeah, that's not even English to me.
Okay, how's this?
That means
there's no static and there's no echo.
He's getting an echo.
Okay.
No, I'm getting an echo on my end. I'm using this here microphone, and
Do you have the YouTube page opened?
No, I never.
He needs right click your speaker.
I don't know how to do that.
So I'm gonna show him.
I've got the device manager open. Maybe someone could walk me through this off air so that I can walk through all your viewers with my technical ineptitude.
Click on my screen, Ozzy.
Yeah, he's getting an echo. So everybody's kind of let Drew do it because he's getting an echo. So Drews, go ahead. And
click on your screen. I don't even know what that means. Click on your screen. How could I do that?
You see where I'm, and in the bottom of the Hangout, you've got all the people.
Oh yes.
I'm presenting you.
So, yeah, he's presenting me. So you can now see my screen.
Yes,
so,
I can. Thank you.
So if you get your mouse and go down to the little tray at the bottom where you've got all the little icons, like a little speaker symbol and the time. That's always a good thing. Look, yep. Right click, use the right mouse button and click, and then it will come up with a menu.
Yeah.
Click on recording devices.
Got it. Oh, I like this so far. It's working. Normally, people tell me to look over here, click on that, and this menu will pop up, and then nothing of the sort happens.
It's like magic.
Then you'll have a list of devices, and it may only be one, but one of them is going to be your microphone. You should see some volume activity going up on the right-hand side of that window.
Yep, that's correct. When I speak.
Yep. So if you go on to properties.
Properties. Oh, how do I get properties?
I don't think he has it on listen. I don't think that's his problem, Drews.
Okay.
I think his problem is, see where you have your fifth thing down, that little card. He's going to have something like that for line in or for stereo mixer. I think he has it enabled.
Oh, that's the thing that's got the little up and down sort of the thing that's giving you voice activity. Is it set to the default device?
Yeah, it's this blue Nessie USB mic. And it says default device. Yeah,
that's perfect. We're just going to check for this quickly. So, in the bottom right-hand corner of there, just above where it says "OK, cancel, apply," you'll see a properties button.
Yeah, I do. I see it.
Click on that whilst highlighting the microphone that's active.
Got it. Yeah.
Sorry, should have said that first.
Let me apologize to all the viewers who are bored out of this.
No, I'm learning.
Screw my viewers.
This is good.
Yeah, screw my viewers. We're watching Ozzy learn something for a change. This is great.
For real, I feel smart right
Make
now.
this into a separate video. Are you kidding me?
I feel so smart.
No, just kidding. It's okay. Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead, Drews.
Okay, and then you'll up at the top of that window, you'll see general listen levels advanced.
Got it.
So click on listen.
Yep.
Have you got listen to this? And have you got listen to this device ticked?
I do not.
Damn it.
Yes.
Okay,
I didn't think I told you. I knew that wasn't his problem, because if he had a listen on, it would be so unbearable. He would be ripping those things out of his headphones, out of his ears. I mean, so
yeah. Normally, what I do is I don't know what has changed, but normally I speak into this microphone, but my earbuds are plugged directly into the laptop, not into the jack in the microphone, but directly into the laptop, and then I have no problem. There's no conflict. So I'm not sure what has changed, but now that line in jack no longer works. It just, it works if I don't use the microphone. If I don't use the microphone.
His line in needs something with his line in. That's what I said before. He needs to either have it enabled or disabled, depending on what it is now.
So if you
it seems to be assuming that if the microphone is active, don't use line in.
Yeah, because it's gonna sense it. I think you have a port that senses your mic or senses a line in connection, because a mic is different from a line in. They're two different things.
Right, but the microphone has a line in jack.
Yes.
Like in the base of this, it has it's defaulting to that now, and so the regular line in jack is dead. So that's what I need to.
So what you have to do is, Drew, show them how to manually convert it, software wise, to convert it to a mic jack rather than a line in.
So again, if you go back to that recording tab, so that's where you first saw the microphone with a little bit of activity thing levels going on the right hand side. You'll see something that says line in.
I see something that says mic in at front panel, black, and then I have microphone, and then I have stereo mix.
Okay. I'll tell you what, we will do this another time. I will tag you up on Google Plus, or you hit me on Google Plus, and we'll do a little hangout, and I'll fix it for you.
Okay.
Because it sounds like your laptop is got some proprietary. You've probably got some proprietary sound management devices in there.
Oh, okay.
You've probably got some software that was installed as part of the install for the laptop that drives it.
Oh, okay.
That is probably doing that. So, for instance, I've got a separate sound card set up in my PC, and there's software that goes with it that allows me to configure it and do whatever I want. And it took me ages to figure out how to get my front ports and my rear ports working.
Okay.
I won't go into details, but I think I know where your problem is, and it's a little bit more complicated.
Okay. In any case, I'll stop boring your viewers. I'm having such a hard time when I'm speaking because it's echoing back quite badly. I'm going to have to bow out of this hangout though. But thank you, Steve, for the invitation, and thanks for sending me that link. Yeah, I was looking at the wrong Great Debate Community. There's another Great Debate Community called the Great Debate Community with like something like 92 members, of which I'm a member apparently. I don't know how that happened, but anyway, so I've been looking at the wrong one all this time. So thanks for sorting that out for me, Steve. And Bruce, thanks very much. I'll see if I can follow you.
It's nice that I was explaining in a way you can understand, because that's the most important thing.
Yeah, well, those were nice, clear walkthrough instructions. I appreciate that, actually. Thank you. Okay, well, goodbye, everyone.
It's been fun.
Bye.
Bye.
And with that, I will also bow out because it's getting late here, and I should go and hit the sack pretty soon.
Well,
have a good night.
Take care, guys.
Hey,
Good night.
You too. Hey, Pluto, how's my favorite headless chicken?
All right.
I'm actually awake during the day. This is kind of frightening.
Hey, I've seen some of your videos. I know who you are. I was saying like, oh, hey, I've seen some of your videos, I think. How you doing?
I'm doing okay. Just working a 14 night shift stretch, I should say. So it's like I'm trying to feel like a
Just say no
human
more.
being
Yep.
and socialize a little bit, you know. Of course, still playing Minecraft right now. Prepping for the next video where I start on a castle.
My daughter plays Minecraft. She loves Minecraft. I'm not interested in that at all. It's like weird. I don't know. She loves it though. She's got a whole crazy world set up.
Yeah, did she see the videos of the airship I did?
Oh no! I'll look for it though. Show her though.
Yeah, it's on my Dragon Coast ones. I built a kind of a steampunk dragon airship in midair, so it's part of this really big project I'm just doing online. So it's something to do because otherwise I'm making jewelry and I've got some custom orders, but it's like I got to take a break from sewing and, you know, driving needles into my fingers by accident and stuff. Hazards of sewing in leather.
Yeah, I need a big thimble.
Yeah, pretty much.
What happened? Where's everyone else? What happened? Is everyone just
I'm
bow
here.
out? Oh, there you are.
Yeah. Are we still live?
I don't know. What happened?
I don't know.
Is Steve here?
Steve's still here, but he hasn't said if we're still live or not.
Maybe he needs a refresh. He's probably talking and nobody hears him.
Yeah, he's probably yelling at people right now because
Yeah.
Side Strike dropped out and he might be on a phone. No, Tony's still in, so he's not on. So it wasn't
Yeah,
a
I'm
phone quake.
still in here.
Yeah, I'm on mobile as well, so maybe it only affected the other person.
No, when a
Maybe
phone quake happens, it hits everybody.
We'll bow out real quick and come back.
Oh, now we're down to 6.
Yeah, I'm about to bow out. Take a nap.
Oh, gee, I join in and it dies. I mean, wow.
No,
Girl, everybody run!
Oh, it's gotta be the Doctor Who T-shirt I've got on. You know, we're all a little mad here. Just ask the man in the box.
I'm back. Hey, by the way, did we get that fixed with Ozzy, or what happened?
No, he wasn't able to fix it, so he just bowed out.
Hey, Steve, 1 second. My daughter's calling. I'm gonna mute myself. If I remember how.
So I was trying to ask Ozzy if he was in the right forum for the Great Debate Community. I was thinking maybe he was like looking at the wrong one.
Yeah, he was.
Oh, was that what it was?
Yeah.
See, I was right.
The same thing I did. Same thing I did too.
But he said, Druss offered to host a private hangout to help try to solve his problem with his mic. I just want to sit there and watch that because that was pretty entertaining.
It was. I was like, okay, I'll remember that. Is that Dragon Ball Z you got there?
My avatar, yeah, it's Super Saiyan 2 Gohan.
Yu-Gi-Oh, my mechanical chaser. I try to change up my Yu-Gi-Oh avatar every week.
The funniest thing is, Ozzy is actually a moderator for the GDC, and
yeah, right.
He may not even know that he is, but he doesn't know where to find it. That's funny.
I'm an authority in a group that I don't even know how to get to.
He's like, man, this moderation stuff's pretty easy.
I was just thinking, it seems like it's a pain in the butt because you got to deal with, everyone and the outside chat and whatever chats you have going on and people calling in and geez, seems like a headache.
I get a lot of people messaging me going, "Hey, how should I handle this?" or "What about this? Is this post acceptable?" And I'm cool with that, but.
I think I bother you a lot too, man. I'm sorry. I appreciate every time. It just I don't know who else to go to, and I'm like,
it's cool.
Like,
don't anybody
because sometimes I think like I'm bothering you or something, but I know I'll get the answer I want if I ask you. So
yeah, no, I don't mind that at all. Tom said I was right counted. Steve's I was right counted just reached 100,000K. Yeah, 100K. Yeah. I like saying I'm right because I make my mistakes, but I get corrected. I mean, when I make a mistake though, I kind of know I made the mistake usually pretty quickly after I did. Like for example, I will be saying something like, for example, earlier, like Ozzy corrected me on something, and I knew I was wrong. I was like, yeah, you're right. Let me rephrase this because they're not mistakes where I'm ignorant of it. It's just I'm speaking quickly or I'm not paying attention and I say something incorrect and I get corrected. I'm like, yeah, let me fix that. So there's a difference between that and having a real conceptual error, I think.
I just like this because it's like I said, like I learn something new every day. And like my girl, she's like, what are you doing in that chat room with scientists and stuff? Like I'm the last person she'd think would be in there, but it's so interesting. It's something I haven't dealt with, so every day it's new and fun and you guys are all cool. So.
And we've got a lot more members. I mean, we have like 620 members in the actual forums now.
Yeah, I'm trying to get people to come. I mean, I got Darren. That's cool. He came in. I told him a long time ago to come in. No, I'm not on Facebook though. That's one thing. I got to get on Facebook and start, networking a little bit more.
So Tony, what do you tell your daughter about why you're in this group of scientists? You just tell her you're learning stuff?
Yeah, I just say, it's fun. Like she'll listen to it. She'll like, oh, geez, Daddy. But then I'll talk to her about stuff I've learned. And I had a conversation about dichotomies came up, and I actually knew a little bit about it, from listening to you guys. So I wasn't like an idiot in the conversation. It was great. I felt good. So that's thanks to you guys. So
now go explain.
Was it a dichotomy or a true dichotomy?
Go explain to Matt Slick.
Yes, exactly right. The thing in the negation of the negation, all those things. All these big syllable words. I'm starting to learn now. No, I knew it back when I was in school, but that's a long time ago. There's a lot of weed. Many joints ago, so I gotta remember stuff. But if anyone has any problems with household stuff, I'm a handyman.
People have a problem with that phrase "true dichotomy," and I understand why. Because if it's dichotomous, it's dichotomous, right? It's true.
Mm-hmm.
But I think people just add that adjective in there because it's like, okay, there are such things as false dichotomies, so. Maybe they just say it's true dichotomy to differentiate between a false dichotomy, even though by saying it's dichotomy, it's automatically implying it's true, is it not?
Yeah, that's what I've never heard of the true and all the other, caveats that go on top of it. It's always just been dichotomy. So it's just the thing and the negation of the thing.
Yeah, I would think that if you say it's dichotomous, you're automatically implying that it's a true dichotomy. I think it's just redundant. But again, I defer to Ozzy for all that crap.
Right.
Yeah, but mic problems and all that.
Yeah, solid.
He's pretty busy too, so getting him into Hangouts is pretty hard.
Oh, yeah, I haven't really had a hangout with Ozzy in quite some time. It's actually been too long. We need to again. I really like the Ozzy Hangouts, both on air and off air.
Well, with the warmer weather, it's probably gonna be harder to get a hold of him. He'll be outside and camping and all that.
I miss camping. The problem with the phone though is that I don't get to be on all these hangouts. I'm trying to get on more hangouts because I love it, but I can only get I'll just be sitting here waiting, doing what I'm doing until someone has a hangout, and I want to get into hangouts, but I can't get into them because I'm on my phone. So
yeah, you can't get those private invites and whatnot, right?
Yeah, I just can't just walk into it or just go into a hangout or even see where they're going on unless I'm following someone.
Well, also when I do it like this, when I'm splitting through OBS, it's very hard for me to send direct invites out because it's not my circles. So I have to do it by alternative means, like posting it in the Great Debate Forum or just having people message me directly. When I have them through the 10-man hangout, like through my own G+, I can actually invite a shit ton of people and see who shows up. So it's a lot different doing it this way. I don't get as many people in here because I'm not directly inviting them. If I do it the other way and I send out 40 invites, I'll get 15 people in usually, or try to get in full 10, and then I'll have like 5 people going, hey, anybody willing to drop?
Yeah, because I'm always willing to drop. If it ever gets big and you need a space, I'll be the first to drop out. So I'm good with listening to it. Yeah.
Well, it doesn't matter here.
Yeah,
I have 25 man.
Call his name 3 times and it summons him apparently.
Which was kind of crappy the other day when I was in the Council of G+ before they went on air, and I was talking to Matt Slick, explaining to him how to do a business account. Right? I said, well, might want to look into getting a business account. It's only $5, and I explained to him, and Vincent, ejected me out of the hangout. And
yeah, that was bullshit.
Yeah, even everybody else was just like, that was pretty cold.
What? Somebody becoming an authority telling Matt Slick, I must eject them.
No, Matt has.
I mean, you'll be
Matt,
sitting there
Matt,
helping
Matt,
him the whole time.
Matt thinks it's pretty bullshitty. I mean, I'm sure. I mean, Matt has no problem with certain people, but he doesn't like this personality war that some of the members of the COG place upon other people. I think, and I don't blame him. They don't want the drama, and it's not us causing the drama. It's members of our own people causing the drama.
I just speaking of that, I just watched Rand Cam and Fiona right before you guys came on air. That's what I was watching. It's having to do with like the drama and the squabbles, the petty squabbles and stuff.
Well, Rand Cam thrives on that though. That's his shtick.
Well, that was like 2-3 years ago, and I don't even know what's going on with him now.
Yeah, he has he had his channel called Flat Out Elected. And he wants people to join. He wants people to go, into the live feed, and he doesn't like when people are getting blocked from the live feed. I mean, he knows, like Arcane and a few other people have blocked people, and he got really mad because he's like, wait a minute, how are people going to watch my stuff if they can't even chat in live chat?
It's Flat Out what? I don't know if you want to promote it. But.
Flat Out Elected. Oh, I don't. It's not promoting of it. It's crap. He knows it's crap. I mean, Rand Campbell's not a flat earther in real life. He just uses it as a vehicle because there's money to be made on it. He doesn't give a shit about flat Earth. We all know
that's how most of it is, man. It's all about. That's what Ken Ham and them. They're about the CDs. They're still one of the only people that sell CDs. Think about that. Who sells CDs nowadays? I mean,
Spencer's.
Yeah, Spencer's.
So, did we get your audio problem fixed, or is it just decent enough, Ozzy?
I don't know. You tell me. How does that sound? Anything on your end?
Yeah, perfect.
Sounds pretty good.
Okay.
What'd you do to fix it?
I just played with some volume settings so that I could at least talk without it reverberating so loud in my own skull that I can't keep talking. Okay. Thank you, by the way, for your patience, everyone. While we were trying to sort that out.
So, what Great Debate Forum were you in that you were only getting 2 posts a week or so?
I don't know. I mean, there were 92 members in it. It's just
not,
called the Great Debate Community.
Yeah, it's not ours.
Yeah. I wondered, but the thing is, there are people who belong to both.
Yes.
And that's what threw me. Like, for instance, Helena Handbasket would post something, and I would say, "Oh, there's, that's the Great Debate Community." I didn't realize there was another one of the same name.
Yeah, ours is 620 people. Big difference.
Yeah.
I know the other ones. I thought about asking them if they want to merge to one. Maybe I will. Because it is a little confusing. I know one of the groups started off because it was a troll that didn't like the fact that I was kind of popular in this, and that they started just as a troll thing. They only got like 40 members or something. Wasn't the not one
Yeah,
of the
but
90s.
Steve, we know that was just you using your Steve McQuack sock account.
Yeah, exactly. But the one that's like 90 some odd members or something like that, they might want to merge with us to prevent that problem. But yeah, so you found the right one. You know which one it is now, right?
Yeah. In fact, I removed myself from the other community so I wouldn't make that mistake again because I know me.
Yeah, because I mean, I was like 2 posts a week. We get a lot of posts a day on the Great Debate Community.
Yeah, well, it's also the problem is compounded by the fact that Google Plus notifications are so screwed up for me. Like I routinely get an invitation to join a hangout the following day. You know, so I look at this link and I go, oh, that's nice. Thanks for the invite. And I'm like, oh no, wait, that hangout's over. Like, what the heck, right? So Google notifications are still screwed up. I've got, you know, I get tagged in things and this happens regularly. You know, someone tags you because they want your comment or your input on some video they watched or something like that, or they commented on something and they tag you, and it's just so you can follow it or something like that. And very often I'd be interested in joining and sort of joining in that conversation. But by the time I get there, there's like 60 posts, 100 posts, and I don't feel like reading through that a big long thread where there are multiple simultaneous arguments with half a dozen or as many as a dozen or more participants involved. At that point, I sort of feel like, oh, now I got homework. So I don't want to sort of weigh in when the conversation's been going on for so long with so many people. So,
I haven't added your hangout in ages, by the way, just FYI. If I have not added you to a hangout in ages. So if I ever do add you to a hangout, it's probably because I have a really good topic that I really specifically want you to weigh in on. Other than that, I just posted, and I've always thought you just kind of know that I'm having a hangout, or I'll send you something through Facebook. Show you the link that I'm having a hangout, but I specifically invited you.
Well, that's the better way. Is you hit me on Facebook with a link, or even on Google Plus, like the private message function. That seems to work. But when people just try to tag me, I often don't see things, which is kind of annoying because although you can't participate in everything that you get tagged in, but very often you look at it and you go, oh yeah, I wish I could have weighed in on that one. But anyway.
Yeah, no. Just FYI though, like I said, if I do add you to a specific hangout, there's probably gonna be a good reason for it.
Sure. By the way, I just before I joined, you were talking about the true dichotomy business, and I just want to say you're correct about that. The expression "true dichotomy" is in contradistinction to the idea of a false dichotomy. We say it all the time. Well, no, that's a false dichotomy. You're saying that there's only these two options, but in fact, I can think of more options, right? So the expression "true dichotomy" makes perfect sense. Right, but the way Matt Slick uses it is confused. He doesn't understand what it means. That like there are really only dichotomies, right? Mm-hmm. What he means by a dichotomy, what he's calling a true dichotomy, is a dichotomy not of the form A or B, but of the form A or not A. Okay, well that too is a dichotomy, but it's not truer, right? I seem to be frozen.
You are frozen.
I am frozen? Okay. Yeah. Can you still hear me though?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, I'll just turn off my cam for a bit then.
Yeah, we all know how pretty you look. We know the girls.
Oh yeah, actually, I have to say yes.
Get it out, Christina. Get it all out. We know.
Okay, I'm glad my cam's off now because she's
smart and cute. Smart and cute. I mean, oh my word. Okay.
Thank you. God. Right there. Anyway,
enough to keep us entertained for the night.
I love watching Ozzy just blush. It's great.
What the hell was I saying?
He's laughing.
It doesn't take much.
It doesn't matter what the hell you were saying at this point. No, you're talking about true dichotomies and Matt Slick having a.
Oh yeah.
No,
so
it's not a true
Christina, thank you. That was very kind, by the way. Very flattering.
Oh, she says the same thing about everybody. Move on. No.
Okay. Oh well, then the hell with you.
I've read too, though, not just you, Ozzy.
So I'm going to show myself now. Not joking.
Okay.
So not a true dichotomy.
Now I got to get my camera back on if I can now. And I actually am red, but that's because I'm sunburned. We've had like 2 lovely days of sunshine out there. So yeah, the way Matt Slick uses the expression true dichotomy is kind of confused. He thinks that he's distinguishing between some kind of regular dichotomy and then the true dichotomy. And the true dichotomy is a dichotomy of the form A or not A. Now, I mean, you can do that if you want, but that's not how we use the expression true dichotomy. The expression true dichotomy is to contrast a dichotomy with a false dichotomy, right? So, if I say, well, these are your options, there's door number 1 and there's door number 2. Well, if there are only 2 doors, A or B, right, then, that's a true dichotomy. But if I say there's only 2 doors and you go, but wait a minute, there's another door over there. Well, then that's a false dichotomy, right? That's a trichotomy. There's actually 3 options, right? Or 4 options or however many doors there are. So, true dichotomy doesn't designate a special kind of dichotomy. It just means a dichotomy that isn't a false dichotomy. You're not some.
Yeah. So let me ask you, is he somehow okay? Let me regurgitate what you just said in a way that might be a little more easily digestible. Does he literally think that if you have 2 options as opposed to a A and not A, that somehow there's different levels of dichotomous, that one is more truer than the other? I mean, I'm not understanding why he's getting that perception where they're both a dichotomy.
Yeah, I don't know why he's doing that. I mean, I don't know why. It doesn't make sense. I think it's because he doesn't understand how a disjunctive syllogism actually works. I mean, see, what he's calling a true dichotomy is in fact a dichotomy. It is in fact a dichotomy, but it's a dichotomy that says A or not A. So what's an example of A or not A? Okay, well, first let me give you an example of A or B. That's a man, or that's a woman. That's a dichotomy. That's a chair, or it's a table. So that's a chair, or that's a table, right? That's a dichotomy. Okay. The fact that there exist other things in the world doesn't mean that that's not a dichotomy. It's still a dichotomy. I'm saying, if I'm saying, you can have coffee or you can have tea, right? I've given you a dichotomous choice. It doesn't. I'm not suggesting that there's nothing else in the universe. A or B, right? Two different things. Okay. Now, but if I say something like coffee or anything else, including nothing, okay, that's a dichotomy of the form A or not A, right? So if I say this is a hand or it's not a hand, okay, well, look, if it's nothing, it's not a hand, and if it's a kumquat, then it's not a hand, and if it's a lizard, then it's not a hand, and if it's a hand, it's a hand, and if it's not a hand, if it's anything other than a hand, including nothing, then it's not a hand. So that's a dichotomy of the form A or not A. So is there anything wrong with having a dichotomy that way? No, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that kind of dichotomy. But there is a problem if you're trying to use a disjunctive syllogism. In a disjunctive syllogism, you're using a dichotomy and you're eliminating one of the disjuncts. So if I say, coffee or tea, and you say coffee, oh, well, you can't have coffee. Well, then that leaves tea, right? A or B, not A, therefore B. Right? Or another would be A or B, not B, therefore A. What I'm saying is, look, you have a choice between these two things. If it's not one, then it has to be the other. That's all a disjunctive syllogism is, right? And we often chain disjunctive syllogisms together. We'll often give you a bunch of options like A or B or C or D, not A, therefore B or C or D, not B, therefore C or D, not C, therefore D, right? This is a disjunctive syllogism or chained disjunctive syllogisms like that. That's just what we call the process of elimination, when you eliminate something, right? So you're just eliminating options and whittling them down until you get to one. Okay, so what's wrong with his use of the so-called true dichotomy is that in a disjunctive syllogism, in a form of argument where you say A or B, not A, therefore B, A and B are two different things. They're not defined again. They're two different things. One isn't the mere negation of the other. But what he's calling a true dichotomy is just actually an instance of the principle of the excluded middle, right? If I say this is a hand or it's not, that includes, there are no other possibilities. Look, this is either a hand or it's not. It's not. It can't be both, right? And it can't be neither. Right? It's either a hand or it's not. There are no other options, right? And that's because the sentence, this is a hand or it is not, describes every possible state of affairs, right? And that includes everything. It includes, when there's a hand here, it includes when there's not a hand here, or when there's anything else there, all right? So when you use an instance of the principle of the excluded middle, anything of the form A or not A, that is the only kind of disjunctive, the only kind of dichotomy that you can't plug into a disjunctive syllogism. That's the one you can't use. So the thing that he's calling the true dichotomy, that's the kind of dichotomy that's the one kind of dichotomy you can't use in an argument of the form that we call disjunctive syllogism.
Well, okay, so wait a minute. Okay, so let me use P and Q because it's easier for me.
Sure, P and Q is fine. Yeah.
Okay, so if I have P or Q, which would be the same thing as A or B, and he's sticking in this case, if it was A and B, it'd be sticking in not A for B, or in this case for P, it'd be sticking in not P, right?
Yeah, P or not P.
Okay, so you end up with P or not P. Now, at that point, you say that that's okay to do that, or it's not okay.
Well, no, you can. You can say, look, you can say, look, P or not P.
Yeah. Okay.
not P. Let's say I eliminate the second disjunct. Okay, so the first disjunct is you have P, and the second disjunct is not P. Right? This is a hand, or it's not a hand. Okay. But when you negate one of the disjuncts, okay, you're adding it when you're adding a negation to it. When you're saying not in front of it, you're turning it back into the other disjunct. So if I say P or not P, and then I say, oh, but not P but not P is not true. It's false. What I'm saying is not P, but not P is simply P.
Yeah, no, I totally get that.
Right?
My thing I was going with is that because he has like A or B or P or Q,
yeah,
which is obviously the dichotomy is there if you have or, right? And he's just saying, okay, well, if I take B out and I put not A, or take Q out and I put not P, you still have a dichotomy. He's thinking one is more true than the other for some reason. I don't know why. But my argument has been the same thing. I think obviously you and Alex and everybody else is very simple. As you said, in layman's terms, why is he allowed to take away one of the disjuncts to begin with? He's never justified why the elimination of one of the disjuncts to even begin with. And if he does, it just basically resorts to, like you said, you have two choices. I'm taking away one choice. You're left with one choice. That's a tautology.
Right, but okay, but what's wrong with this argument is not that he is not satisfactorily argued for the elimination of one of the disjuncts. It's more basic than that. It's that his argument takes the form P or not P. See, instead of having P or Q, he's got P or not P. In other words, his Q is simply the negation of P.
Yeah.
He's got P or not P. So instead of P or Q, he's got P or not P, where the not P occupies the position of a Q. That's fine. You can do that. It's just that when you then say, okay, I'm going to negate the second part, right? I'm going to negate the not P, right? I'm going to say not P.
You end up with P.
Not P just means P.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So his argument has the following form: P or P. Not P, not P, which is just P, therefore P. Look, your argument is now literally P, therefore P.
Well, it'd be the
so
same
it doesn't matter if you have a great argument for the elimination of
which I don't think he does,
not P, because then you don't need the disjunctive syllogism. Look, if you've got an argument that shows not P, okay, you've got an argument that shows P. That you literally don't need the whole rest of this disjunctive syllogism. It's just a waste of time.
It would be the same thing though if I have P or not P and I say not P, ergo not P, right? Therefore not P.
It sounds like a formal assertion.
P
it sounds like
or
a
not
formal
P,
assertion.
Yeah.
Not
But
P,
what I'm getting is
therefore not
saying.
P. Because you're
right,
eliminating
yeah.
the P,
So
you're left with the not P. So I could do the opposite of what he's doing, and it'd be the same thing.
Yeah, so what he's done here, he doesn't understand this because he hasn't taken any logic. He's read enough to understand what a disjunctive syllogism is, but he hasn't studied enough formal logic to realize that the one kind of dichotomy you can never use in a disjunctive syllogism is a dichotomy where the disjuncts are just direct negations of one another. In other words, you can't have the very thing that he calls a true dichotomy. The thing that he insists is so important that it's a true dichotomy, that's exactly what you can never, ever use in a disjunctive syllogism, because then your argument is just P, therefore P.
Yeah.
It's unfair.
Right?
It sounds unfair. It's just
well, never mind that it's unfair. It's trivially true. It's true for anything you can think of.
Yeah.
Right? So imagine if I said, this is a hand or it's not a hand. This is not a hand. What does that mean? It's not a hand. It's a hand. Okay. So why did I have to start with the disjunction? I could have just said, this is not a hand, which is to say that it's a hand, right? It's completely
do you
redundant.
Think he has do you think he has? I mean, I still don't think he has a case either, though, to negate the second disjunction. The not.
No,
not being.
no, I don't.
I don't think.
No, I don't think he does. No, I don't think he does. I think his arguments don't.
You mentioned earlier that
score.
It's kind of the secondary thing to the argument. I think it's just as important to point out that his premise on that is flawed. It's highly flawed.
Well, you can do that.
He could theoretically do it. If
of course, you should do that. The reason
argument.
it's important to harp on the logic is because he insists that this is a deductive proof. And that he's got a transcendental proof, right? And what he doesn't understand is that this is literally not a proper logical argument, right? This is the form of the argument he's using is literally a form P, therefore P. Look, I can support anything. I can start with God doesn't exist, therefore God doesn't exist. Is that valid? Of course that's valid. It's true that if God doesn't exist, that God doesn't exist. So
did you watch when I was in there last time? Did you hear my?
I caught some of it, but I missed the part where like you got booted out. Like you were there for a while, and then you were, and then I saw you in the live chat, and then there was some kind of like kerfuffle because you had gotten booted out for some illegitimate reason, or I don't know what happened.
Go watch it on Skylar Fiction's channel. He made a pretty good video of it, and that's the same thing that I was trying to explain to him. And Skylar got it, of course. Oops, nice side strike. And you know, my whole point to him was that whole thing was like, look, if you end up with P, therefore P, what are you saying? It's okay, it's trivial true. And he's like, why are you harping on the fact it's trivially true? I'm like, because it's trivial. It's so what? Because he thinks it sounds like it's a great argument. It's like, no. And again, I still don't think he has warrant to all of a sudden say not P is the case, because he has to demonstrate that his God has to be the only condition for the intelligibility of the logics that he's trying to say anyways.
Yeah, well, that's really another thing that's kind of weird. He thinks he's got this thing. He calls this a transcendental argument, but he doesn't understand what a transcendental argument is. And actually, Alex Malpass wrote a really beautiful blog post about transcendental arguments, and he wrote a.
Here, I have
he posted it on G Plus, where he talks about transcendental arguments and what they are. And but Matt Slick is kind of weird. He believes that logic is transcendental. He thinks it sort of stands outside of time and space and all of this stuff. It's not physical and stuff like that. It doesn't depend on our minds and stuff like that. He thinks it's transcendental, like it's out there. It's transcendent. Logic transcends.
We just have to get it.
That's why he thinks it's called a transcendental argument. Like he keeps talking about the transcendentals. You have to account for the transcendentals, and he thinks that's what makes this a transcendental argument. That's not at all what makes it a transcendental argument a transcendental argument. And I mean, his version is like hooey, but even if it wasn't, I mean, a transcendental argument is not an argument that appeals to transcendental things, whatever the hell those are supposed to be. You know, he's just confused there. But that's because, again, he's not studied logic, and he's not studied philosophy. He's come by all of his philosophy by way of apologetics. That is, he's read only enough philosophy. He's sort of cafeteria style picked through, you know, a bit of Hume here and a bit of Descartes there, and, you know, to the extent that it can be used to buttress his dogmas, right? But that's not actually a study of philosophy. And no one has an obligation to run out and read a bunch of philosophy, but at least at the very least, he shouldn't go around schooling people on their not knowing philosophy or they're not having studied logic when he has done neither himself.
Well,
right? That's what gets me, you know.
Is it it's not so much the okay, I'm going to probably go on a limb here, but the tag argument, as I understand it, is not so much that logic is somehow transcendental, but their argument is that without God as a necessary precondition, you cannot have logic. That would be the transcendental.
Well, he thinks.
Wouldn't that be the transcendental argument?
No. A transcendental argument is just I mean, I don't want to get into it because there are different kinds of transcendental arguments. For instance, there's a transcendental argument put forward in the philosophy of mind, the philosophy of language, that tries to show that we're not brains and bats, we're not in the matrix, we're not in a dream, and it's impossible for that to be the case. And it argues through a kind of transcendental reasoning. It doesn't appeal to anything weirdly metaphysical or anything like that. It just appeals to something about the nature of language. And basically, it's not an empirical thing, but it's not a strict deductive proof. It works by sort of proof through negation. You try to assume the contrary, and if you can find a contradiction doing that, then you know that the opposite is true. So that's sort of the logic of a transcendental argument. So the mistake he's making is he thinks logic is transcendental, and the only acquaintance he has with transcendental arguments in general is this one. He just knows this one argument, and it happens to deal with logic, which he thinks is like weird and otherworldly, and has all these kinds of, you know, peculiar properties, and because they're tied to the divine, and he thinks God is transcendental, so he thinks that's why it's called a transcendental argument. He literally doesn't understand why the transcendental argument for God is called the transcendental argument for God, right? And I mean, he could look this up on Wikipedia and find out what makes it a transcendental argument. But it's not because it appeals to logic, because you can have a transcendental argument for God that appeals to, lettuce leaves if you wanted to. I mean, it'd be hard to construct such an argument, but you don't have to appeal to weird things that are called transcendentals, right? Whatever the hell those are. I mean, I don't know what he means when he
defines them
talks about the transcendentals.
Doesn't he define them as things that exist independent of space and time, whatever the hell that means?
And yeah, well, maybe something exists independent of space and time. That's not incoherent. I can't think of any instances of it, but maybe, but as soon as he says that logic has this character, that logic is independent of time and space, then he's already assumed an awful lot. A lot of philosophers would say, well, no, that's not the nature of logic at all. Someone like a philosopher like Quine, for instance, would say, no, logic doesn't have that nature at all. You can't assume that it's otherworldly, and you can't start getting metaphysically extravagant, right? You're already knee deep in a theory there, and you're not going to prove anything to me by assuming a whole pile of stuff that I think is hooey. You'd have to establish that first, right? So, that's one of many difficulties that he has with his position when he talks about logic, but also when he talks about how do you account for logic. Okay, there's a lot of things to be said there. But the first thing is, tell me what you mean by logic that needs accounting for. I mean, if anyone ever confronts this question, how do you account for logic? Always ask the person, wait a minute, what is it about logic specifically that needs to be accounted for?
Thank you.
Right? That's what you have to ask the person. Exactly what is problematic about logic? Get specific, and then tell me, what would constitute an account. I don't need an example of an account. I just need, what are the conditions of satisfaction on anything that's going to qualify as an account of logic, right? I mean, there are a lot of people out there who believe, I mean, Aristotle believed, I believe actually, that there's no accounting for logic, strictly speaking, right? I mean, I could be mistaken about this. My mind could be changed about this, but I don't think there can be an account of logic. And by an account of logic, I mean something that explains why what we call the timeless verities, right? Something like the principle of the excluded middle, or, these assumptions, and these are actually assumptions, they're not laws of logic. These are the assumptions that we make that enable our ordinary propositional logic, right? Things like the principle of identity, the principle of the excluded middle, the principle of non-contradiction. These are assumptions that we make that enable logic to get rolling. Why do we think they're always true, right? Is this an empirical discovery that we've made, or is this some kind of a priori truth that follows from the very nature of the concept? That is, to understand the concept is to understand that it has to have certain properties. Like, think of like a two-dimensional flat plane, right? If you properly understand a Euclidean flat plane, you understand that it extends infinitely along this axis and along that axis, and it has no elevation, no bumps whatsoever. And if anyone, right now, we didn't discover a Euclidean flat plane. We defined a Euclidean flat plane. We defined what its properties are, right? And once we define that, certain things follow from that. Things follow from it that we hadn't defined into it explicitly, but we deduce from the concept itself. So maybe logic is like that. Maybe that's why logic has the properties that it has. So when you're asked to account for logic, what you have to do is you got to get the person to tell you what's weird about logic that needs accounting for. What are the phenomena here about logic that have to be explained? And then what would count as satisfying that, right? Now, I'm of the view that you can't give an account of logic in any sense of the word. You can't explain any of the things that are kind of peculiar about logic, because what would it mean to give you an account? Well, presumably you'd want a rational account, right? You wouldn't want me to just, spew a pile of propositions that are not somehow unconnected and don't leave you wondering or thinking, oh, right, now logic makes sense. I get it, right? You'd want some string of sentences which are somehow connected, where there are implications and all that. But that's to say that I would have to give you an account, an explanation of logic that is consistent with the norms of logic. But wait a minute, now I'm going to be assuming the very thing at issue, right? Am I allowed to do that? Are you going to allow me to use logic in my presentation of an account of logic? Yes or no? The presuppositionalists, the cyclones anyway, will always say no. No, you're not allowed to use logic. First you have to account for it. Well, wait a minute. What the heck are you asking me for? You're asking me to give an account of logic, but I'm not allowed to use logic. Am I allowed to give you an illogical account? Is that gonna satisfy you? No. Okay, so you won't be satisfied with an illogical one, and you won't accept a logical one. What are you asking me for? Your question is confused, right? So I'm of the view that logic isn't to be accounted for. It'd be great if we could account for everything, but I don't think we can account for logic. And some philosophers would disagree with that and think, oh yeah, there are other ways around this. But Aristotle, for instance, thought that you couldn't. That really logic sort of logic is too big. It's too basic. It's too fundamental. It's underneath everything, right? It undergirds all discourse, right? So all intelligible discourse, right? Logic is the condition of intelligibility. There's no condition behind logic, right? Logic is one of the conditions of intelligibility itself, right? There's no accounting for it. There's nothing behind it to account for. Positing a God doesn't help because you'd have to say certain things about God, and those would have to presumably be consistent with logic too. So now you're allowed, as long as you mention the name God, to suddenly insist that the account be rational and consistent with logic. So I think that when someone encounters this apologetic, one of the best moves is just say, okay, look, tell me what you think is so mysterious about logic that needs accounting. What are the phenomena? What are the features or the characteristics or the traits or the qualities of logic that need explication? Is it that there are these truths that seem to be true everywhere all the time? Is it the fact that we're able to apprehend these truths with our minds? Is it that there seems to be some kind of correspondence between our minds and reality? Like, what is it? Like, what are the features? And if you think you can account for them using God, I want to hear the specific account. Don't just tell me that God's logical, because that's not telling me anything about logic. That's telling me something about your God. You're supposed to explain logic in terms of your God. So I want to hear you unpack this concept of God such that it explains logic. Don't just apply everything. Don't just say of your God everything you would say of logic. Logic is true everywhere. Oh, God is true everywhere. Logic is timeless. Oh, God is timeless, right? All you're doing now is you're slopping onto your God concept everything that we would say about logic, which is supposed to be the mystery that we're supposed to be unpacking here, right? It doesn't help for you to try to explain the mystery in terms of some other thing, and then that other thing is mysterious in exactly the same way that logic was, right? So when a person says, well, I can explain logic because God is because of God's nature is logical. God's nature is logical. That sentence doesn't make sense unless I know what logic is. You need to account for that, right? You need to account for that nature, right? That's the nature of logic is what's at issue. And if you want to say, well, the nature of God and the nature of logic are one, or the nature of logic issues from God's nature. Well, what is it about God's nature that makes his nature a logical one, right? And such that logic has the qualities that it has, right? So I think the way to proceed is whenever you're confronted with this, just push back with, wait a minute, what is so fishy about logic that you think it needs accounting for, so that we understand, so that I understand what it is you're asking of me. And then if I confess, I don't know how to account for that. And of course, if you haven't studied philosophy of logic, I haven't studied philosophy of logic. I mean, I've studied some logic, I've studied some philosophy, well, a smidge of philosophy of logic, but really just a smidge, right? But most people will not have studied the philosophy of logic. Well, don't go by the seat of your pants inventing a philosophy of logic. You're going to end up looking ridiculous if the person you're talking to knows even a little bit, right? So, I mean, don't try to make up philosophy on the fly. It doesn't work. That's like making up science on the fly. If you don't know the science, right, and you're arguing with a creationist, don't make it up as you go. You're going to get caught out, or you're going to get confused, or you're going to realize you've argued yourself into a corner, right? If you don't have an account of logic because you've never thought of it, or you don't understand what's at issue or something like that, then just say, well, I don't know. Now tell me how you do it. And when they say, oh, well, God just has this nature. Oh, what nature is that? Well, it's a logical nature. What does it mean to say you have a logical nature?
But they don't want to look like they don't have an answer. By the way, when you said if you can't use a logic and you can't use logic, I thought you were going to say, so what is your question? Like, is it Ravi Zacharias? I was waiting. You sounded just like him for a second there. He says, so what is your question?
It's funny.
I was waiting for that. I was like, is he going to do it? He's going to say it. So what is your question? You know what I'm talking
that
about.
crossed my mind as I was saying that. I felt the temptation to say, "So, what is your question?" And in exactly the way that Zacharias would
Are
do
you
it.
talking about that preacher guy,
Yeah.
right? Okay, yeah.
So
yeah.
what is
Yeah,
it?
he's a
It's
preacher
so
and
formulated.
an
It's so
apologist.
scripted. Yeah, he's so scripted. But I think a lot of people they don't want to like have to admit that they either don't know something or they don't have an answer for something. And yet I've asked the same questions. And by the way, here's a question for you. Why do some people call it the laws of logic? Some people call it the principles of logic, and yet most people that generally look at these things realize they're just assumptions because they're not laws. They're something we observe and we assume to be true. But why is there such a differentiation? Because there's a huge difference between saying something is a law and something is a assumption. A huge difference. So why is there a confusion?
Yeah. Well, in my experience, apologists almost always call them laws of logic, and people who work in the field of philosophy sometimes they'll use that expression, but often they'll talk about the principles of logic. Or Alex Malpass likes to characterize them as I've heard him at least twice now, characterize them as the assumptions of logic. I've heard them called the enabling assumptions of logic, and that sort of thing. There's a reason I think why apologists call them the laws of logic. They think God is the architect of the universe. He created the world. The world is an artifact that he created, right? And so they think the laws of physics, right, were created by God. Like, E equals mc squared. That's the equation that God had in mind when he created the universe. I mean, he could have created the universe differently so that E didn't equal mc squared.
So they look at it more prescriptive than descriptive?
Well, they think of it as kind of the way, like if you are a programmer and you're creating a world, you get to define what the physics are in that world, right? Can you leap tall buildings in a single bound, or can some people, you get to write the physics. When you're creating a simulated world, you get to create the physics, right? The physics are open to you, right? You get to do whatever you want, right? You get to describe what the laws of physics are in the simulated world, right? They kind of think of God like that. God is this great architect, right? This is sort of a very old concept. It sort of came most explicitly stated around the time of the later Enlightenment, and a lot of deist philosophers sort of imagined God this way as a kind of mathematician, right? And sort of around that, ever since Newton, where we suddenly had these beautifully expansive laws of motion, for instance, right? That covered so many disparate phenomena, not just the phenomena here on Earth, but like celestial bodies were observing the same laws here, right? So they sort of thought of God as having set the laws just the way we set the laws. Like, you go on green, you stop on red, you slow down on yellow, you're allowed to make a right turn on red or not, depending, everyone drives on the right, in the UK people drive on the left, and so forth. Right? We set the laws, right? And I think that a lot of theists are inclined to think of God as creating the laws of physics, but then they think of the sort of the laws of logic, the principles of logic, or the assumptions of logic, or the truths of logic, the verities of logic. They think of those as also have been created by God. And that's an old tradition, that God literally created logic. This is called the doctrine of created eternal verities. The timeless truths, the eternal verities were created by God. He could have created them otherwise, and that's why God's not to be limited by logic. He can stand outside of it. Just as he created the laws of physics and so can violate them because he's not bound by them, so God can violate the laws of logic because he created them. Now, a lot of theists today don't like that idea. They don't like the idea of a God that stands outside of logic, because if he stands outside of logic, you can't really infer anything about God, because who knows what God's nature is and what he could do. Maybe he could cease to exist and pop back into existence again and all these other things, right? They want a sort of a logically coherent God. Which I think is, commendable. I mean, if you're going to be a rational apologist, you should at least imagine that your God conforms to reason. But they like to think of or use the expression laws of logic because they model it on laws of physics. Laws of physics are presumably created by the creator God, right? If God created the physical universe, he got to say what the laws were. And I think they like to think that the laws of logic are the way they are because God ordained it that way, and he ordained it that way because he's that way, right? But it's kind of a weird thing. I mean, ask yourself, like, wait a minute. If I say something like A or not A, well, that includes every possibility, right? A sentence of the form A or not A, this is a hand or it is not, includes every imaginable, every conceivable possibility. There's nothing that's excluded from that, right? That's true. That statement, no matter what A is, right? It's true in every possible world. Every imaginable world that's going to be true. And something of a sentence of the form A and not A is a contradiction. That's going to be false at every possible world. There's not going to be a possible world where that's true, for instance, right? Now, in what sense does it make to say that God, ordained the laws of logic? How could he ordain the laws of logic? This is how it is in every possible world. Contradictions are true at no world. The principle of the excluded middle is true at every world. Rules of inference such as modus ponens or disjunctive syllogism, modus tollendo ponens, and so forth. All these other rules of inference, they are all going to be true in every possible world, presumably. Now, how could God have created a world that wasn't like that? This is completely disanalogous with the idea of God being a lawmaker in the sense of creating the physics. Could God have created a world different than this, right? Well, they'd say, no, he couldn't have created a world different than this, right? Because his nature is logical. But then we're back to square one. If God couldn't have created a world that had a different logical order, okay, then why is that? Well, let's say that he could. Let's say that God could have created a world with a different logical order. Well, then that means that logic isn't always true necessarily. I mean, it's true in this world, but God could have created a world where the laws of logic were different. Is that what you're saying? Well, no. Okay, so in what sense is God responsible for logic? Well, not in the sense of creating physical laws. Not on that analogy. It's not analogous to having created physical laws when he creates logical laws. So if God is responsible for the laws of logic, if the universe observes the laws of logic everywhere, how are you to account for this? And they want to say, well, it's because of God's nature. But what is it about God's nature that explains that? Like, there's no explanation in saying it is in the nature of X that it has all these logical properties. I mean, all you're doing when they say God's nature is logical, right? All they're saying is something about God. When I say God is logical, or God has a logical nature, or it's in the nature of God that he is logical, or or logic reflects God's nature. All you're telling me is something about God, but you're not telling me anything about logic. In fact, you're only telling me something about God to the extent that I already have some understanding of what logic is. And if I don't understand what logic is, then that sentence will not have been informative when you say that God's nature is logical. So it's just like when they say, God's nature is moral, right? Well, look, appealing to God's nature doesn't tell me anything about morality. There's got to be something in the nature of God that helps me understand morality, right? It's not enough to say God's nature is moral. Right? If someone said, Ozzy is he's a sweet guy. Ozzy's a really sweet guy. Well, what is it about Ozzy that's so sweet? Oh, it's just in his nature. Well, okay. Well, what is it in his nature that makes him sweet? Is it he's friendly and easy to get along to? Is it that he cuts his hair twice a month, or what is it about Ozzy that makes him sweet, or makes him smart, or makes him stupid, or makes him obnoxious, or in my case, long-winded, right? You have to be able to unpack that, and simply appealing to the nature of X and saying that X has the properties of the thing that you're trying to explain, that doesn't help you explain the thing that you're trying to explain. And that's what's wrong. And so I think the reason that they like the idea expression, the laws of logic, is because they're in the habit of thinking of God as a lawmaker. He's a moral lawmaker. He's a physical lawmaker. And then they want to say logic is somehow dependent on God. Well, how? Well, he somehow ordains that too. How? I don't know. Again, by his nature. But that's not an explanation. So I think that they imagine that if there were no God, things could proceed irrationally. Really, if there was no God, the principle of non-contradiction would cease to hold? Really? Is that what you're saying? Does that follow?
I've had
really,
people
that
argue
if a God didn't existed, that A and not A could both be true? I don't see how. I don't even know what that means.
I had somebody argue the other day that their God can create a square circle. Can square the circle, and it's just like, wait,
yeah, well,
you're positing a being that can do something illogical. In which case, can that illogical God exist in any possible world? If any possible world means that it has to be logically consistent.
Yeah, well, God, goodness, I mean, what does it mean to say that God could create a square circle? I mean, what what is the accomplishment that you're crediting God with? You're crediting him with creating a circle that has 4 sides and 4 angles equal to 90 degrees, where all the sides are of equal length. That's the circle you're talking about. That's the square circle. I mean, you realize that's not a circle at all, right? So, and you could do it the other way. That, you know, it wouldn't be a square at all if it was, if it had one continuous surface, no angles whatsoever, and every point along the circle was equidistant from a point in the center of the circle, right? That wouldn't be any kind of a square, right? So a circular square it doesn't make any sense, and a square circle doesn't make any sense. And that's why when you say God could do this, God could make a square circle. When you say that God could make a square circle, you're not telling me anything about what God is capable of, because because the making of a square circle doesn't describe anything possible. It doesn't describe a possible object, right? It's not that it's impossible for me. It's that the object you're describing is not something I can even understand. If you say, you know, hey Ozzy, could you make a snowman out there? Yeah. Could you make a snowman, so big that it would outweigh the planet? No, I couldn't do that. Could God do that? Well, maybe God could do that. I couldn't do that though. So, but the concept of a snowman so heavy it would outmass the Earth, okay, that's not an incoherent concept. That might not be a concept that could ever be actualized in our physical world, but it's coherent. I know what you're describing. But when you describe a square circle, you're not describing anything, right? And so when you credit God with the ability to perform a contradiction, like create a square circle, you're not telling me anything about God, right? You might as well just say, God is a colorless green idea that sleeps furiously.
Yeah, but they think
who knows what that means?
They think they're giving their God some kind of ability to do like the impossible, which would be something us to the impossible. Like we can't build a snowman the size of the Earth. But this person I was talking to the other day, he was so dead set that God is so powerful that he could do impossible things, and it got to be absurd. I mean, he was willing to accept all kinds of absurdities to maintain this position. And I was thinking, if there's a God that he posits that can do this, how can that God exist in any possible world when it's logically inconsistent? It's just going.
It's going to push a smart man further away. It's going to push a smart man further away. I mean, anyone who's actually logical thinking about it.
Could his God exist in any possible world that can do that type of impossible things?
Well,
what would another world look like too? Yeah.
It's kind of funny because remember I mentioned earlier that there was this thing in the Middle Ages called the doctrine of created eternal verities. It was a doctrine that held on for a long time until about the Enlightenment, and then it started to lose favor. But this was a Christian doctrine held by many Christians that said that the truths of logic, the verities of logic, were created by God, just like God creates the laws of physics. He created the truths of logic. And just as God is not bound by the laws of physics, so God is not bound by the laws of logic. And so these people, I think, were motivated by the same sense that this person that you were talking to was motivated. That is, they want their God to be so kick-ass. He's not only not limited by physics the way we are, he's not limited even by logic, right? But the thing is, that is in fact a vacuous claim. When a person says that God stands outside of logic, and well, what does that mean? What is he capable of now if he's that he wasn't before, right? If he's now capable of violating the laws of logic or the principles of logic or something like that, if he's not bound by logic, you're not describing anything. You're not actually predicating anything of God. The thing is, contradictions don't really mean anything. They don't just fail to refer. I don't even know what they mean.
But isn't that why modern Christians they want a God that's coherent? They want a God that's logical.
Oh yeah. That doctrine of creating eternal verities
makes it a lot easier for them, doesn't it?
Well, yeah. I mean, and to their credit, I mean, if you're going to be an apologist and you want to, in this, this age of miracles and wonders, and by which I mean the scientific age, you want to be able to make your theology rationally respectable.
Yeah.
Right. And well, then at least it has to conform to reason. It can't be sort of in violation of reason, right? I mean, I'll give you an example of this. I mean, there was a fellow by the name of Peter Damian. Peter Damian was one of the people in the 11th century who was a proponent of the doctrine of created eternal verities. He was a theologian. And he believed that God was so powerful, he was so omnipotent, that he couldn't just violate our physical laws. Of course he could violate physical laws. He created the physical world. He could have created it otherwise. But so if he stands outside of the physical world, he can violate them, right? That's how he can do miracles. But he could also violate the principles of logic. He was not to be contained by logic. He was beyond that. But then some other theologians came along and said, well, that has some weird implications. It means that he could do like contradictory things. For instance, and Damien just bit the bullet on that and said, yep, that's right. God could, for instance, cease to exist. And then the next impossible thing he could do is exist, right? I mean, God can literally do the impossible. He didn't, God didn't just create this world out of a choice of many possible worlds. He created this world out of a choice of possible worlds and impossible worlds, right? So in our reality, there are possibilia, there are possibilities, things that are possible. But in God's world, there are possibilities, possibilia, and there are impossibilia. So just as you might say, like, well, that's a good possibility, yeah. God could say, that's an interesting impossibility. I could try that. I could do that impossibility. I could make a square circle. I could be there and not there. I could exist and not exist. So God could perform these contradictions, right? And one of the things that worried a lot of theologians in the 11th century, especially Saint Anselm, who created the ontological argument, was, no, we don't want to have a God who can exist and then if he wants, just destroy himself and cease to exist, and then just claim that he could then pop into existence again. He didn't want a God that could potentially not exist, which is why Anselm created the ontological argument. The ontological proof of God was not a proof to convince all the atheists that were running around back then. There weren't any, right? The ontological proof of God was to counter all the other theists out there who were supporting this thing called the doctrine of created eternal verities. It was a way of showing that even to understand the concept of God was to understand that existence was a metaphysical truth. There was a metaphysical implication of God. That to understand the concept of God rightly is to understand that he has to exist. Not that he just contingently exists, but necessarily must exist. And so he couldn't cease to exist. So, I mean, eventually, this doctrine of created eternal verities just sort of fell apart. People lost respect for it among theologians. And so now we live in a world where theologians insist that God is bound by logic. They'll almost never use the expression bound by logic or limited by logic. They don't like that because it sounds like God is somehow limited and they want to insist on his omnipotence. Yeah, they think it's a restriction. But I mean, I would insist, look, if you can't do the impossible, that's not a restriction. Yeah, no, right. That's because I'm not failing to do anything when I can't do the impossible, right? Why? Because impossible things are not doable things. Well, right? It's not that they're not doable by me; they're just not doable. They're incoherent.
You have a great video on this about can God lift a rock so heavy? Can God make a rock so heavy that even he can't lift it? It's a great video on your channel. It's old. I mean, it's been some time.
It's probably about 3 years old now.
Yeah, it's really old.
But anyway, yeah. Actually, I go over this doctrine of created eternal verities.
Yeah, I watched it a few times actually.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it's a little heavy going in places, but I think it's expressed a little more clearly than I've been expressing myself here. But that's why I think that they like this idea of, nowadays apologists like this idea of laws of logic. They're still wedded to talk of God as an architect and a creator of the physical world, but they want to say it's a feature of our world that it is logical. So they want to say God is responsible for that feature too, but they don't want to say that God could have created an illogical world. Right. So then they have to say, okay, well, he couldn't have created an illogical world. Okay, but how do I say that God couldn't create an illogical world without making it sound like he's limited in some respect? And instead of just saying, well, illogical things couldn't exist, you're not even naming anything. When you name a contradiction, you're not naming anything. You're not picking out a thing that could be, right? So it's not like, oh, God couldn't do that thing over there. What thing? The square circle? That's not a thing, right? You're not naming anything, right? You've just strung words together meaninglessly. You haven't actually named anything when you name a square circle, right? You haven't described an object, right, at all. So it's not a failure on God's part that he can't create square circles. It's meaningless.
You're just, if you threw words together, it'd be the same thing. Just take random words, throw them together, and say, create this.
Right, and that's what they should say. Instead, instead of saying, well, no, God can do everything that's possible, but he won't do everything that's possible. He'll do whatever he wants, but but he won't do anything that's impossible, because nothing could do anything that's impossible, and that's not a limitation on God. But instead, what they would rather do is they would try to say, well, God's just, nature is logical, as if that somehow helps, right? But I think that's really an effort to avoid making God sound like he's limited or bound by or constrained by logic, because they don't like that kind of talk. That kind of talk rubs them the wrong way, because they think it somehow works against the concept of omnipotence, but it doesn't, right? I mean, it only works against the concept of omnipotence if you believe in the doctrine of created verities, such that God could violate logic, right?
Steve, can I ask Ozzy a question?
Absolutely.
Good afternoon, Ozzy, or good evening. Sorry, you're in these.
Hi.
So
Yeah.
I've seen a resurgence in Christian apologetics of, apropos to what you're speaking about, with this notion of the best of all possible worlds, and you especially see it amongst hardcore ID proponents. So they'll bring up, well, cancer, this is the best God could have done. I wonder if you've noticed that, this Leibnizian notion of this is the best God could have done. So I've seen actually things go the other way. I see people having no problems restricting what previously thought was omnipotence, saying, well, this is the best God could have done. I wonder if you've noticed that.
I haven't noticed any such trend. For those who are watching who are not familiar with this best of all possible worlds, that was an expression and a concept that sort of strongly put forward by a great philosopher named Leibniz, who independently invented the calculus, actually independent of Newton. He was actually a profound thinker. Not so profound on the subject of theology, in my view, although that was an interesting argument that he put forward there. And he reasoned that thusly that if God is all powerful and he's all knowing and he's all good, he's omnipotent, omniscient, and omnibenevolent, he's all of those attributes, then how can there be any evil in the world, and how can there be any suffering in the world, and that sort of thing? And so he reasoned that, well, look, if God has all of these attributes, in fact, whatever suffering there is in the world has to be the least amount of suffering that is logically possible, right? So in Leibniz's view, God would be morally obligated to create the best of all possible worlds. God would not have created a world where there could be one less tier. If there's suffering in the world, this is the minimum amount of suffering that can exist. He would not have created, being omnibenevolent in his view, means God would not have created a universe, a reality, with more suffering than is strictly necessary, because he could have created such a world if he'd wanted to, and he would have known how to do it because he's omnipotent and omniscient, but he wouldn't have done it because morally he would not have permitted himself to do that, although he could have. He didn't. He had all of these possible worlds to choose from, right? A possible world where there's no suffering, a possible world where there's a bit of suffering and a bit more and a bit more, all the way to a world of maximal agony for everyone for as long as possible. These were all possible worlds he could have created. Why did he settle on creating this world with this amount of suffering? It's because when he looked at the whole thing and he compared it to all the other worlds, he realized that actually this one, on balance, was morally better than all the other worlds. That this one,
how does that make it not necessary then?
Well, that's just it. It is necessary. In other words, this world and the suffering that's in it is absolutely necessary.
Because it could be no other way.
Every tear, every bit of suffering, every death, everything that seems senseless might be senseless in that it doesn't exist for another purpose, but it's part of a world which is the least possible amount of suffering for the good that it produces. Okay, so it's not that you're suffering. That suffering is in this world because that suffering directly results in some greater good. No. Maybe your suffering is meaningless, but that suffering that you're feeling is a result of some other suffering, perhaps of someone, or some other thing that's going on, which produces some greater good, right? So the idea is that God had all these worlds to choose from, and although there might be all kinds of suffering in this world that is gratuitous, okay, that he could have said, oh, I'm not going to allow that to happen. If he had done that, he would have been creating a different world, and that world, on balance, would not have been as morally good. Right.
Would we have noticed the difference, though? I mean, to us,
we wouldn't know. We wouldn't know. But actually, there's an interesting thing to say about that at the end. But the idea is this. So there's this. So God is sort of morally obligated, given his nature of being all powerful, all knowing, and all good, to create the best of all possible worlds. And therefore, Leibniz concluded, if that God exists and he has those attributes, this is the best of all possible worlds. We actually live in the best of all possible worlds, right? Don't go wishing that things were different. When you wish that things were different, you're wishing that God had created a different world, but that wouldn't have been the best of all possible worlds. So that was his view. Now, the problem with, how would we know? Well, that's an epistemological question, but I mean, it's also possible, and here's another argument that you can run the other way, which is that maybe God is maximally evil. Maybe God is all-powerful, all-knowing, and omni-malevolent, all evil, right? And maybe this is the worst of all possible worlds, right? That's another logical possibility. Perhaps we live in a reality where we're at the mercy of a creator that is maximally evil, and he has created the worst possible world he could. There could not be a world with one more tier, an iota more suffering or hardship, right? That's logically possible too. So it seems to me that any argument that you could adduce in favor of this is the best of all possible worlds could just as easily be adduced in favor of this is the worst of all possible worlds. But I haven't just to answer your question, I haven't noticed that this argument has sort of grown in popularity. But I mean, it just really depends who you talk to. You might be more plugged into a trend that I'm oblivious to.
So in Leibniz's own lifetime, Voltaire wrote a candid refutation, if you will, if you guessed it.
Yeah. Oh, good pun there.
Thank you. But so a couple things. You just point out there's a philosopher named Stephen Law who points out the malevolent God hypothesis. Have you heard that? So it's
I have. Yeah.
It's
I was
closely
watching
related to
Stephen
what
Law
you just
yesterday,
said.
actually.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Awesome,
literally.
Steve.
Yeah.
So Ozzy, no, in limited Christian circles, but isn't that one of the arguments Plantinga puts forward? Basically, the best of all possible worlds. That's what I mean by resurgence.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I guess that is a best of all possible world scenario. So you're right. Alvin Plantinga has argued that God would have created a world where there's suffering, but for instance, if a lot of that suffering is a result of free will, and free will is this magnificent gift. It's this incredible good that outbalances the suffering, right? Or for instance, here's an example. Let's say that Christian universalism were true, right? And that everybody ends up in heaven. There's all this suffering in the world, but we're all destined for an eternity of bliss in heaven with God. Okay? Now let's say that the only way that can come about is if there's just all this suffering that we find, right? But God could have created another world where there wouldn't have been anywhere near as much suffering. Everything would have been hunky-dory, but we wouldn't enjoy an eternity of bliss. Well, listen, I'll put up with an awful lot of suffering in this lifetime if I think there actually is an eternity of bliss afterwards. So, I mean, that would be a better world. So Plantinga's idea is, well, for all we know, right, there are countervailing reasons for all of this hardship and suffering that we find in the world, and that there's some greater good being served. And that is a kind of best of all possible worlds argument. And Plantinga's argument is very, very popular. His free will defense argument against the problem of evil or the problem of suffering objection to God's existence or to God's goodness is a very, very popular apologetic. And that has been spreading. So I take your point. I think it is growing then.
Okay, correct me if I'm wrong, but if this is the best possible world and it could be no other way, this was out of necessity.
No, it could be another way. God could have created another world, but because he's good, he didn't, and he wouldn't.
Well, okay, but that's the same thing as saying that he couldn't, isn't it? I mean, it could...
No, not exactly. I mean, think about this. I mean, imagine I build a robot that can never tell a lie. It's conscious, it's sentient and stuff like that, but I programmed it so that it can't tell a lie. I mean, it's impossible for it to tell a lie, right? Now imagine I create a robot that could tell lies. It has the ability to utter them, right? But it just elects never to do it.
Okay.
I mean, which is better? Are those the same robot? No, I think those are two different robots, right? Actually, I have another video about this. called.
So God's the second robot.
Could God tell a lie or something
yeah.
like that?
Where
I argue,
right.
Ask yourself which is better. I mean, you theists, which is better? Does it does it honor or redound to the credit of your God more to say that he can't lie, or to say that of course he could lie, he just doesn't and won't? Why? Because he's good and he knows that it's wrong to lie, right? I mean, imagine a person who it never even occurs to them to lie, and so they don't. And imagine another person who it occurs to them to lie, they feel the temptation to lie, they see the advantages that would be conferred by lying, but they decide they're not going to lie to people.
That's more virtuous.
Right? I think that would be the much more virtuous person, right? And I think it would be much more virtuous to posit a God that could lie and doesn't. That's a much greater, more morally respectable God than one that is simply a moral automaton and simply cannot lie. Right? I mean, God can't lie.
I get that. Yeah, I get that. Okay, so I let me rephrase it, because let's assume that God can have done things differently, but this is the best possible world by his standard. That still is a form of necessity, though, right? I mean, this world is necessitated by his willingness, wanting
this
to have
is where yeah.
You know what I'm
yeah, I know. I see your point.
Okay.
I know exactly what you're saying. Look, if you're saying, look, it's one of God's attributes that he is omnibenevolent, and so would never create a world with more suffering than the minimal amount of suffering, right? If God simply would not create anything less than the best of all possible worlds, then doesn't that just mean that this world is logically necessary, right? And that's where things start to break down into, like, are we distinguishing here between logical necessity and metaphysical necessity? Maybe it is logically possible that God could create a world full of evil and suffering that was needless and not, counterbalanced by some greater good.
But metaphysically, this is.
But metaphysically, it's impossible, because God has the nature that he has, and so he wouldn't. And to say that he has the nature that he has is not to say that he's a slave to his nature, right? But that he has a moral nature, which is to say that he's always going to elect to do the right thing,
so
as opposed to helplessly do the right thing.
You could just say it's consistent with the moral nature of God, or theists could say it's consistent with the moral nature of God.
Right. And it's okay to say that something is consistent with the moral nature of God. That's not an explanation of morality, but it is okay to say that God has a moral nature, right? One of the weird things about people who posit that God couldn't lie and stuff like that is like, wait a minute, are you taking moral agency away from God? He couldn't lie? Are you telling me there are sentences that God can't utter that I can utter? That's kind of weird.
I think it's weird, right? I think it's much more virtuous to have an argument for a theist to say that, yeah, God could lie, but he doesn't. And when I mean the word lie, like you have in one of your videos, lie to be not just a lie, but actually deceptive to the point to benefit God, not to benefit somebody else. I mean, to be told, what's the word you use? Not just dishonest. It's more than that. It's
well, I think lying has to do with sincerity. What we're concerned about with a lie is not falsehood, right? Like I made that video about God. I can't remember what it's called. Could God tell a lie? And I think the subtitle is something like, what's wrong with lying, or something like that. And I'm not of the view that it's always wrong to lie. I think that there are times when it is not only permissible to lie, but it's morally obligatory to lie. You just have to think of scenarios where the Nazis are knocking on your door and you're harboring Jews, hiding them in your attic, and they're asking, are there any Jews here? And you say no. I think you have a moral duty to protect the people there and protect your own life there, because everyone's going to die if you tell the truth. So I think it would not only be permissible, but obligatory to lie. But I think what's wrong with lying? Well, what's wrong with lying is not that you're just telling a falsehood, right? It's that, and it's not even that there's insincerity, that there's something else to it. But what makes a lie is the insincerity. So it's not a lie to say something that is false. A lot of people think that, you listen to someone like G-Man talking, or Arcane Logos, they're always going on about how people are lying, even though very plainly that some of the people they're talking to are quite sincere in what they're saying. But by their lights, they're uttering falsehoods. Well, a falsehood isn't a lie. I mean, I every time I say something that is incorrect, I'm uttering a falsehood, but it doesn't mean I'm lying, right? As long as I think it's true, it's not a lie, right? I mean, I might have terrible reasons for saying that something that I'm saying, but I'm not a liar simply because I said something that was false, even if I had terrible reasons. If I sincerely think that it's true, then I'm imparting the truth as I see it, and it just happens to be false. Okay, so lying isn't even about falsity, but but honesty. There's a flip side to this. Honesty isn't even about truth telling, because you can actually lie to a person by telling them the truth. All you have to do is tell them half the truth, for instance, right, and withhold some of the truth, for instance, right? Yeah, lies of omission, for instance, and sometimes, but you don't even have to sort of you just have to imagine telling somebody some bit of truth, and you know that they will do something, they will infer something from it, even though what they're inferring is based on the truth, but they're inferring a falsehood from it, right? That too is a lie, right? So you're being dishonest there. You're being insincere. You're trying to deceive them.
Yeah, you got a deceptive purpose. Like you had mentioned, like the serpent. If the serpent in the kept supposedly basically told truths and yet was being deceptive in the Garden of Eden, if you accept the story, obviously. I mean, nobody.
Yeah, I mean, if you read the story, of the serpent in the garden, the serpent actually never tells a lie. Everything he says is true and comes true and all that. But that doesn't mean that he wasn't being deceptive. Which is the best form of lie, though,
isn't it? I think people that.
Well, yeah, I mean, the cleverest form of lie is one where you can't be caught out in a falsehood, but you still lied. You still deceived the person. You made the person believe something that was false, and you did it by telling the truth. Now that is a clever lie.
Yes.
Okay. That is the most cunning of liars who can do that, right? So lying isn't about falsehood. Lying is about deception. It's about insincerity, right? So if I tell a falsehood and I'm sincere when I tell it, it's not a lie. But it's not even. I can't even get out of being called a liar if I told you the truth, but I was trying to deceive you, and I deceived you that way, or even if I just merely tried to deceive you by telling you the truth, that still makes you a liar. But now, remember I said earlier, I don't think all lies are bad. Well, what makes lies bad? Well, in my view, what makes a lie bad is whose interest do you have when you utter the lie? When you deceive a person, when you're being insincere with a person, whose interest do you have at heart? So think of a case where you're a con man or something like that. They make you believe all kinds of falsehoods. They can do it by telling you truths that are cleverly crafted so that you'll infer something and make some bad business decision that enriches them and not you, right? So I mean that obviously is a sort of a dastardly kind of lie, right? But now contrast that with someone, with your friends, when they get together and they throw you a birthday party, and your best friend spends the whole day hanging out with you, and taking you this place and that place, and he or she is lying to you all day long about what he's up to and why they're doing this, and making up excuses why you're not going home. And the whole reason is because all your other friends and family are at home setting up the birthday party, buying the presents, and making the arrangements so that when your friend finally walks you in the door, everyone leaves and says surprise. Now, in a condition like that, you've been lied to all day long by your friend. You've been lied to by all your other friends because you might have called them or texted them saying, hey, what's up? And they're all lying to you about where they are. And yeah, we'll meet you there. And they never show up. And then you think you've been stood up 10 times that day by all your friends. And then you go home and all your friends are there, right? You think they've let you down on your birthday of all days, right? So they've all lied to you. They've all upset you in the process of doing it. It was all premeditated and it was collusion. I mean, lies don't get much worse than that, right? And then it turns out that it's all a surprise birthday party. Now, why is that? Why do we not sort of hate people who throw surprise parties for us and lie to us to preserve the surprise?
I do, because I hate surprise parties. But
well, okay, well that's actually a different situation. I can talk about that. But the idea is this: that although everyone there has colluded and lied and premeditated, and they might even have hurt your feelings in the course of telling you these lies, they did it for your benefit, not theirs. So yes, they were lying. They were insincere the whole time. They were lying through their teeth the whole time. They were being dishonest with you. But that is not a blameworthy lie.
Yeah,
that is a praiseworthy lie.
Right? We wouldn't call them
liars.
liars.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We wouldn't call them liars. So that this was sort of motivated by that, who's that guy, Banana Man there?
Ray Comfort?
That's it. Thank you. Ray Comfort, Banana Man. I didn't mean to disrespect by that. I just couldn't think of his name.
Was either that or TJ from Drunken Peasants, but that's for different reasons why he's called Banana Man, which we won't get
Oh
into.
yeah, no, it's not there. So Ray Comfort has this shtick where he walks up to people and he says, have you ever lusted in your heart? Yeah, well, you're an adulterer. Have you ever told a lie? Well, then you're a liar. Well, look, everyone's told lies, but we don't go around calling everybody a liar, right? We call people liars when they're in the habit of lying, and not just when they're in the habit of lying. So we're all in the habit of telling white lies, but we don't go around calling each other liars. The designation liar is not for someone who tells falsehoods. It's not for someone who even is insincere. It's someone who's insincere for the wrong reasons. It's someone who's trying to advance their own agenda, right, at the expense of the person that they're lying to. That's what we find so objectionable and blameworthy about certain things, certain actions, when we call a person a liar. It isn't just that they uttered a falsehood, and it isn't even that they were just being insincere, as in the case of the surprise birthday party illustration. I mean, all of this is perfectly obvious, but I made the video because for some reason in the great debate community, not your great debate community, but the larger great debate community online,
the bigger one.
People seem to be terribly confused about what is wrong with lying, and a lot of, I was hearing a lot of non-believers who sort of kind of stumped, not knowing how to argue against the accusation that lying is always wrong, or that they've ever told a lie, they're a liar. And like, you can tell a person, yeah, I've told some lies. That doesn't make me a liar, okay? Because we reserve the expression liar for a person that does a certain kind of thing, and it's not someone who merely utters falsehoods, nor is it even someone who just tells white lies, or lies to benefit another person or something like that, or to spare the feelings of another person. Those are still lies, okay? But we wouldn't call that person some kind of a filthy liar, right? And so that's why I made the video. It helps to sort of understand what it is we find so odious about liars, and it isn't that they've merely uttered a falsehood, or even that they're being insincere. It's the reasons they're being insincere that matter.
Yeah, I know you got to go. I know you got to go soon. First of all, people, go watch his videos. Before you run, though, this might be of interest to you. I posted in the group chat there, Strikes, what he's posted, and I just wanted you to take a look at it real quick, because this is something that I think is really important here. This is a conversation that Strike had with this gentleman. He posted it openly, so it's no big deal. You share it, but this goes to the heart of what I consider somebody to be moral, because they don't have to be, compared to somebody who has to be moral because they think God has commanded it so. Because this conversation scares the shit out of me, to be honest with you. This Strike is basically telling this guy, if it wasn't a God, would you be out, going around killing people? And I've used the same thing. If there was no God, would you be out running around, raping, pillaging, murdering, whatever? And some people that I've seen, like Mark Thomas, had said, well, I don't know. Well, this guy is like, he's like, yes, I would. I'd be running around doing all this killing and stuff like that, because if there's no God, who cares? And I'm like,
yeah, I don't actually believe it when people say that.
Yeah, I don't think they would either.
I don't. That they're doing, but there's an interesting thing in that, though, and that, like, there's another argument. Like, okay, so this argument that if there wasn't a God, I could permit myself anything. I could do anything. I wouldn't restrict myself. I would only restrict myself to the extent that I wouldn't want to get caught. But if I knew I couldn't get caught, I would do all kinds of unspeakable things, right? And the other version of this argument is when people say, if there was no God, there'd be no point in living. If when we die, and we just become worm food, then you might as well just kill yourself, right? When I hear people talking like that, I know who the nihilist in the room is.
It's them.
And it's not me. Yeah, exactly. It's them. You're the nihilist. You're the person that doesn't think that life has actually any value. You're the person that doesn't think there's actually any right and wrong. You're the person that has to have some external thing. I mean, they'll go on about how, but life, the meaning of life and morality, they have to be intrinsic. Well, look, if they're intrinsic, they don't depend on a thing like a God, right? To say that morality has to be injected into the world by a God, to say that meaning and purpose and value and significance has to be injected into our lives and into the world by a God from outside, that's extrinsic morality.
I don't think they're going to be running around doing that, Ozzy. Don't get me wrong. They're not going to be running around saying. I think they say it for shock value. I don't think any of them are going to be running around doing any of the stuff they say they're going to be doing. But my argument was really simple. What's more virtuous? Somebody who decides to not going around killing and raping and pillaging because they find it to be wrong because they have some kind of moral compass, like for anybody, atheist or otherwise, or somebody says, well, the only reason I'm not doing this is because God has commanded me so. Which one's more virtuous in your opinion? Because I sure the hell think it's a person thinking to themselves, well, you know what, I could be doing either one, but I'm choosing not to because I think it's more moral to do so. I just find it to be a little more virtuous.
Yeah, well, I would certainly agree with that. And I just want to say, like, I'm not, when I sort of pontificate on these kinds of questions, I'm not trying to suggest for a moment that I'm a paragon of moral rectitude, or I'm certainly not. I've got all kinds of flaws. I've got flaws I haven't even discovered yet, right? And I'm talking about moral failures, and fairly serious ones. But you don't. Here's the thing: you don't have to be a certain kind of person to opine on these questions. You don't have to be morally perfect or live the life of a moral ascetic to have some insights into the nature of morality, right? I mean, there are moral philosophers out there who are, absolutely brilliant and have extraordinary insights into the nature of morality. It doesn't mean that they are themselves more moral. Having the right moral philosophy, I don't think confers some magical ability to be more moral. I mean, it helps if you understand the nature of morality, as opposed to being clueless about it, right? But you don't have to be a moral philosopher to be a moral person. And I hear this all the time. People suggest that you have to be somehow morally perfect to have an opinion on the matter. I mean, that's a little bit like saying men aren't allowed to have opinions and shape policy and craft arguments for and against abortion because they can't have babies themselves. That you have to be pregnant, or at least be able to be pregnant, in order to have an opinion on the matter. And look, these are ad hominem arguments, right? The arguments are either good arguments or they're not, and so you don't have to be morally perfect to advance these sorts of arguments. And so, like, don't sort of fall into that temptation, right, that people have, that they clam up. They don't want to talk about morality because they don't have a really elaborated theory of morality. They have a lot of moral intuitions, and they know that they're far from morally perfect beings themselves. Right?
I'm not a paradigm of morals, to say the least, but I believe I have ethics. Like in my workforce, when I was working, I had a business ethics. It's something you have to have in order to survive in the business community. So without ethics, you're screwed. I had a huge customer base because they knew they can trust me. I had ethics to my customers, right? That is a form of morality in some ways, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't make any big distinction between ethics and morality. We use the terms interchangeably. Even in philosophy, those terms get bandied about almost interchangeably.
Yeah, I'm fine with it being interchangeably too. I just use ethics as far as business because I think it's more appropriate. But does it really matter, the word moral or ethics per se?
No, I mean, it's
just more common to say ethics.
Yeah, I mean, you can take courses in moral philosophy that will be like Ethics 101, 201, 301, and so forth, right? Or you can take courses like Moral Philosophy 101, 201, 301, and they'll cover the same thing. So, I mean, some philosophers will distinguish between morality and ethics. They will define them differently because they're trying to pick out different kinds of things, and that's perfectly okay. I think there's some good reasons for doing that. But I mean, in ordinary casual discussions of the sort we're having, we often use the terms, just interchangeably, so it doesn't matter. Anyway, I do have to go. Steve, thank you very much for letting me bend your ear all this time.
Yep. No, thank you, Ozzy. I hope people got their questions answered. So thank you, Ozzy.
Okay. Thank you, and thanks for plugging my channel like that.
Oh yeah, nice. By the way, make sure you go to his channel and watch these videos. I've watched them multitudes of times. So I mean, they're just fabulous. I can't believe they only had 4,000 some odd hits. They should have 10 times that many.
Oh, yeah, well, this was awesome. This was awesome. Thank you. Usually I'm not into this, but I'm sitting here you actually got me wanting to after this go look at your videos and stuff. This was actually really interesting. Thanks for taking the time.
Thanks. Yeah, I should get around to making a few more. It's been a while since I uploaded my last one. Anyway,
put a shout out to the Great Debate community.
Okay. Take care.
Thanks, bud.
Bye-bye.
That was awesome.
Oh yeah, always awesome. I know I could bend it. He could bend my ear all day, and I have a lot more questions. I always has questions when he's in here. But I'll ask you guys. Let me ask you the 5 that I've got left because I still have a lot of people watching. By the way, like this video. I don't know how we have 11 dislikes. How the hell could you dislike this video? What are you, retarded? But I'll ask you, do you think that we would have had the same amount of morals developed in society if we didn't have the supposed Christian morals that are out there? Because somebody had brought this up in the live feed, a tetrahedron or something, and I'm like, I have to think that morals would develop naturally, and that maybe the Christian or Judaic Christian moral system just came as a natural extension of what we would have anyways. I don't think our morals are based upon Christianity. I think Christianity is based upon the fact that these are just common sense things that society has to make society work.
That's what I thought. Yeah, that's what I've always thought. Sorry,
So-
you asked him.
That's fine.
I wish General were still here, but as you know, I mean, Judaism began with Abraham, if you believe there was historical Abraham, and before that there were great civilizations, and the notions of monogamy, the notions of the sanctity of life, as others like to call it, the notion of not stealing from your neighbor, property rights, adultery, all of these prohibitions existed and they predated Christianity. So what they'll say is, well, these progressive revelation, etc. But you make a good point. We might have had slightly different moral systems and moral frameworks, but the big ones that they like to celebrate were all in existence and in place long before Judaism. So yeah I think the quick answer to your
exactly.
question.
Yeah, morals predate all these things, and that's why I'm thinking, morality is just something that has come about because of societal needs, and I don't think they come from a moral lawgiver per se. If they do, that's fine, but it's certainly not necessity. And that's the argument that I think every time I listen to these moral arguments, theists fall down on, is that they try to make God to be a necessary component to morality, and they fail every time.
Yeah, and they get so bogged down with the rules and having to live their life by them so strictly that when they're younger, they snap, and usually when they snap, they do the most extreme of the bad thing. That's why you get, I don't want to say it, but bad stuff happens when you do stifle something for so long.
Hey, MP.
One thing I want to say, hey, what's going on?
Now you join us.
Yo,
sure. Whatever.
Hey, I was at work, man. It's funny because every time I get on at work, that's when the next thing I know, somebody else comes in. So I'm like, my God, I can never get on at work. So I got to wait till I get home. But one thing I always find interesting about these moral arguments, especially from Christians, is that they're arguing that people aren't moral at all. You can make no moral determinations. They're arguing that God is making any moral determination, and they're just doing what God says. So they're not moral agents. They can make no moral judgments. This is like part of the argument.
That's a weird way to look at it, though.
Yeah, it's so negative. It makes it so worthless.
It takes away any accountability.
What are they, just antennas?
Doesn't it take away any personal accountability doing that way?
Mm-hmm.
But that's what I say. Whatever God says is moral. Their objective moral is what God commands. God command theory. So they're saying they make no moral judgments. It's whatever God says is moral, and they do that. So if God says killing babies is moral, that is in itself moral.
Right, but don't they have to subjectively evaluate what God wants as be moral or not moral?
They don't evaluate it. There's no evaluation.
Well, there is in some way. I mean, every time they read the Bible, they're subjectively reading words that they're taking to mean something, right?
No, I agree, but I think if you ask any Christian who believes in God command theory, like Veckel or any of these Christians, the first thing they'll say is whatever God says is in itself moral. He can make non-moral judgment, and their morality comes from Him. So whatever He says is moral. So they are not moral agents. It's this God that's a moral agent. Now I believe they're judging God to be moral, but that's a whole different scenario.
So the argument then follows: if God didn't exist, would they still have the same morals? They would be there at that point. They would definitely be their own moral agent, but would they follow any kind of morality? Like the thing I posted. Let me post it again because you got in here late. Let me post you what SciStrike posted to me. I'll post in the internal again here. This person here is basically saying that if God didn't exist, they would be a immoral agent because they would feel like there'd be no accountability, so they can run out and kill and do whatever they want. And SciStrike's saying, well, I don't have a God, and yet I believe in morality, and I'm not going to go out and running killing people. And I'm like, which one's more virtuous? SciStrike, who doesn't go out kill people because he believes it's immoral to do so, or somebody says, well, I don't go out killing people only because God tells me it's wrong.
Yeah, the robot argument. Yeah,
yeah, that's kind of scary.
I like that.
Yeah, but But that's exactly what I'm saying. What their argument is that no person can make moral judgments without a God. So in other words, people aren't capable of saying something is moral or immoral. You're just able. The only thing you can do is follow someone else's direction, which is this God. But I think our argument is that people do make moral evaluations, and that's how we come to these determinations. So that's the real crux of the argument. It's not really whether there's objective morality or subjective morality. It's who's making these moral judgments. Because I think even they believe in a form of subjective morality, it's God's subjective morality. Whatever God determines to be moral, that's what's moral. So there's no evaluation on their part.
Yeah, and they don't seem to realize that even if there is such thing as objective morality, which I think there could be, it doesn't necessitate a God.
Yeah, and an immoral civilization would kill itself off. We would not survive. I mean,
well, that's why most people kind of think morality is harms and benefits to society as a whole, and I have no problem with that.
So Steve, I think what they would say is that each of us has innate revelation. In other words, we all have an inner moral compass, but there are legion of problems dealing with that in terms of cultural context and how mores change. I just want to say it's my view now that I understand evolution, and I didn't before. I think religion has codified morality, not the other way around. So I think basically we had this prehistoric, pre-existing morality from our hominid ancestors, and we can see this across the primates, how they behave, how their societies work. And so I think that religion, as we organized ourselves, we basically wrote down a set of rules, and to me,
we codified
that's what's happened. We decided, yeah, exactly, codified. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It's so weird to think that 3 years ago, 4 years ago, 5 years ago, you were a young Earth creationist.
Really? Hey, congratulations!
He's come a long
way.
Wow,
that must be insane.
Actually, a year ago, fellas.
It's only been a year.
Wow.
No, it's been longer. It's only been a year.
Wow.
So you gave up younger creation.
I didn't write down.
Wow.
I didn't keep a diary, but I want to say about a year and a half ago.
So a year to 2 years ago. That's still so new.
I'm kind of jealous though. Just to have like your life change so much would be in like an amazing experience. I think
well,
like
Tony,
your eyes opening up.
To that point, I feel like my mind's been set on fire, but it's what you guys talked about. Nothing significantly about my life has changed. I still have 2 kids. I'm still happily married. I haven't had the fun that I was promised about. I haven't had the wild orgies or the fun I was promised, to be honest. So
come on to my house, man.
No, I will say this: when I convert, I was deconverted. I actually call it de-brainwashing because I feel like I was brainwashed all these years to believing one thing, and I know when I've kind of freed myself from it through like the atheist experience through hangouts like this. I remember I saw one of Steve's challenging. I think who was it? Kit Hovind.
They're going to be like, God, they're going to be like Steve's converting your baby. Oh, God, sorry.
Wait. Well, it's true though because I saw you challenge Ken Hovind and bring up like he was lying. I was like, my God, this guy's really, he's not talking any bullshit. And I got educated too. I went to college. I got educated. It really took me to a place where I was like, you know what? My beliefs are really, really not justified. This thing doesn't seem to be true. And it was hard because your family believes it, your friends believe it, my wife believes it. And it's difficult to say, like, this is really bullshit. You guys.
Did you ever listen to Myth's story? Mithridates was a Calvinist, actually. And he actually was exactly like the Calvinist in the COG, right? He was that person out there going, hey, believe me, or going to hell, and just in your face asshole. And he eventually realized that he couldn't do that any longer. He realized that he went to school, became a doctor, and he's just like, wait a minute, I know evolution's a fact. This is beyond reproach. And it just, everything kind of toppled for him. He's like, look, these people have been lying to me. And he's like, I was an asshole back then telling people that they were going to hell just because they didn't believe like me. Then I found out I'm completely wrong. And his whole paradigm shifted. And yet now he's like, he's a doctor. He's a nice guy. He's like a really nice guy. Right. So people can get past this shit, right? And it's, again, I'm not telling people to lose faith. That's not my channel's not like that at all. I don't want people to lose faith. I just want people to think critically.
Question everything. Question everything.
Yeah. I mean, General Han Solo's a theist, and I adore him. I think he thinks exceptionally critically. A few things I find odd with his concordance approach, but I know he tries. He tries to be rational on it, and That's all I can expect. But when people tell me that the Earth is 6,000 years old, I label you irrational. Period. You're irrational. You are not comporting with reality. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. You are, to me, a flat earther. There's no different.
Yeah, it's the same thing. I think
Same
too.
thing.
I don't see any difference at all.
But they're brainwashed to do this. They're brainwashed to think this way. And you lived it firsthand. Will you not feel like you were brainwashed to think this group think?
Sure. I mean, I grew up in a cultural bubble, so not so much brainwashing, just it was the only world I knew. And I figured I had the bunker mentality where, all these evil, wicked scientists have a conspiracy. But then when I went to graduate school, I realized nobody talks about God, good, bad, or indifferent. It's never mentioned.
There's not some big conspiracy
Yeah.
against God and science, right? In the academic community. That's why we find these things so comical, like Andrew Snelling trying to sue on religious grounds that he was not given a permit for the Grand Canyon. It had nothing to do with religious grounds.
Steve, I had a follow-up for Ozzy, but maybe you guys can address this. And I wish we had a Christian here to make it fair. The way they define God can do everything in his nature, you've heard the snarky comeback then. By that definition of omnipotence, we're all omnipotent. Have you heard that comeback?
Yeah, because we all do the things that are within our nature, right? None of us can do something outside of our nature. It's a trivial.
I wanted to ask Ozzy if that was a fair critique.
It's just trivially true. It's just a trivial true. I think I've heard Ozzy say on this before. It's something that's trivially true to say that's in your nature. It doesn't really tell you anything. Because we all do stuff that's and we cannot do anything that's not within our nature, because then we'd be doing something unnatural.
But if we're doing something that is considered outside of our nature, would that not then be incorporated in the said nature?
If we could, theoretically, probably. I mean, if I could flap my arms and fly, that's something that would be considered not within my nature to be able to do. But if all of a sudden I can do that, okay, now it becomes maybe in my nature.
There's a reason for it. Yeah,
but I mean, I'm not expecting that to happen, right? So it's just a trivially true thing that we all do the same things that are within our nature. I think that's it's the same with God. I think what they're trying to do is just saying that, again, God can only do things that are logically possible, and I don't have a problem with theists saying that, because that is a more respectable position for a theist to take, to say that God can only do logical things. Because once you start positing God can do all kinds of illogical things, not impossible like what we can perceive to be impossible, but just completely illogical, you're dealing with a nonsensical thing, right?
Yes, it's something that no one could ever see or. I mean, what does God even look like? I mean, when you say then, how can you even define God? It's so, I don't know. That's why there's 4,000 different definitions, I guess, and growing.
Well, but again, we got to differentiate between logically impossible and metaphysically impossible, as like Ozzy said. Like, is it logically impossible the Earth can be 7,000 years old? No, it's logically possible. It's completely logically possible. But is it contrary to everything we know about science? Absolutely. And why would somebody beliefs are, an interesting thing, but why would somebody believe something when you have absolute evidence to the contrary and a ton of it, right? Why would you hold that kind of belief? Because I don't think God wants people to believe things that aren't true.
Yeah, you'd think so. I don't know why they don't just adopt the whole God-made evolution thing. It would make it so much easier on them. It'd make it so much easier on them.
It would put them in a hell of a lot better standing. I mean, look how many theistic evolutionists are out there nowadays, because they got to the point where, like, you know what, I can't deny this anymore, so I might as well accept it, put it in my worldview, and then work my belief system into that. Because the reality is, the facts don't change, right? I mean, scientific facts. I should say scientific facts can change, but they're not going to change because of belief.
No disrespect though, but it's really indoctrination. Like the reason why I believe, and I didn't believe in evolution. I didn't believe that the Earth was as old as 4 billion years old, is because all my life, from my mom to my grandmother to every adult who I trusted with my life, told me that was bullshit. It was not true. And that was just a plan by the devil to confuse me. And until I went to college and understood what really was the truth, then I was able to say, okay, they didn't know what they were talking about. I had to come to the realization that the people who I trusted the most didn't know what the hell they were talking about.
Yeah, but I don't think they were trying to be deceitful to you, right? But they weren't.
No, that's what they believe. That's what they believe. That's what I'm.
Yeah, that's a big thing. I mean, they weren't lying to you, right? They actually believed this, even though they were wrong. They probably were doing this out of the goodness of their heart, trying to like worry about your salvation and stuff like that. But that doesn't make them right. And so it's a tough thing. I mean, I couldn't imagine being in that position where my whole family thought one way, and I'm like, I know reality, and the reality is saying that all you people are wrong.
Yeah, that'd be so hard.
It's hard.
That would be heartbreaking. It would be heartbreaking, really. I mean, I have an aunt that's really religious, and that's it. Otherwise, I was just born. Sometimes I feel like I was brainwashed, maybe into the, not believing in God cult, but I don't think it's that. It's just.
Well, that's again. It's one thing to have faith. It's one thing to have a belief in God. That's fine. I got no issue with that. But when I have people like the COG, some of the people from there saying, "Look, believe in my version of God, and if you don't, you're going to hell." But my version of God says that the Earth is 7,000 years old. Man walked with dinosaurs, or the Earth is flat, like Rand Campbell or Poe Box would say. Which, by the way, I don't think they actually believe that, but. At that point, it's like I won't listen to anything else you have to say. You've automatically started with a position that I know is wrong, without question, is wrong. And so, how am I supposed to trust anything you say, theologically speaking? You've already started with a position of doubt in my mind to your credibility.
And there's so many religions before and civilizations before that have no idea of the God that they're talking about, and they just flush that away. That never happened. The Incas, the Aztecs, the Mayans, that it's like they never even existed. They can't exist for it to work out their way. So,
Hey, Lance, welcome, buddy. How are you?
Hey, dude, doing awesome. Enjoying the conversation so far.
Did you listen? Did you get to listen in when Ozzy was here?
Yeah, Ozzy's really fun to listen to. I was actually checking it out a bit on my phone.
Yeah, he is. It's kind of like I was in the zone where I was just like meditating almost, just letting him talk. It was great.
We're all drinking the Aussie Kool-Aid.
Yeah.
I know, right? I'm stuck. Jim Jones.
He can be a little long-winded, and he likes occasionally when people just kind of butt in a little bit because he knows he can talk forever. He's kind of like him, Jade, and Hogtie have that gift or curse.
Yes.
It is.
Oh yeah. One thing I want to ask everybody here on the panel is that do you guys ever doubt that you could be wrong? Because like I do even today, because the indoctrination was so strong within me.
Do you know?
I still doubt that there is not I believe there's no God, but I still doubt it. I still hold to the fact that there could be a God and I could be wrong. And it's so stressful because I want to connect with my community and my family in that way, but I just can't fake it. I can't tell them I believe this when I believe it's bullshit.
That's a great question.
I do hold open the fact that God could. Do you guys ever really have any doubt that this position could be wrong?
Let me
is wrong?
I'll answer first because that's a great question. I self-check myself all the time. It doesn't matter how well I even know something to be true. I will self-check myself just to throw darts against my beliefs. Just to throw, even what I know about evolution or know about a subject, I will question it, going, okay, wait a minute. What about this? Because it's one of two things. One, somebody may ask me this question, right? And I want to have an answer to it. So if I ask myself the question first, I could figure out the answer ahead of time. So I like that aspect of it. But yeah, I'm always self-correcting. I'm like, does this make sense? Oh, what about this? Okay, this is really stupid, but how about this? I do that a lot. And one of the things that still holds me to theism is my personal subjective experiences. Right? It's nothing that anybody's ever argued to me. It's nothing that anybody's ever said to me. It's nothing I've ever been indoctrinated by. It's my very own personal subjective experiences of things that I've either felt or seen or believe I've seen or something like that. Right? Those are my subjective things that I cannot share with anybody else because of my epistemic limits. I think Thomas Paine has a really good quote on it. If anybody could find this to me. Thomas Paine has a great quote about internal evidence. That can't be shared with somebody else. And I can't find this quote, but maybe somebody who knows Thomas Paine better than I am can find it. But that's the only thing that keeps me to theism is that the possibility is because I've had stuff I can't explain. Now, granted, there might be naturalistic explanations, no doubt. But I have that irk that I've experienced something that I can't explain, by normal naturalistic mechanisms. So that gives me that shred. Now, if I had any of those experiences, I have no doubt I'd be a full-fledged atheist. Full-fledged atheist. If I didn't have those experiences, there'd be nothing tying me to those what ifs. Now, just to clarify my position, that does not mean that I think for a second evolution's wrong or young Earth creation is right or the Earth is flat. I'll self-check myself, right? I'll still say, okay, what about this argument? But am I convinced beyond a doubt that the Earth is not flat? Yes. Am I convinced beyond a doubt that the Earth is 7,000 years old? Yes. Right?
Yeah. When it comes to me, I've never had like I've thought about religion. I've been to churches and stuff, but I've never lived the life. So it's never been in my head that there could be a God. It just doesn't make sense to me. Now, when you think about, I'm more of like the vastness of space. Like I would be more into an alien like there might be aliens out there and maybe the aliens seeded us or something. That's where I would go. But when it comes to like the religions that's going on around here, no, I've never ever really even thought about it.
I think if we had
like
advanced
that.
contact with somebody, contact with an advanced alien race, I think that allowed add a lot of insight to people's religious convictions, because I think we'd love to see how they kind of tackle these kind of
it would be an eye opener.
Yeah, it would. What about you, Lance?
Well, actually, yeah, it's a great question. I used to be actually Christian myself, and I think the whole point why we're in this community together and having these calls is to discuss these kinds of questions, and we wouldn't be open to questioning. Well, I'm sure some people are more open than others, but we wouldn't be in here really if we weren't willing to question what we believe. Although I'm sure there are some people that are just here to reaffirm and not really question. But I did used to be religious, living in America and everything. It's the great point about if you lived in some other country, you would probably be believing in their cultural gods. And if the truth of and the point that I can't get over or hear a good answer to is, why is it that there are these different cultural gods and the likelihood of one god being true over another when it's just a differentiation of area of your certain beliefs mostly?
Yeah, so arbitrary.
Yeah, I mean, you're more likely to be a particular belief based upon geological location or geographical location, right?
And that's why some people argue that all religions point to one god. And the counterpoint to that would be just that they have mutually inconsistent claims, but this is where the minimal facts approach people come in, and they say stuff like, all these religions agree on these specific things, and therefore that they're referring to something outside of themselves, and we're going to call this God, and they all believe in the same deity, and that's the deity that created the universe, or fill in the blank.
Yeah, no, I think even Catholics have a lot of that same perspective too. That there's one deity, but everybody kind of looks at him differently. But I think to also to add to the minimal facts thing is that no matter what God you believe in, you can't change reality. No matter what God you believe in, sorry to say, evolutionary facts are evolutionary facts. The age of the Earth is a fact. I mean, these things are not going to change regardless of what you believe. And until people recognize that, that's the problem that I see we run into, right? Because they want to believe something so strongly, and yet they're willing to throw away all reason, all evidence, all science to get there. And I can't do that. I don't want to accept a deity that wants people to do that. That makes no sense to me. That's not a rational deity to say, you know what, I'm going to give you all the evidence for this.
Steve, I think you're breaking up a little bit. I don't know if you're breaking up just from...
No, you're not. You are, though.
Yeah,
no,
you are. I think it's
yeah,
your But yeah, I can't imagine a God saying, look, I'm going to make all the evidence point to an old Earth, but I want you to believe that the Earth is young. That just makes no sense.
That would be evil in itself. In itself, that would be very evil, disingenuous for a God to do that.
Yeah, and that's only a certain type of young Earth creationists. There's two types of young Earth creationists I've seen. One that actually advocates as evidence for a young Earth, and then when you ask them for any, you get nothing. You get the same old tropes that you've just discounted a billion times. And the other ones say, yeah, you know what? All the evidence seems to point the age of the Earth is old, but I believe the Earth is young. We don't know why. God is mysterious. And I don't know which is worse, to be honest with you.
Well, it puts them in a group, in a unique, just like the flat earthers, in a unique group where they're like a family. It's like, I don't know. I guess it's a kind of kindred spirit, I guess.
But which one do you think is a more dishonest position? The one that says, "Hey, look at all the evidence points to an old Earth, or all the evidence points to a round Earth, but I'm going to be holding on the position that the Earth is flat or young," or the person who says, "Yeah, you know what? There actually is evidence for a young Earth or actual evidence for a flat Earth," and then when you ask them for any, you get nothing. I mean, it's just complete nonsensical tripe.
NASA, founded by Nazis.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
Steve, can I address the point that was made about alien life?
Yeah.
Let's assume that we found primitive, some sort of prokaryotic life, let's say on one of Saturn or Jupiter's moons. I have a hypothesis, if you will, that would effectively kill young Earth creationists. So let's say we found, bacteria, paramecia. I wonder if that would effectively put the nail in the coffin of young Earth creation. Do you get my point?
It would affect them hardcore because they don't have an accounting for that, right?
Yeah.
Because God only created life on the earth, according to them. They would have to change their narrative. But you know what? These guys are flexible. Look what happened when they realized that death didn't occur before the fall. And so what did the animals eat? Well, they ate plants. Oh, wait, plants are alive. Oh, no, you know what? We're going to say the plants were never alive. That's how they get rid.
Yeah.
That's how they changed it. That's how they got around that. They say the plants are not alive. Are you're kidding me, right?
Yeah, that's crazy. And when the whole corn, what got me was corn has twice the genes we have. I just learned that. That's insane. That was off topic, but
no, Tony, you're right.
We're all connected. Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't different kernels of corn different DNA too?
I think so. It's insane. I mean, I don't know. I was looking into it today, and it blew my mind.
I believe there's a species of rice whose genome is 30 times the size of ours. But Steve, I think they've shifted the goalpost, and it's an encouraging sign. For example, you wouldn't find any Earth creationist now who still claims that Satan planted dinosaur bones. You just don't hear that anymore. But that was a very sure 100 years ago. I was going to say. So my point is, I think there are a lot more old Earth creationists now, and just there's young Earthers, but I don't think there's young universers, if you follow.
No, I've heard that 20 years ago. The chick tracks were popular, and they would kind of put that out there that Satan planted these fossils.
Yeah, that's what I heard too. Yeah.
You don't hear that much anymore. You're hear occasionally 90s. That God planted them to test us, but even then, I think theists nowadays are even avoiding that kind of.
Yeah, it's like an evil Easter bunny.
Yeah, it doesn't make much sense if you really think about it. So they're kind of avoiding that now.
I think, though, Steve, a century or even 50 years hence, depending on how space exploration goes, I think we'll see so much attrition. I think there'll always be, residual beliefs, but I think we'll see a paradigm shift sooner than rather than later.
It's like the more knowledge that comes in, and the faster and easier it is for us to get, the further we get from religion and faith. That's what I've been noticing, but maybe I might be off.
No, I think you're right, but there's certain people they're going to clutch on this regardless. I mean, for example, even if like Ken Hovind came out and said, "Yeah, you know what? I just made all this stuff up. This was, I'm sorry. I repent. I lied all these years." Or Ken Ham did that. I still think people would be like, "Oh, you know what? Satan has gotten in his head, and demons are forcing him to say this." I mean, they're going to find any excuse to hang on to their young Earth creationist beliefs, regardless of the evidence given to them.
Are demons too.
I can see that.
What's that, Dr. Zayas?
There are some people out there that try to say that dinosaurs are demon skeletons.
Yeah. That was like I said, that was popular back when I was on AOL back in the mid '90s. That was a popular thing that I would see in some of the chat rooms when we were talking about this stuff. That's Satan just put these fossils there to confuse people, and then the theists were like, you know what, this is kind of a dumb argument, and they kind of abandoned that.
And what gets me is, okay, the Bible tells you how to live, how to treat your slaves, how to eat, what to wear, but there's not a chapter anywhere on how to deal with the dinosaur hordes that must have been roaming around the area at the time.
Yeah, well, there's like
right. Had to have been dinosaurs. There's not a verse saying, "Okay, this is what you do when a T-Rex comes to you." I mean,
well, they love.
I think that'd be a major thing.
They love to point out like one or two instances in the Bible where they refer to something like a behemoth or Leviathan, and they're like, "Oh, look, dinosaurs in the Bible." And it's just like, "Oh, please! If dinosaurs were roaming the earth, I guarantee it, they would have a much more things to say about."
Yes.
And by the way, why would you have T-Rexes roaming around Jerusalem? Just think about this, people. I mean, I'm
They're
sorry.
friendly.
You've got
Empathy, right?
North America.
They didn't even know about North America.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got to be. I'm sorry, and I know this sounds mean because I got people that live there, young Earth creationists, but you really got to be a special kind of stupid. I mean, I'm sorry.
Yes.
You do.
For either. It's true. No.
But
Steve, I think you have to refresh because you're coming in real robot-y.
Very much so.
Steve, there's a fellow here, I won't say his name, he advocates for Lamarckism, and I just figured out why, though. I had an epiphany. If Lamarckism is true, that would account for the hyperspeciation these guys believe in since the flood. In other words, they claim that would explain the biodiversity in just 4,400 years.
It would help. It would help, but I don't think it would fully explain it. It would definitely help if organisms could react to their environment on the fly and change their genomes themselves and create mutations to try to do this and that. But we know Lamarck's theory is dead. Now, I think he had a good theory for his time. I think he was trying. I don't think he had any deceptive things, and I don't think he was being batshit. I think that from what he observed, this made sense to him. And it was a good attempt.
One of the first things they did to refute Lamarckism was they cut off mice tails, and they did this for a lot of generations.
Yep.
And guess what? All the baby mice had tails. And you're right. It makes sense. Like giraffes stretch their necks, their offspring will have longer necks. Unfortunately, it just didn't turn out to be true.
Doesn't the Bible say something about if you paint a horse with stripes, they'll give birth to a zebra or something?
I heard that somewhere.
There's a lot of weird
I think it was if you breed animals like in shadows or something like
there
that,
was reeds.
cause them to be striped.
No, if you took them down to the place where they drank, and while they were drinking, if they were looking at these reeds that were parallel with each other, and they mated. They were watching that they would have striped offspring.
Well, that's reasonable. Man, that is crazy.
Don't ask Jim.
Back in the day, it made sense. Back in the day, maybe that made sense.
He has this paper where they if you eat this certain reed, then genetically you're gonna have mottled type thing. I don't know. It's just really weird. But he's tried. He found something that kind of has scientific credence to in that, but it's actually what they were eating. But I don't know.
Why did all that stuff stop? Why did God stop speaking to us in monotone or like stereophonics, and why are there no no water to wine, nothing anymore? Either he doesn't care about us anymore, or he's not real.
Well, it's funny. Those guys would have had it pretty easy back then if he was, if Jesus did some miracles and you were like watching them. But then again, you could watch somebody do, and I'm not saying that Jesus did this, but I'm just saying if somebody did a magic trick. Nowadays, we would be like, oh, yeah, they're doing a magic trick, right? But
the thumb disappearing trick where you make your thumb separate, that would have been crazy back then.
But think about a magician. If you took a magician today and you put him back 2,000 years ago, they'd be a god.
Oh, God, he'd be a god.
Yeah, they'd burn him as a witch.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
They'd be doing that through the demonic powers, of course.
If Harry Potter was around today, he'd be put to death.
Yeah, that lady is crazy. They're agents of the devil.
Voldemort couldn't kill Harry Potter. Nothing can.
Yeah.
Was that what was her name? Megan Fox, that woman there?
Yeah.
The girl that does the Bible camp.
Hey, look! It's Draconius Hogwartsia. It's obviously a dragon.
Yeah.
It's like how does your brain function, woman? Seriously.
Too many memes.
That was back in the day when
hey, watch it. There's no such thing as too many memes.
Right. Like what do they call in shows like Atheist Experience? What do they call it when they're oh my God, TV? Oh, when it's paid for, the county pays for it, and you get TV. What's it called?
Public access.
Public access. Yeah, public access. Back then, you get all the kooks, man. They had all kinds of crazies. I don't know if they still do. Are they still on?
Oh yeah.
I think I'm going to YouTube that tonight. I'm going to YouTube crazy shows.
Like if you put on like just like whatever you get for like basic channels without cable.
Yeah.
I think you'll find them there.
I remember back in the day, that was big time.
Yeah, I like that Jewish rabbis are now cool with weed. Like it has a healing effect, guys.
Well, it's legal. They got to start transforming with the times, otherwise they'll die. Just like Mormons, they didn't let black people in the church, and they didn't eat steak until a certain time, like period.
Oh shit!
Or they couldn't eat meat, or was it? I don't know.
They made you wear magic underwear.
It's not.
Yeah.
Magic.
I was gonna say the magic underwear.
Well, I got magic underwear.
I don't know why. I don't know where anybody got. I don't know where that ever came from. Oh yeah, that was a Cheryl. Tanner's started that, I think. Cheryl, Shannon, or was it Gerald and Shannon Tanner?
Isn't it just blessed underwear, really?
Well, it's supposed to remind people of the covenants. That's all. It's just supposed to be a reminder. It doesn't have any special properties.
I went to Salt Lake City, and I'll tell you what, that church there, or that temple, is beautiful.
Yeah, it is. It is a hell of a building, isn't it?
For like 2 weeks, and it's amazing. It's beautiful. I mean, the whole place in itself, Salt Lake City, is crazy. And same with Boise too. Boise and Salt Lake City are, oh my god.
Yeah, downtown Salt Lake is not really one of my favorite places.
No, they're both. There's a little amusement park right when you come into Salt Lake City. I forget what the name of it is, but I was hitchhiking across the country, and that's the first thing I saw. And I was like, oh, hey, I'll go to the amusement park. I got a job at the golf course there. I don't know. It's an easy job to get when you're cruising around the country hitchhiking. Golf course jobs.
I have a question for everyone. I was thinking about different issues of morality. I had a friend who's a libertarian, basically, and he holds that initiation of force is always immoral. And I thought of a few examples, like holding a child down to get his blood taken to get tested for potential problems with him, where seems very sensible, and it seems very moral to initiate force on that child. He would say that force is always immoral in all cases. But I just wanted to ask you guys: do you think that it is something moral to let's say mandatory vaccinations for children?
I don't think that's immoral at all, and I think force is appropriate sometimes. I mean, if you're in a life or death situation, you need to use force. That's not immoral. What's immoral about that?
Flu shots. That's another story.
Flu shots is different. I don't believe.
Yeah.
The reason I don't believe in mandatory flu shots is because one, flu shots. There's only like one strain that it actually does any good for. Now I'm not saying don't get it
mutates so fast.
But most people, unless you're a child or an elderly person, I don't really think the flu shots does a hell of a lot of good. But it doesn't. You can have them. It's not a bad thing. But I mean, why force flu shots? It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I never get sick, and everyone around my family, because my girl, she has to get it. She works at the hospital. She has to get them. She's always sick. I haven't been sick in years when it comes to the flu, but my mom, my sister, every time they get a flu shot, I tell them, why keep getting a flu shot? I mean, you're just getting the flu.
Well, no, it's not. You're not getting the flu. From what I understand, the flu shot is dead. You cannot get sick.
They give you like a weakened or inert version of
it. It used to be weakened. I think now all of them are actually totally inert. They're actually all dead. I could be wrong on that, but last time I looked into this, they don't use live virus anymore for it.
Does it do something with the immune system? Does it weaken the immune system? Because I just noticed that everyone that gets flu shots, you usually get sick around me.
From what I've read on it, the people that got flu shots that actually got sick, it was just random. It's just they were going to get sick anyways. So,
well, yeah, I was going to say she worked in the hospital, so her getting sick is kind of
and my daughter at school. Yeah, you're right.
It's just you're going to remember them getting the flu shot and getting sick, so you're going to correlate them together.
You know what? You're right.
And don't forget the flu shot. The different strains of the flu, like 6 or 7 that are going around at one time. So even though they usually give you the flu shot for the most prevalent strain,
but they predict that a year in advance or something, right?
Yeah, but you could catch another strain of the flu at the same time you got the flu shot. So
it just seems like a way for them to make money, really.
No, they're free.
It's a money maker, that's for sure.
Yeah, really. I don't think they do it for the money. I mean, the thing is that they always plan on the most virulent one. But they make predictions that this is going to be the one that's going to be the most prevalent. But I've only got a flu shot like a handful of times. I did get sick one time, and of course, I put them 2 and 2 together. But then other times I got a flu shot and it was nothing. So,
no.
But I used to get the flu every year anyways. So just about,
I think I might get the flu shot next year just to do it. I'd like a little research on me then.
Maybe we should have a control group or something. We'd have like 10 people all get the flu shot. And see
hey, I'll do it. I'll do it. It's actually a good idea.
Hey, doctor. You're joining us late. I was about to end this here soon.
Howdy.
We dropped half our viewers since you came in.
This
I
is
have that
long.
effect on people.
I know.
We've been going strong.
You missed the Aussie, so you missed the big portion of the hangout.
No, I was listening to that, and so was the rest of my office.
Oh, was it enjoyable?
They enjoyed it, yeah.
Oh, that's cool. Your office listens to it.
For the latter half of the day, we have very little to do.
His office loves my channel.
Oh, that's cool.
Of course, none of them sub to me, which I don't understand, but whatever.
Actually, some of them are.
Oh, no? Okay.
I'm just not going to dox who they are, because they don't want people to know where they live. They don't join hangouts. They're comfortable.
I've got a lot.
We work for the government, so it's kind of an issue.
Well,
like,
I
it's
know.
already
I know
bad
somebody
enough that
subs to
people
me,
know where I live.
and I've noticed a lot of people sub to me that I have no idea who the hell they are. So I just assume they're people that know people that know people.
Like all of Lamed's class pretty well is sub to you now.
Probably a lot, yeah. I've got, like I said, in the last month or so, I've gotten so many new subs that I don't recognize any of these names, right? So.
What are you at right now? It just says 1,000 on yours, but I know it only goes by increments of 1,000.
Right? I'm at 1280, I think.
When I came on, I was like 1,000 something, like 10 or something.
1277, which is not bad. If Holy Kool-Aid will mention me on one of his videos, that might kick it up a little bit. He's got a lot of people.
You could do a hangout shout, like a subscriber shout out or something. Like, these are people that you need to subscribe to.
I do that all the time to people. I've shouted out. I've given shout outs to Vadim, creationist cats, worthless human slave. I shout outs to Holy Kool-Aid. Shout outs to Brian Sapien. Shout outs to Ozzy. Shout outs to Argument from Ignorance. Shout outs to Apologia. I mean, I put a lot of shout outs, but I already
never to Gary Edwards. No wonder he doesn't come around here.
I've gotten one shout out in the last, I don't know, and that was from actually of all people, Dr. From the place, the New Covenant.
Rana?
Bob?
Not Bob. The other, Dr. Oh, come on. Help me out here, people. Draw a blank.
I don't even know his name. So
Dr. Eric Hovind.
Yo!
PhD.
Oh, I should ask Isaiah about that.
The cringiest video I've seen of him is, I'm going to do a science experiment. Now, let's take this jar of water and rocks, and let's put some Skittles in here and put it in the sunlight, and let's see how long it takes to create life.
You know that was. I mean,
Wow.
I don't think he was even that stupid. I think he was just doing it for hyperbole's sake.
The funniest part is at the end, he ends up throwing it out because it started stinking. And like, oh, that's bacteria. You did it.
Yeah.
I created bacteria.
Oh, that's good.
That like those moments, those are great.
Hey, Steve, have you ever gone on just like spend
Dr.
a night
Jones,
and just
sorry,
hit a whole bunch?
God damn it, Dr. Michael Jones. I couldn't think of his name.
Dr. Jones.
Yeah, Dr.
Okay.
Jones.
You should go on one night and just hit like a bunch of YouTube channels and just throw your link in each one. Just hit as many chat rooms as you can.
Not many of them have live hangouts. A couple of them do. Like Holy Kool-Aid had a live hangout on Wednesday a couple weeks ago, and I was talking a little about that. But I mean, I don't know how much else I can really promote my channel. I've done it. I've done a lot. It's come a long way, but
you're gonna have to do one crazy show, man, like flat Earth and alien 9/11 truther, something crazy.
I got 620 people in the community, and nobody's putting out feelers to anything. So I don't know.
I always try to throw your name out.
Yeah, no, people have thrown my name out, and I got some big names like Red Eye. He linked me with that guy Landon Kurt Knoll, which was really nice, and he's going to come back on. But yeah,
this is a cool community. Yeah.
So yeah. Well, InfoWars gave a shout out to Red's Rhetoric. So.
Well, they didn't shout out. They just put his video up there. They didn't shout out.
Yeah, but it has Red's on his logo on it.
Yeah. But I think they should have shouted out, right?
He's not happy about that.
Yeah, he was like,
It's like the funny thing is he could probably serve them a takedown notice or something for using his video without their permission.
Well, yeah, but why bot? They weren't using.
Which
it to
in turn
provoke
would result in them complaining more and more and more and more about him.
Or they could just say,
which would get him more views and more subs.
Well, he can just email him.
Or
He can just email him.
He can just say it's fair
and
use.
say, "Hey, you put my video on there. Can you put my name, promote it?"
Yeah,
I bet he would.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think he could do that. It's fair use, probably, right? But I mean,
yeah,
they should
not without accreditation. If it's his video, they have to say where they got the video
but the
from.
accreditation is on the picture. It's already self-accredited.
Yeah.
The accreditation is there.
It's his logo.
It's his logo and it says Res Rhetoric. How much more accreditation do you need? I just think
sub.
it's polite.
You have to put the word sub.
Yeah,
We need to get a copyright lawyer in here and see what he says.
Fuck lawyers.
Either way, we get him more views.
Fuck lawyers. Right, MP? Fuck lawyers. No, I mean,
well,
I think,
more views for him would also eventually equate to more views for you.
Yeah, I just think they should put more of a shout out to people when they do that kind of stuff. But whatever.
Yeah, because that's how they started. They started off small, and well, I don't know really how they started off.
They started off with the jiggle rage.
There you go, little drip.
Yeah, they started off small, and then Alex Jones decided he was going to rip his shirt off and jiggle about, and
oh boy,
that became a.
Yo, if we're shouting out Alex Jones, do you mind if I do a shout out for my news source? He's actually great.
We're not really shouting him out; we're really talking him down.
Yeah, I get it, but if we're going, like, do you mind if I just like mention Kyle Kalinske is who I watch for news. He does about.
Me too. Me too.
Oh, nice, hell yeah.
Yeah.
But he's actually really really intelligent. Really, he has like a political science degree. So every time Trump does something fascistic or whatever, he points it out, and it's really interesting. He does about an hour 4 days a week. So
yeah, I like him. I like Jimmy Dore too. Jimmy Dore makes me laugh. He's a little crazy, but
yeah, he's like that crazy uncle that everyone has. But
exactly, alcoholic fucking. He's high so much he'll forget what he's saying. He's always like, "What's his name? What's his name?"
So basically,
I know who
every
Kyle
other
is.
comedian that I've ever met.
Kyle Kalinske the guy that does that commentary stuff on everything, right?
Secular talk.
Yeah.
Secular talk, yeah.
Yeah, I know who he is.
He's
he always has good background.
He's
His
big
backgrounds
pharma.
are
He's
always
big
good.
pharma, yeah. No.
Big seltzer though.
Yeah, I haven't watched. Everybody's like, watch Darwin's Greatest Hits new video. I haven't seen it yet. Darth Darkins versus Batman versus Superman. I haven't seen it yet. I have it on bookmark. Well,
It's pretty good.
Oh, I gotta watch that.
Yeah, I got a
I've
notification.
watched some of those.
Well, I got a notification on it, but then when I went to go click on it, it says deleted. So, what's up, guys?
Shouldn't be deleted. I just saw it 5 minutes ago.
This video has been removed. This video has been removed by user. So let me go to his main channel. Maybe see if he uploaded it again. Because I was going to watch it if this is over.
The best quote in that is
yeah, I guess he re-uploaded it
he
again.
takes a soundbite of Darth Dawkins as Darth Vader saying, "I'm actually a really nice person," and then he cuts to a scene from Batman versus Superman.
I'll watch it.
Hey, can you put it in
You're
the link? Can you put it in
psychotic.
the link on the?
Yeah, well, I found the new link for it. The old link is no longer up, but
You put it in the Hangout one.
yeah.
Cool.
It's kind of like the other things he's done in the past, where he's edited a fake conversation between Darwin's deity and William Lane Craig, or right before Jon Snow cuts off the head of the traitor. It's basically.
I need to know who Darth Dawkins really is. I have.
Oh,
this
you
craving.
really don't.
I want to know. Does anyone really know?
Good.
I mean,
Good then. Good.
It must be pretty weird having a whole channel dedicated to your stupidity. That's.
You're interrupting.
Can you imagine having a
Mod
whole
controls.
channel? I'm a moderator of this room. I'm a moderator
Hey
of this
Steve,
room.
guess what I have in the live chat?
Moderation.
I have mods.
Yeah, mods. Yeah.
I have mods. We get to talk about what I want in the live chat because I have mods.
I mean, can you imagine?
yeah, I've
having a
never
whole
seen such a
channel?
mod whore in my life.
Oh, because these people cannot argue any other way.
No.
He doesn't even have an argument, so he has to rely on.
Well,
mod
he
controls.
does.
No, he doesn't.
You can suss it out of him, but it's invalid.
Moderator, is anyone gonna moderate this?
His actual argument is if God exists, then we can reason. We can reason, therefore God exists.
That if is really a big if.
Well, no, that's just
It's a capital
affirming the
I.
consequent.
So, yeah, I know. Darwin's Greatest Hits has a video on that, why it's affirming the consequent. And Darwin still thinks it's a legit argument, even though it's been pointed out it's affirming the consequent. That's the funniest part.
I think he may have read a particular book by Bonson, which is like a very loose summary of Van Til's argument, because Van Til actually goes through after he presents a premise and does extensive like justification for it. And it's like, yeah, it is actually structurally valid if you understand what Van Til is saying, but DD doesn't understand what Van Til is saying because Bonson didn't bother to explain it all.
Well, I think also though, even if they did have a valid argument, which by the way that isn't because it's affirmative consequent, but even if they had a valid logical argument, they still don't understand the concept of soundness. They don't. None of them seem to understand the concept of soundness. And even the other day, when I had people from the Council of Google Corrupt Plus, they're like, "Well, Steve, didn't you admit that Matt Slick's argument is logically valid?" Yeah,
yes.
But it's not sound. So what? Well, but it's valid, right?
Well,
so
it's soundness has to be demonstrated, but they don't understand that.
Yeah, they think it's like, well, it's a valid argument. Well, yeah, but that doesn't mean it's a sound argument.
Well, it really stems that they don't understand what validity is either. If you ask them, like, what is a valid argument, they may give a general description. You know, like if the premises are true, then the conclusion is true. Yes, that is the if that you need to show.
That's a sound argument.
Well, a valid and sound.
Yeah,
so a valid argument is just if the premises are true, then the conclusion necessarily follows. Soundness deals with the content of the argument, so you would actually have to go and do the extra mile. Because, you know, I could just, as example, use symbolic logic to present to you valid arguments. That doesn't mean that they actually hold true in reality.
Hey,
I could say if P, then therefore Q, P, therefore Q, except P is if Einstein married his cousin, then I bought a cat yesterday. Einstein did marry his cousin, therefore I bought a cat yesterday.
It's perfectly logically valid.
That's logically valid, but you have to show how those two connect together.
Yeah, well, the soundness goes to the validity of the premises.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but anyways.
Did you buy a cat? That's the question everyone in chat is.
No, I did the opposite. I got rid of one.
Schrodinger's cat, and you bought it, and you also
I had a spare rucksack laying around, so I decided, there's a river nearby. But
even I got a story about that. I'm not even going to say it though.
No, there was actually a guy who was doing that around my city, and an off-duty cop caught him, and conveniently lost control of his German Shepherd.
Yeah, I'd hope so.
No one is asking questions about how that happened.
Real. How about that lady that was online and it was like a cam show, but she was like torturing dogs? You remember that? Hearing about that not too long ago? That was insane. Like she put him in the microwave. You could tell him what to do. It was she got busted big time though. That's good. She got like 10 years, I think, right?
I would hope whoever was telling her to do things also got in trouble too.
Yeah, for real.
I would have cared. Honestly, I would have cared if they got the death penalty.
Yeah, that's messed up because they do it to anyone. I mean, that's sick. That's disgusting.
I guess Steve knows my position with people that do that. It's not the death penalty, but we got a lot of pills to test.
No, you should just do what they
Donate
did to the
your body
dogs. Eye for eye. They put her in a microwave, make a big microwave, put her in.
No, I don't believe in that. That's not. I don't believe in that kind of justice. But
retributive justice doesn't really work.
Yeah, it doesn't at all. And I'm not a big fan of retributive justice. But retribution is not the reason you be people punished. I think it's a lot more complicated than that. But what is it? Restorative justice?
Well, it's difficult. There's like 9 different views of justice, I think, that are dominant right now. Retributive is kind of the minority one, but still one of the dominant positions.
Hey, let me ask MP real quick. MP, are you there? I got a question for you.
Yeah, I'm here.
Did you ever read a book in law school called A Theory of Justice by Rawls?
No.
Are you familiar with it?
No, I'm not familiar with it.
You ought to read it then.
This guy, Yes, it's called Theory of Justice by John Rawls. His daughter's actually a friend of mine, but she won't. She won't come on to talk about, which is unfortunate. And I understand her reasoning because she doesn't want to like speak for her dead father. But this book called A Theory of Justice by John Rawls was like the basis by which he set out to explain different types of theories of justice. And just a lot of lawyers said they had to read it in law school. I just one of you did.
No.
Well, it's really he set out to try to make a theory on how to build the best society, and he evaluated various ideas of justice, and he came to one which was that we would structure society such that we didn't know where we would be placed within it.
I've heard that. I love that idea.
Yeah, structure society. Yeah.
Veil of ignorance.
What's that?
Because I've heard
The veil of ignorance.
You build a society based on the rules, and you have a veil of ignorance where you don't know who you'll be in that society, rich, poor, black, white. And the perfect society would be a society in which no matter who you would be in that society, you would be happy with it.
Yeah, I mean,
well, you would at least have enough.
Yes.
Yeah, he wanted to make sure that everybody had what's called justice is fairness, and different principles to make sure that people all had a fair amount of justice, ubiquitous, that one particular set of society didn't have a greater degree of special justice as compared to somebody else, right? He wanted to have equal justice across the board.
If you call that justice, you know what the question is, Steve?
Well, not equal justice. He wanted justice to be fair.
Fair.
There's a
fair.
big distinction.
Yeah, fair. Yeah, okay, fair. Better word.
But one thing,
I was just going to joke and say by what standard anyway.
But any attorney who's worth his weight will tell you the legal system and the law is not a moral system. It's more about relationships between interactions between people than a moral system, and that it's just not.
Are you saying we have an immoral system?
No, I'm saying the system doesn't judge morality, even though they seek justice, but it's not. There's no attorney would say that the law is supposed to be a substitute for morality.
No, like it's an amoral system in that it doesn't factor in morality. It doesn't legislate morality or anything like that.
Yeah,
correct. And that's what happens when you have conservatives and even Christians. They believe that the law is somehow moral, but it's not. It's not a system.
Well, because they call it the moral code, right? They believe that our system is based upon moral laws from God, which it's not. Never has been.
Well, I can tell you what, taking your freedom away is very effective. I don't do anything bad anymore. I mean, I did my time. I don't do.
No, I believe in
on the straight and
incarceration,
narrow.
but I think we incarcerate too much for too little.
Yeah, we do. I was in there with this guy. My bunkie had 5 years for driving on suspended license. It was like his 4th time.
Yeah, that's
5
still,
years.
That's way too much. Yeah, I mean,
yep.
I think we've got nuts on this shit. Oh, do I got to reboot? Or we log?
No, it's just the cell phone glitch.
Yeah, I know, but usually when the cell phone glitch happens, I have to like reset.
There you go. No, my ass should be in jail right now. If, like, often the things that I've done in the past, it's just the Crown doesn't want to prosecute me because they know that if they did take it to trial, no one's going to convict me of what I did for the reasons I did it. So I've never actually.
Bitch had it coming. No.
Basically, yeah. Where it's like afterwards, there's actually a video. My boyfriend set it to private because it's really, really, really bad. Where I snapped a guy's arm pretty well in half. And and then I came to, because all that happened was we were barbecuing on my deck. And then I see him punch this pregnant girl in front of my house.
Oh my God.
And everything went black after that. And the next thing I know, I was standing over top of him. And I just walked over to my boyfriend and said, "You need to phone the police. I need to go to jail." And I sat down and waited for the police. But they didn't charge me. They didn't cuff me. They didn't do anything. Because there was no point.
Yeah, they call that blind rage.
Yeah, you just lose it. I'm serious. Yeah,
I just blacked out. But
it's scary.
The terrifying thing about it is I saw the video because he was recording it, and we had all of the dogs. We had all 10 dogs with us. and I told him, put the dogs in the house. I don't remember saying that. Because like even in a blind rage, I was conscious enough not to let loose the pit bulls and the wolf hybrids and the Rottweilers and the Mastiffs.
Oh, I had a wolf hybrid. They're beautiful. Oh, couldn't
They're
even coat it.
dangerous.
They are. They're awesome. Their paws and their legs are. Whew, they're insane dogs.
I was like that. I was really unnerved by that, and I was genuinely ready to go to jail for like assault and battery, and nothing happened.
It's funny because I think that's the reason why the cop in Oklahoma just got off shooting a black man who had his hands up, because of this particular same issue. Because they were saying it wasn't really a blind rage, but this kind of devoid of she was so scared that's the reason why she fired her weapon.
Yeah, but the thing is, I can understand someone being terrified and acting on instinct or just acting responsively. I made I somehow in a blind rage made a conscious choice to not have my dogs go after that person.
Yeah, because they would have killed him.
They wouldn't have killed him.
They would have hurt him bad.
They have 3 separate commands for attacking people.
Oh my God, I'm never coming near your house and start.
Somebody actually made that fucking mistake a couple weeks ago. They went out to the farm and aided the dogs out at the farm, and he was cornered for like 3 hours until the cops came out and got him.
I like German Shepherds too, but yeah.
All right, guys.
Prison
well,
sucks.
we've gotten the time where we've gotten to close it up.
I don't think there's anything else to say.
Yeah. So I mean, after 6 hours, I think a pretty good open chat, open hangout.
For real.
I'm glad Ozzy dropped in. That was awesome. People did get a lot of good questions in and stuff. So
look up Pine Creek.
So now we have both Ozzy and the Kool-Aid.
All right, so who wants to lead us out with the last comment? MP, I'll give it to you.
Trump will be impeached. They have him out.
There you go.
Okay, well,
the last comment's always good.
Yeah, what's funny is I was talking to I get the last comment, but whatever. Just real quick, I was talking to people this morning. I think it was Seth and a few other people. And look at I've said that to impeach is required. It's going to be an uphill thing. Is there right now enough evidence to impeach? I don't think so. MP, I don't think you think so either. But could there be soon? Sure. Do I think Trump did impeachable things? Probably. But the Democrats have to be very careful. They don't want to seem like they're nullifying the results of the election. They've got to make sure this is above board, and they're going to be very, very wary. And a special counsel, usually these things take thousands of days in order to get to a point where they take action. I mean, even the most nominal special counsel can take upwards of several years to actually bring about a resolution. So this is nothing that can happen in a couple of weeks that people been saying. It takes a long time, correct, right, MP?
Yes, no, you're 100% correct. Because obviously it's the Republican Party who would have to impeach a Republican president.
Yeah, and the big thing with the big thing with the Republicans is they're on they have a bad thing too, because they don't want to look like they voted in and not back an inept president, which at some point they're going to have to recognize this. Okay, it's just a matter of time. Somebody has to recognize this.
I'm pretty sure they already recognize it.
Sure, but have they come out and admitted to it? No, and I think until they do, it's still going to be they're going to be trying to protect the president because they don't want to look like they fucked up. Now, I don't think they did compare to Hillary, but I was pro Bernie, so whatever. But anyways, with that, MP had the last word. Sort of, and that's gonna be a topic for another hangout coming up here when more information comes in on this. So, anyways, guys, thanks for watching. Thanks for the super chats, guys. That was nice of you, very much so. And I will see you guys. What is today?
Thursday.
I'll see you guys on Saturday. Shalom.